Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to, my God, is that how short the weekends are nowadays? It was miserable and overcast. I know what people are talking about. You know when the people talk about sad, not sad as in boo, 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 hoo, sad as in seasonal affective disorder. And I spoke to a friend of mine. I said, why am I feeling depressed? I never feel depressed. I don't get depressed about anything at all. Well, not recently. And he said it's because it's overcast. He said it's grey. If it was sunny, it'd be all right. But it wasn't. It was grey and it was miserable. And I thought, oh, poo sticks. And then I saw the cenotaph, the remembrance service, and I felt so proud to be British. I really did. It was. In fact, I tweeted that I felt so proud to be British, watching, all those people. There were about 12,000 people in all took part in it, and I thought it was absolutely incredible. The crowd were brilliant. They stood there. Did you notice how when they did God Save the Queen, everybody sang? It was brilliant. I felt really pleased, especially if the Queen would have been watching, and I'm sure she would have been watching. She was going to be there. She sprained her back, and so she didn't go. And in fact, also Harry didn't go, quite clearly, because he's over in America and nobody really gives a toss. And Andrew didn't go, just as well. We didn't have to put up with his daughter standing on the balcony. They were obviously all advised, don't go anywhere near it. The crowd don't like you. The Spice Girls are planning a world tour, which is lovely. They must need the money. They must need. I can't imagine why. Well, I mean, they don't, but they must be doing it for the money. They wouldn't be doing it unless they're giving it all to charity, which I think is unlikely. So they held a secret meeting, which they only told the whole of Fleet Street about. So it was a real secret meeting, and they want to plan something for 2023. And they've said, and Victoria might join them for one of the cons. What for? Why would she bother putting herself through it? She never featured very much in the Spice Girls before. She stood at the back. I mean, it takes about a minute and a half before she features on, I'll tell you what you want, what you really, really want. She just sort of stands at the back posing. All a bit naff, really. So, and because she's down on the credits for writing, she doesn't need to go on tour. She's going to get the same amount of money. They all have writing credits. They managed to arrange some deal where on every single song the Spice Girls are all listed. That's where the money is. Absolutely. 100,000 a year could seek asylum in Britain. We found a second walrus spotted off the coast. I think it's the same one. It's the same one. He's just swimming round and round just to really annoy us. 1 in 5 public loos closed in just 6 years. Council can't afford to keep them open. So they put a notice up, you can use the wee place in KFC, or you can go into pubs. But a lot of pubs don't like people just going in there to use the toilet. But there aren't any other toilets. That we've lost them all. McDonald's loos are locked. Didn't used to be. Customers only. Well, I mean, couldn't you just pick up an old bag and just go in there? When I say an old bag, I don't mean like your granny. I mean like an old McDonald's bag. And go, okay, just use the toilet. I've just bought this. Is that it? Steve. Amazon have beaten John Lewis for the best advert. I don't like the John Lewis advert. It doesn't say Christmas at all to me. A spacecraft. I can't remember what the Amazon one is. It'll be to do with buying loads of stuff, I suppose. But the John Lewis one is, if they spent more than £1 on it, they've been robbed. It was beautifully shot, beautifully filmed, but what's it got to do with Christmas? Nothing at all. It's a spacecraft which sort of comes in, crashes through a few trees, and then disappears off, and some weirdo alien comes and kisses this boy who quite clearly doesn't want to be touched by her at all. It's all very odd. The Amazon one is snow and looking very nice. And so it's a girl sitting on a bench feeding jackdaws or something like that. I mean, to be honest with you, it's all right, isn't it, really? But how that's got anything to do with Amazon, I've got no idea. Perhaps you can go and buy birds online or something. Very good, isn't it? But I mean, they're all quite nice, and it's basically saying, look, and they've got sort of snow throwing itself around everywhere. I like that. I think that's quite simple, quite pretty. Whereas the John Lewis one's a bit too complicated. Alien. Sorry, an alien. What's that got to do with it? Are they saying John Lewis believes in aliens? Who knows? A lot of women will put Prince Andrew back in the spotlight, just when we were all going, hope not. And Pricey and Woods. Katie Pricey? Yeah, nobody upsets the Pricey. And they're going to get matching tattoos. This apparently, she thinks in her small mind, means that they're really serious about their relationship. I suppose she'll be getting rid of all the other tattoos from all the other marriages that she's had. A note from Houdini. Could fetch £1,000 at auction, provided David Copperfield doesn't want to buy the blooming thing, because otherwise it'll go through the roof. And Craig Revel Horwood is under fire for wanting Dan Walker out of Strictly. Well, he's a judge. That's what he's there for. He's there to go, you're a rubbish dancer, which of course Dan is. I mean, Dan is just not good enough. Everybody said the same thing. And then somebody else wrote the other day and said, well, the reason he's in there is because it means that anybody can sort of, get onto the programme. But you don't think they're going to kick him out, do you? He heads the BBC News team in the morning. I mean, you don't want to be seen as being a failure. I mean, there's no fix on it at all. Funny, though, isn't it, how many of those BBC people who win who can't dance? Which is very odd. And also, he's just wooden. He's totally wooden. Even the producer said he was wooden when we were discussing Sherwood Forest. Yeah, I mean, not only wooden, but he can't dance. I mean, you can be wooden and still have some sort of... He's got no sense of rhythm at all. I said that before he even went into it. I said he doesn't look as though he can dance. He has no fluidity. No fluidity. Britain's plunging into a freeze. It's going to go really, really cold. But it's all right. We don't mind, actually. We don't mind. Millions of crabs scramble across Christmas Island because they do on this one particular day. They all get born and out they come. They have to close roads. They didn't used to close them and people used to crunch over the roads because there were millions of these crabs. It's quite something to see. And quite impressive. We were actually looking at it earlier on YouTube. And once they start coming, there's no end to them. Oh, I hate that advert. This is a woman in a tent on the side of a cliff, just hanging there. Just supposing you woke up in the night, stretched out and fell out. Oh, don't like that at all. But it's National Geographic that have got the crabs. Once they're making a dash to the sea, it starts off as a trickle. And then it builds, and then it builds, and it builds. They're really weird. And they've all got to get to the sea because that's where they will spawn, or whatever they do. And they get washed out, and some of them survive, some of them don't. They seem to be very excited. Very excited. But there's millions of them. But they used to let the cars drive over the roads. So it's between the last quarter and the new moon. The high tide will then turn, and that's when they go there. And you've never seen so many. There are millions. They hatch by the millions. Crab babies. Run for your life. And they're only to return to do their own moonlight dance. It's fascinating, isn't it? I'm amazed at things like that the moon can affect things so much. And then when you look at them, they're like giant ants. They're like the little, what are the other ones? Oh, it's the turtles that get picked off by the seagulls who just sit there waiting for lunch to arrive. They don't have to go after it. It arrives on their feet. Noreen says, hope you are well. Last Thursday, Steve, we went to Southend to see our third Solid Gold tour show. Great time we've had. Sadly, top of the bill, Tremolos have been missing Chip Hawkes. He was poorly, then he was going to do a few shows and got COVID. Chesney has taken in his place, bringing with him his 15-year-old son, Indy. Chesney Hawkes has got a son and he's not old enough. And a lad of that age really got into it. Silence is Golden was mesmerising. Tour's heading up to Scotland now and finishes a week Tuesday. She always brings us up to date, does our Noreen, on exactly what's going on in the musical world. Steve, I cannot book a table at the Savoy for a celebration for Love Nor Money. Is it because I'm not an A-lister? Should I not bother? Well, my ex-producer, Corey, couldn't get a table at Joe Allen's on Saturday. He sent me a message. He was ever so upset. He said, should I have booked? Yes. That you can't just turn up now. They don't have the facilities. And Mike in Kings Langley said, is 4 a.m. too early to eat your first mince pie of the day? Not really, no. You can have that with sort of a cup of tea. It's a bit late, really, but you can have that. Asking for a friend, he says. Of course, we understand. But yes, you can have a mince pie. I wouldn't have it with custard or anything else like that. A bit of I had some creme fraiche with some pomegranate seeds yesterday. I didn't have squirty cream. No, I do like squirty cream. Comes in different flavours. Did you know? They do chocolate squirty cream and strawberry squirty cream. It's a little bit... I mean, it's lethal. You might as well just lie on your back, empty the thing into your mouth and sort of take it on from there. Paul from Coningsby says, thought of you the weekend as I was tucking into an M&S toasty cheese and mushroom sandwich. Glad weekend over. I get to hear you. Yes, I know Coningsby because that's where we were based. I used to go riding in Coningsby. New series, says Roger, of Top Gear last night. Not a patch on the classic one with Clarkson. No. David says, have you bought your Christmas turkey? I don't need to. Because I have 2 Christmas lunches and they will both be buying the turkey. I don't have to fork out for anything, which is just as well, actually. It's very expensive start to the new year, I'm afraid. What I noticed, Steve, Was the royal family getting smaller? Prince Charles looked very sad. Didn't he just? There was at one point I thought he was going to cry. I thought he was going to cry. I was looking at him very carefully, and he's normally very stiff upper lip. And I thought it suddenly came home to him that A, his mother was very ill, and secondly, you just have to remember all the war dead. You know, you look at the old photographs of those people who died, people who worked for London Transport and things like that, and they were all out there. I did think he looked very, very sad. Very, very sad. You know, which is good. Which is good, but he's now looking like he's in his 70s now, isn't he? He's an old man. And, things change. But thank God for Sophie and Edward. Yes, they actually turned up and did very well. William did very well, but he's done it a million times. You know, nobody regrets the Queen's absence today more deeply than Her Majesty. I got quite panicky. I'll be totally honest with you. The moment they said, first of all, she was definitely going to be there, and then at the last minute they said she's not very well, she's got a bad back, and I remember thinking, oops. I really did think, oops. I got panicky, and for a few hours I did think to myself, God, what are we going to do if she goes? I mean, she must have the weight of the world on her shoulders at the moment. She's had, two dire members of the family who have upset the apple cart. It's never happened before. And all of a sudden she doesn't have the Duke of Edinburgh with her. Many of her friends have passed on as well. She's outlived all of them. She must be a very lonely person, but she's got to maintain the stiff upper lip. Boris Johnson said he saw her on the Wednesday and she was okay, but at 95 you can sort of become ill at a moment's notice. And I felt immensely sorry for her, thinking she's only ever missed this 6 times in her life. 6 times she's missed it. But this time, but when everybody sang God Save the Queen, I was really impressed. I mean, the whole crowd was singing it, and I thought they were obviously hoping that the noise would reach Her Majesty. She's probably sitting there watching it on television with a rug over in it, because it must be freezing in that bloody Buckingham Palace. Not exactly the warmest place. Have you seen the kind of the piddly little radiators in there? They're supposed to be heating rooms which are 20 feet tall. I don't think so. I think she's probably had to put on a muff. Don't you? I think so. But she will be missing the Duke of Edinburgh, because he was there last time, a couple of years ago. And it's just very sad. That's why I thought Charles looked very wistful. Very wistful. I'm sure I saw a little tear forming. But anyway, we wish her the very best and hope that she's back to not fighting fit, but as near as damn it, please.
This is LBC.
So, if you watch and I really do make a point of trying to watch the remembrance service at the Cenotaph every year, because when you see the veterans who gathered at Horse Guards Parade, and you think, and if Joe just reminded me, he said, we'll never know what it's like to be in a war situation. We won't have the faintest idea. They saw what it was like. They saw what it was like to have friends who they saw being gunned down. One minute you're talking to somebody, the next minute it's up and over the top. And people didn't come back. Many of them very, very young. They've lived with those memories for years. You can't ever take away from them what they did, and you can't ever take away from them, the money that we need to raise to look after these people. There's only a handful of them left. There are other soldiers who've been hurt in Afghanistan, who've lost limbs and stuff like that. All of these appear to have their limbs, which in itself is a sheer miracle. But it's just absolutely heartbreaking to see these people who sit there, probably surrounded by a few of their colleagues. And when they get together, which is very rare nowadays, they could actually, chat about where you went over the top and I did this and I did that. And you think to yourself, we haven't even lived. We've done nothing. All we do is complain. Oh, terrible weather. I'll do it. I started off the programme this morning talking about the blooming weather. Everything you complain about now, oh, we're woke. Oh, you can't say this, it'll upset somebody. You can't say that, it'll upset somebody. Everybody's, upset. You imagine all these people sitting there going, I'm not going over the top. I don't think so. It's a Tuesday. Well, and I'm superstitious. I'm not going over the top. There's a T-U and an E and an S in it. I'm not going over the top. It's as simple as that. And we shot them. We shot our own boys because we didn't know what shell shock was. They didn't know what shell shock was. All they knew was it just affected them very, very deeply. And so one of them just wandered away from the trench. They brought him back and he was shot because they didn't want to start an epidemic of people thinking that they could just walk away from it. You can't do that. You've got to have some sort of discipline. And that's why. And I can't remember how many of our boys were shot by their own regiments. But it was certainly not a small amount because we didn't know about shell shock. We didn't understand about all the medical conditions that went along with it when you were living with permanent noise. I think during the war, I don't think it's wrong to say that shell shock was ill-defined. Cases of shell shock were either interpreted as a sort of a physical or a psychological injury or simply a lack of moral fibre. Still used by the United States Department of Veterans to describe certain parts of PTSD, but mostly it's entered into memory and is often identified as the signature injury of the war. And they didn't know what it was. It was an inability to reason, to sleep, to walk or talk. It transgressed as sort of panic and being scared, all sorts of things. And I'm looking at pictures of people, there was a stare often associated with shell shock, and nobody knew what it was. But I'm not sure if we've got the figures for how many of our boys were executed for desertion, even though they didn't see it as desertion. They didn't know what was going on. They just saw it as they had to get away from something, and it affected them deeply. And we talk about it nowadays, but nobody knows what it was like there when you're living with permanent explosions. Apart from the fact they must have gone deaf. And that's why it was so important. Some men were put on trial and even executed for military crimes. It was just terrible. Executions was not commonplace, whilst there were 250,000 court-martials and over 3,000 death sentences handed out. In only 346 cases was a sentence carried out, but that's 346 too many. Too many people. Disobedience to a lawful command, and 2 for casting away arms, 18 for cowardice. But it wasn't cowardice. 266 British soldiers were executed for desertion. Yeah, cowardice. It wasn't cowardice at all. They just didn't know what was going on. They were ill. They were seriously ill. They needed medical attention. On the 7th of November 2006, it took that bloody long to get round to it. The United Kingdom, the government, gave them all a posthumous conditional pardon. Bit bloody late, actually. Really, really sad. In his testimony to the post-war Royal Commission examining shell shock, Lord Gort said shell shock was a weakness and was not found in good units. That's how naive they were. They didn't know. Whilst it was, I think they recognised the stresses of war could cause men to break down. A lasting episode was seen as symptomatic of an underlying lack of character. And so, as I say, 266 of them were executed. They must have wondered what the hell was going on. They must have wondered exactly. Somebody hands down the death penalty to you and you just go, yeah. Not really taking it in because they were ill. And then they were literally taken out. There was doctors would provide electric shock to soldiers in hopes that it would shock them back to their normal heroic pre-war self. You can't believe it. After almost a year of giving one of his patients electric shocks, putting cigarettes on his tongue, hot plates at the back of his throat, a British clinician, Lewis Yeeland, said of his patient, "You'll not leave this room until you're talking as well as you ever did. You must behave as the hero I expected you to be." He was ill. He was suffering from shell shock. We've come a long way, but by God, although some doctors or medics did take procedures to cure, it was first of all done in a very brutal way. That's what they had to put up with. In between people trying to blow them to pieces, they had to put up with their own doctors going, "Nothing the matter with you, pull yourself together." You can imagine, can't you? Please God, we never go through it again. Anne in Richmond says, "I echo everything you said about yesterday. Charles looked so sad, and people really sang out God Save the Queen. All the remembrance services were very poignant and beautifully done." Yes, I thought he did look so sad. At one point, I thought he had almost a quivering top lip. And I remember thinking to myself, I bet he's thinking, hope my mum's all right. We're getting through this. Thank God we haven't got William. Thank God we've got William here because he can sort of hold it together, which he did. And Lorraine says, really impressed with William, who saluted everybody during the march past the Horse Guards Parade. Yes. Do you know why London black cabs take dogs? Do you know whether they do? Oh, some of them do, yes. Yes, if you've got a guide dog, they'll take a guide dog. I don't know whether they take normal. I really don't know. I couldn't answer that one, Sally. I couldn't. She said, I want to take my dog with me from Charing Cross to King's Cross on the 23rd of December. We're going to York for Christmas. I'm gradually putting my Christmas lights up. I don't know. Somebody will tell me. Black cabs? Can you take dogs? It depends on the driver, apparently. There was a story, actually. I can't remember what it was. It was a very famous actress who was appearing in a theatre on the Strand. And she hails a cab. Oh, cab! And the cab pulls up, a black cab, and she's got a dog with her. And so the driver goes, sorry, ma'am, I can't take dogs. And she goes, oh, please, we need to get home quickly. Oh, all right, but just make sure it's all right. So they put the dog on the floor in the back, and they set off on the journey, and they get to the other end. And the driver opens the door for her. They used to do in those days. And the dog had piddled on the floor. And the cab driver went, I told you. I didn't want the dog in the cab because it piddled on the floor. And she went, I piddled on the floor. It's supposedly a true story, actually. So let me know. M&S, in my opinion, sell the best flowers. But I did purchase a bunch of red roses from Tesco over 18 days ago, and they're still going strong. 15 quid. I like the one that they've got in Costco. They have some beautiful roses. Some of them dipped in glitter. At Christmas time, they sort of paint them and then they dip them in glitter. So I'm not sure about the glitter stuff. And Robin Tottenham says, Steve, I watched the Lord Mayor's show and felt really proud. Remember being taken as a young boy and loving it. I think this is going to instill in us, a sense of priority. And the priority is we love this country of ours. We're not as good as the Americans are. You drive out of New York, Philadelphia, anywhere, in little rural communities. What will you see everywhere? The American flag. Here, you don't. If you see the British St. George's flag, you immediately think thug. You don't think anything else. You don't, if you saw the Union flag, then you might think something. I don't know. But the Americans are very good. They're very patriotic, and we need to go that way. And when I watched yesterday, and I didn't cry, but I had a little tear ready. I was prepared to have a little tear. I was thinking, actually, if they did announce that the Queen had departed, whether they would not announce it during the Remembrance Day. And I thought, no, maybe they wouldn't. They would sort of keep it fairly quiet. But they just do it so well. We do those sort of things so well. And she is officially absolutely 100%. Well, 90-odd percent, but getting there. Matthew says, now you talk music. I watched Adele last night on Channel 5. Very impressive. There's no doubt about it, is it? She's going to make, from the latest album, about 100 million. About 100 million pounds, which is just about how much money is available on the lottery. 100 million pounds. God, I could do with winning that. No winner again. No, so I think it's 98 million pounds. God, on Tuesday, tomorrow. Be nice, wouldn't it? That'd be a little bit of a surprise. Can you imagine? Anyway, it's nice to have your company. What have I got here, actually? Oh, porridge lovers face a shortage. Oh, everything's a shortage, isn't it? Everything's a shortage. Apparently, packets of crisps the producer was going on about. Like he should be eating crisps. I think not. 33 million pounds of cocaine has been found in a truck bringing in onion rings. 33 million pounds worth of cocaine. Somebody's going to get into trouble, aren't they? Happy birthday, Johnny Lee Miller. Looming disaster after the NHS staff shortage. And the BBC boss who told the LGBT staff, you must get used to hearing things you don't like. And Priti Patel plans tough new laws to stop hundreds of victims being cuckooed. I don't even know what that is, actually, but I'm sure it's rivetingly exciting. But everything Priti Patel comes up with, lovely idea, but it's amounted to nothing. It's amounted to absolutely zero so far. Adam Woodyat buys a brand new camper van, and Gemma Collins thinks she can make it onto the West End stage. She said, because I'm a diva, proving how little she knows about theatre in this country. Trouble on the Poland-Belarus border, and a postman sacked over letters that turned up 6 weeks late. You can't deliver 6 weeks late, can you? That is absolutely ridiculous. And Westlife have teamed up with Ed Sheeran and Mariah Carey, hoping to be the next numero uno, because it's the race, isn't it? And Santa becomes the target for the anti-vax nutters. Not my words, the newspaper's words, because Tesco have used Father Christmas holding up, I've had the vaccination. So the anti-vaxxer, I shan't be shopping there ever again. And somebody wrote, good. Let's keep all these Looney Tunes out of the aisles. Thank you very much indeed. All these mad people.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic. We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. I trust you are well. I trust you are well today and looking forward to Christmas. Because that's the next thing, isn't it, really? I was sort of saying that the one thing that we don't know, because many of us alive nowadays weren't involved in the wars or anything like that, and we've still got in our family, because it was photocopied, we had a letter from a member of my mum's side of the family, and he went off to war and he was on a ship. And he wrote back to his mum and the family and all the rest of it saying, hi mum, on a ship, can't tell you where we're going because everything was secret. Careless talk, as they say in those days, cost lives. So you didn't say anything at all. And looking forward to seeing you all at Christmas. Lots of love, etc., etc. By the following post, we got the telegram, which thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people got, saying that the ship that your son was on went down with no survivors. And so we kept that. We kept the telegram, which we photocopied and gave to all the members of the family, and the letter as well from him saying, I can't tell you where we are, but looking forward to seeing everybody at Christmas. And as I say, we weren't alone in that. There were millions of other families out there who got these telegrams and must have dreaded that ring at the doorbell. There was the family, wasn't there, where I think, was it 4 or 5 boys all got killed? 4 or 5 boys. It was a very famous film. I mean, in World War II, killed in combat, just under 400,000 British soldiers. That's why it's so important, and I'm sorry to go on about it, but it affected me quite deeply the other day. It always affects me. I always get affected. I mean, I always sort of go to the Festival of Remembrance. I haven't been for a couple of years, but always remember it. And they talk about as the sun going down and all the rest of it, we will remember them. And then there's that silence in the Royal Albert Hall and everywhere, and these poppies fall from the ceiling, each poppy representing a soldier who has died. And really, and they stand there, everybody in silent lines. Nobody says a word, nobody moves a muscle, nobody coughs, nobody does anything. And the soldiers have got their hats on and they're all covered in poppies, because there are millions of these blooming things raining out of the skies. And it's just one of the most moving, and it makes you appreciate whatever you've got now, whichever might not be good at the moment. And everybody has crappy days, don't they? Everybody has those dreadful days. And then you think, but there was nothing compared to what these boys and girls went through. Sid Cup Julie says, have you tried the crispy duck and watermelon at Joanne's? Have I ever? Have I? I love crispy duck and I love watermelon. I'm not supposed to have the watermelon bit, but I've had it a couple of times now. It's lovely. It is sugary, yes. What, watermelon? Oh, God, yes. Yes, we used to cut a hole in a watermelon and pour vodka into it. And so we'd have alcoholic water. Not in Joanne's. There used to be a place in Twickenham, one of the restaurants there, that used to do me a watermelon cocktail where they would sort of cut the watermelon in half, scoop out all the flesh and then crush it down, put it in a little cocktail glass with vodka on top of it. That was a bit lethal. Happy breakfast to me. Roger says, any more news on the rumbling feud between Anne Robinson and Rachel Riley? No, I think they've realised it's run its course and we've all sussed it out. Did you know, says Mary, of the 54 thankful villages who didn't lose anyone in the World War I? There is a list, thankful villages known as blessed villages, and their settlements in England, Wales, from which all their members of the armed forces survived World War I. And the term thankful village was popularised by the writer Arthur Mee in the 1930s. So a thankful village was one which had lost no men in the war because all those who left to serve came home again. His initial list identified 32 villages. And researchers in 2013 identified 53 civil parishes in England and Wales from which all serving personnel returned. Is that great? I think that's fantastic. So blessed villages indeed. And they are the following. Oh, there's lots of here all blooming day, actually. Yes, do we know any of them? Yorkshire, East Wittering in Sussex, I've heard of. There's some of these, a little Upper Slaughter in Gloucestershire. I haven't heard of half of these villages, but it doesn't matter because they know who they are. And they all did very well indeed. Buckinghamshire, Stoke Hammond, Cromwell and Nottinghamshire. Got lovely names, haven't they? So they are the list of thankful villages. You can find them on Google under thankful villages. Thankful villages. Steve, I think the Queen is really missing Philip. He was her strength, but she is ours. Yes, we tend to forget. Who does she turn to? Who does she turn to? The answer is only her children. And let's face it, they're sort of dropping, around her like flies at the moment. Tara says, looking at the unclaimed prize section of the National Lottery online, there's a £1 million unclaimed prize brought in Greenwich with the last claiming date of 28th of this month. Like any of the unclaimed prizes, wouldn't it be just so awful if the person who won the money only realised afterwards? What agony. Well, they wouldn't realise, would they? Because that'd be the thing. Yeah, found a ticket. No hope. I really don't understand why people don't check their tickets. What's the point of buying them? Well, they just forget. People just forget the tickets. And you've got so long in which to claim it, and then it goes to good causes. So at least it's that. But can you imagine claiming it the day after? I've only just found it. And you go, well, tough. You've had 60 days in which to claim it. So I know exactly what you mean. It's a bit of. Can you imagine if you miss out on the one tomorrow? You would have won 98 million, but yah-boo to you. You never got it, did you? Never got it at all. What was the other one that I quite like? Oh, the Brit brand, a British brand, that beat the French with a cognac, £500 a bottle cognac. So, see, we can beat the French. And, of course, we like to be all smug about it. Fat Brits are on Europe's sick list. Apparently we are one of the fattest countries. I don't know why. Is it because we've got loads of fast food places? Because I don't remember going to France and seeing loads of fast food places. You can go and eat in cafes and restaurants and things like that, but I don't remember seeing, loads of fast food. It was over here. It's like an endemic, isn't it? Pandemic. All of these fast food places. Spudger-like, KFC, and now they've got in Spudulike, which we like. McDonald's with their, what is it? Their double-sized. Double Big Mac. I mean, I looked at the size of it. How big is your mouth going to have to be to get that in there? Very big. And Steve just wondered if you ever pop into the Cabbage Patch. Popped in there the other day. They've made it more upmarket. And there is a lack of decent pubs in Twickenham. Best one being the one by Water Lane. Well, there's only one at the bottom of Water Lane. That's on the left-hand side, which is the Barmy Arms. And then you've got the Eel Pie. And there's another one down Church Street. You've got two in Church Street. We've got pubs all over the place. There's the double Big Mac, 4 beef pâtés, slice of cheese, lettuce, onions and pickles, and the unbeatable tasty Big Mac sauce. I bet it never looks like that when it arrives. Every time I get them, it looks like somebody sat on them. But the lettuce always looks quite nice. And you've got I've got those bloody gherkins on it. I can see it poking out the side. How do you get that in your mouth? I mean, you don't, do you? That's not physically possible. They're very thin. Yes, their burgers are very. Yeah, well, they'd have to be very thin. But it's 694 calories. That's a wee bit too much for me. Wee bit too much. Yes, that's what you call a very, very special treat. What if you could just have four burgers, not have anything else on it? That'd be a good one, wouldn't it? What else have we got? Perhaps with imagining tattoos. Haggis, more popular in Birmingham than Scotland. I'm not surprised. I've never had it, so I've got no idea. I'm only guessing, actually, as to what it is. Paul says, my granddad has an uncle he never knew about. That I discovered during Ancestry. He died in France, 1918, age 20. Confirmed he's related because my granddad's grandparents' names and address are in the records. Mike says, I think Rachel Riley and Anne Robinson should settle their differences with a wrestling match. Slug it out, is what I reckon. Go on, fisticuffs. Fisticuffs, definitely. The Sun this morning, Rose is blooming amazing. This is the Deaf Girl. Really, it's quite amazing. Mel Gibson set to direct and star in the 5th Lethal Weapon film, 23 years after the last, and age 66. They do things like that, don't they? They like to be seen to be still doing things. They just don't sort of lie down and go away. So fans of Riggs will be very pleased. Joe Pesci, who played the sidekick Leo Getz, is 78 and retired, although he's been in some movies since. So they don't retire. Actors do not retire. Spider-Man Tom Holland is thinking of hammering out a new career as a carpenter. He told Total Film magazine, I might just get married, have kids and disappear. Well, you do whatever you want to do. Nobody's going to dictate to you. Kate watches from the balcony. And she looks as though she had a tear in her eye. It's a very nice outfit. I think it's an Alexander McQueen outfit. Giovanni and Rose stunned with a no music show. I mean, she's quite remarkable. I think seriously. Just down where I go home, there's a place there for blind people, and you see them being taken out with their dogs, learning how to. That in itself, as far as I'm concerned, is a miracle. You know, if you can't see anything, blimey, terrible. Austria has become the latest European country to go back into lockdown. They're not happy. Not happy at all, but I mean, you know, it doesn't really matter. William will be enraged by the Crown using his front garden to film a key scene in the portrayal of Princess Diana. And producers had the actress Elizabeth Debicki wear the same outfit and reenact the scene at the exact spot inside Kensington Gardens. Well, they must have got permission to do it. You can't just start filming in there. So somebody obviously couldn't really care less what William thinks. And, you know, it's the way it goes. I mean, it's a public garden, isn't it? I suppose you just say to somebody, can we film there? And they go, yeah, of course you can. How much are you going to pay us? A partner at an accountancy firm who told a female trainee, I'm going to, rude word, you, on a company's ski trip has resigned. Neil Hutt, who worked for Big Four firm EY, initially kept his job despite a tribunal ruling his behaviour was obscene and aggressive. But after a backlash over the case, Hutt left at the weekend. The woman was said to have been shocked. During an internal inquiry 2 years ago, he claimed he'd taken a joke too far and was fined £75,000. So now he's gone as well. You can't say that to people. You really can't. I mean, even at a party. You know, and they were skiing. I mean, why do these people think they can get away with it, you know? We've got a little Christmas tree here. In fact, it's only a pretend Christmas tree. And, I don't know, is it... No, it is a pretend Christmas. I couldn't quite work out, actually, how they were going to do it. It's a tiny stump of a Christmas tree, which has failed to get brothers Logan and Tyler into the festive spirit. I mean, it's not very big at all. Mum of three, Jessie, was fuming after ordering 2 6-foot trees and decorations for almost 150 quid, but she got a 12-inch piece of tinsel on wire that could almost fit into a cracker. She's believed to be one of hundreds of customers ripped off by retailer Amtali. She says, you know, she's unsure if she'll get a refund. She said the boys were devastated. It's disgusting scamming people. That's the trouble, isn't it? If you don't know a company, you know, and you risk something. I mean, if you have a look at the tree on the website, it's fantastic. When you look at what you actually get, it's blatantly a rip-off, I'm afraid. Blatantly a rip-off. Wilbur Smith has died. I interviewed Wilbur some years ago. He's published 49 novels, sold 140 million copies worldwide, with River God amongst the best loved by fans. His cause of death has not been revealed. We could take a short break. I know. I suddenly realised, actually, I looked at it. And then we'll talk about people's clothing. Because there they were the other day at another awards ceremony, which was very nice. And Ed Sheeran turns up in a jacket that doesn't fit. You'd think with all his money, he could at least buy a jacket that... I mean, it really is. It's a bad-fitting jacket. No, it's not the fashion. It's called it badly fit. Perhaps it's an old one and they just didn't have one in his size.
This is LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. My friend Ian says he sent me a picture of the Dallas skyline lit up in US flag colours for Veterans Day, which is what they call Remembrance Day. He said, you're quite right, the Americans like to fly their flag. I know, I just wish we did. But we don't all the time. Steve, funny you mention McDonald's. I often pick up a Metro on the train and there's a page missing. It's for the vouchers. Yes, there's people rip out... I've done that before. You rip out the pages, you've got the vouchers on the bottom for $1.99. Steve, great show this morning, thank you. Happy birthday to Andrew Castle, says Jez. Andrew Castle. It's his birthday for today. How old is Andrew Castle? Here we go. This is where we can be terribly rude about people, which isn't too difficult. But I think he's 62. Have I gone too high? Oh, I've gone too... He's 58. God. So sorry. So he'll have to sit in the dark more often. Anyway, happy birthday to Andrew Castle for today. And Steve, I love popping into charity shops. In He says, I'm forever looking for large vases, 1960s cups and saucers. So can you mention Princess Alice, Oxfam and the British Heart Foundation? Absolutely not. What do you think we are? It's not some free advert for charity shops. They don't pay rent properly either, do they? At the moment. Dad is now 95, says Sandra. We went to Staines service yesterday. He was on the front line in Arnhem. After the service, went back with a big crowd to the local pub in Egham, and everybody cheered as he walked in with his medals and berry. I was so proud. A big thank you to all the servicemen and women for what they did for us during that sad time. It was. There's no winners in war. There's no winners. Somebody pointed that out to me the other day, and I remember thinking, why did we go to war? There are no winners at all. Steve, all black cabs and private hire vehicles have to take guide dogs or assistant dogs. Yes, we know that. This isn't a guide dog or an assistance dog. I've just told you. Nothing worse than somebody who's not listening properly. I'm quite well aware of guide dogs. You can't refuse to take a guide dog. Or an assistance dog. I don't know what an assistance dog is. Same sort of thing, I suppose, roughly. But no, this is just a dog. Haggis, Steve, is made of minced lamb lungs, beef fat, oats, lamb stock, onions, salt and spices. Sounds revolting. Sounds revolting. Not for me. Not for me. Not for me at all. Steve, we have chicken shops, burger shops, pizza shops. I say let's have more pie and mash shops. Maybe not sexy enough for the present generation, says Albert. We've got quite a number of pie and mash shops. Oh, yes. The most famous, Tubby Isaacs. Tubby Isaacs for pie and mash. And in fact, Paul Cooper, who's got the fruit and veg shop, he sometimes the boys will go off, and I forget where they go to. They go to get pie and mash. You know, and you can have eel and mash, I suppose, or stewed eels or something like that. But no, Tubby Isaacs is closed. Yes, they had. I think there's a story that goes with it. I don't want to go into it at the moment, but there was definitely a story that went with it. And I think Tubby Isaacs died, and I think somebody else took over the business, one of the family. But I think they ran up some debts. That's all I can. I can only remember actually. There's loads in London. What of pie and mash shop? Absolutely. I mean, there's been a cook shop in London since 1862. This is in Hoxton. There's also Manzy's in Bermondsey. You're whizzing through them a bit too fast for me. Cockney's pie. Well, it just looks like pie and mash, doesn't it? Pie and mash is £5.50. 2 pies and mash is £8. Pudding and mash is £6. Wonder what pudding is. Sounds quite nice, isn't it? Peas are £1. Tea is something else, and a cold drink is something else. No, they're not Yorkshire puddings. No, I don't think so. No. Goddard's at Greenwich. See, they do pie and mash for £4.60. Loads of them. You don't need to look at G. Kelly's. That's on the Roman Road. And you can order your pie, mash and liquor, gluten-free, takeaway and local delivery. BJ's Pie and Mash. Do you know, I don't think I've ever had anybody do mash for me. Golden Pie, traditional pie, mash and eel shop. Ooh. I hate eels. Oh, jellied eels, how sicky. Sicky poos. But in fact, the staff are known in the Golden Pie for their warmth, and the pies are cooked golden whilst retaining a stodgy soft goodness. They also do free-range beef, and it remains one of the most popular takeaways in the area. It's got to be a bit crispy, is it? Whatever it is, it sounds quite nice. Jellied eels. Oh, no, chopped eel. No. I've seen them alive. They don't, oh, no, take your arm off. The jellied eel. Oh, no. But they all do jellied eels. Loads of mince in the pie. So it's obviously a mince pie, isn't it? Which sounds quite nice, isn't it? I could go a mince pie right now. What's the matter with that? And some mashed potato. And a bit of... Oh, you're so fussy, aren't you? You go chicken. Yeah, well, whatever. We wouldn't be having the eels, would we? Yeah, vegan. Would you be having eels? No, I wouldn't. Because they come in alive and then they just chop them up and then cook... Oh, slithering things that move. Have you seen their teeth? Oh, enormous they are. Seriously, take out a dinner tray. Dreadful. Not my sort of thing. Not my sort of thing at all. George Ezra's back with another album. That's good. Or a single, actually. Single and album, which can be quite nice. There you go. A moray eel. I don't think they serve moray eels. I think they're a little bit... There must be places that breed them, unless they actually go out and catch them. I don't know. Where'd you get an eel from? Water. What do you mean, where'd you get them from? Well, I don't know. River water, I suppose. I don't know. What are you asking me for? Do I look like I've ever eaten an eel or anything like that? No, I haven't. I wouldn't eat anything like that. No, thank you very much. There'll be people listening going, oh, stop it, Steve, I'm salivating. You can get tablets for that now. Don't want to miss out, do you? EastEnders Adam Woodyard is set to infuriate his estranged wife further. He's bought a brand new camper van for nearly £100,000 because Beverly is said to be struggling on handouts from loved ones. They split last summer after 22 years. She was furious after he signed a deal. Well, he doesn't have to pay anything at all. I mean, if they've got children of the right age, then he will be paying. But in fact, what he does is he lives in a motorhome whilst touring with a theatre production, so it saves the cost of a theatre. Or rooms in a hotel. I know there's a couple of chefs do that when they're touring the country doing their show. They sleep in their own camper van in a public car park. They just hook up for the night, or a caravan site or anything like that. Much cheaper than a hotel, and then they can got their own. It's lovely. Some of these, I mean, Adams is quite big actually. I should imagine it's probably got 2 or 3 bedrooms in it, and it'll have a bathroom and a shower. And so, very nice. Why would he not want to do that? And then he just sort of locks it up and walks over to the theatre, and that's it. Well done, him. I do that here. I've got my own van, as I call it, just to sort of get away from it all. I don't see any problem with things like that. But they keep mentioning the wife as if it was his fault. It's not. Their marriage split up. And presumably she's waiting for the divorce to go through, and then they'll decide, whether there's money to pay. There might not be any money to pay. I don't know. Jules says, Steve, I saw the duck mince pies in M&S this weekend. They're in the freezer. Oh, yes. And Simon, there you go. Slow-cooked duck mince pies. Tender British duck in a sticky hoisin flavour sauce in all butter pastry. Oh. 12 you get. They must be quite tiny. Cooks in 16 minutes. Not for me. I'm on a diet. Simon says, I hope the scumbags who terrorised the old lady and stole her family's First World War medals get their just desserts. They will. They will. It was a break-in. She's 94. And one of them is engraved T.A. Morris. Not masked men. Threatened her, forced her to open a safe, took her father's medals. Happened around 7:10 on the 13th of November at her house in Oldbury. She wasn't hurt, but was left shaken. There's a Queen Victoria goblet florin, which is a 2-shilling piece minted in 1800, and a 5-shilling piece made into a brooch. And she's heartbroken. Her father's war medals have been taken. Somebody will give them back. If you don't give them back, we're going to get you, and we're going to deal with you most severely. Okay, so I'd warn you of this now, because the one thing we don't we don't tolerate in this country is people attacking 94-year-old women in their homes and stealing something which it doesn't even belong to you. What are you going to do with it? You're going to try and sell it? I don't think that's going to be very likely, because the first person you try and sell it to is going to report you, because these things have got people's names on them. But obviously you're not bright enough to realise that. Dawn French said she's so excited to be a TV judge, she will need to wear double knickers. Putting it a bit strong, isn't it, really? We don't want to know about that. Mind you, the reinforced gusset, an absolute boon, I think. And she's going to join Gary Barlow, Alicia Dixon and Craig David on the judging panel, which is lovely. Adele was performing the other day with a star-studded audience. Dua Lipa, Idris Elba and Pip Schofield were in the audience. Who did Pip Schofield say? Has he not found anybody yet? You do worry, don't you? Hope he finds somebody to sort of, share Christmas with. Because otherwise he's going to be the only gay in the village who's single. And you really want him to find somebody. Goodness sake, honestly. Also, Sarah Davis has become the 7th celebrity voted off Strictly last night. I don't even know who she was, actually. Apparently she was on Dragon's Den, or is on Dragon's Den. That's about as far as it goes. Coming up to the news at 5 o'clock this morning on LBC. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. You are very, very welcome. There's a massive Lego tree in Legoland, of course, and it's made out of Lego. It's very good. They can do anything in Lego, can't they?
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Monday, the 15th of November. Nothing more exciting happening, is there, between now and Christmas? Is there anything else I've got to look out for? We've had Remembrance Sunday. We've had the Cenotaph the other day. We wished Her Majesty the very best for a speedy recovery. But this is going to be an interesting Christmas, isn't it? With people going to Sandringham. At least they won't have to spend as much money on presents. Not that they're sort of crackers on presents in the royal family. They don't. They just give more practical things like sort of soap on a rope or something like that. It's not going to be. I think people think if you're in the royal family, they go out and buy sort of £1 million worth of jewellery or something like that. They don't. They don't. Yes, I wonder how many vacuum cleaners. Well, I should imagine the Queen knows what a vacuum cleaner is. Why would she know? She's never vacuumed. She's got a Henry. She used to have a Philip, but now she's got a Henry. But no, I like. Turkey farmers are facing a staffing crisis. Thousands of extra workers are needed to slaughter and prepare the birds. Well, yeah. I thought it was all an automated system anyway. Michael Bailey, who runs Bailey's Turkeys, with his brother David, said, we were asking and asking and asking. This is a seasonal demand, such as fruit picking or hop picking. We've got a special Christmas need for people for 6 weeks, but locals want 12 months a year jobs. At the weekend, 50 temporary staff flew in from Poland to process 2,000 birds a day, but there's still 5 workers short. Well, you just have to pull your finger out and do it yourself. What's the matter with all these people complaining about it? I mean, it doesn't, it's obviously not as automated as the chicken thing. They haven't said there's going to be a chicken shortage. You know what they're doing? They're panicking you. They're panicking you into buying... I saw a frozen bird the other day. I mean, she only had a very short skirt on and everything else, but the old ones are the best. Unfortunately, I only know the old ones. I'm of that age now. David Beckham's been shown the red card by charity workers over his deal with Qatar World Cup. I don't think he's really understood the gravity of this. I don't think he's understood the gravity at all. All he's seen is the money, and he's taken it without realising the human rights in Qatar. And he really needs to sort this out as quickly as possible, because it's going to react very badly for him, and the public will turn against him. Their human rights against all sorts of peoples is almost unbelievable. But for David Beckham, it's the money, isn't it? Which is a shame. Tubby Isaacs was a jellied eel and fresh fish stall next to Aldgate East Station. Yes. I used to, Steve, go to the pie shop in Dalston, pick 2 of the fattest eels, and the man would get them out of the tank, and in a flash they were gutted, decapitated and chopped, says John in Smithfield. Oh, dear. Mike says, love pie and mash and liquor, but I'm so with you about eels. There's a new wet fish shop in Woolwich, which is incredible, and I treated myself to something which not many like, whelks. Poached in stock for 15 minutes, utterly delicious. Yeah, I had to explain to the producer what whelks were. He said, do they like eels? See, that's what I'm dealing with. I said, no, they like shellfish. Whelks. You've seen M&S have them as well. You'll probably find them in their fish pies and stuff like that. And also used to get them outside a lot of pubs, of a Friday or a Saturday evening. A whelk stall, yeah. And I used to get mussels and whelks you get. And people like them in a little bit of vinegar, something like that. And I've had mussels before. I've had whelks. I'm not wild about them. They're okay if you like that kind of thing. They just always taste of the sea. I suppose that's where they've come from. But I think most of them are harvested, in sort of indoor tanks at the moment to help them grow quicker. The turkeys are not looking forward to Christmas, are they? They can't be. They really can't. Probably wondering where all their friends have gone, poaching, 2,000 a day out of your flock. And then all of a sudden, because apparently such is the craving that the British people have for turkey at Christmas. Although I know people who've said, I wouldn't want turkey, I want goose or something like that. I don't know why we have turkey. I really couldn't tell you. I couldn't. It probably goes back donkey's years. Most people would have a goose. And then we went on to turkey, I think probably in Victorian times, because it featured in Dickens' A Christmas Carol, the biggest turkey in the shop. So that was it. And you could have geese or anything else. I mean, I think it was probably somebody like Henry VIII who decided that we could have turkey because there was more meat on it than on the duck. Phil Vickery loves... Oh, you're back, are you now? He's been filming in some exotic location. Have you seen this? There's a piece in the paper today of Phil on a beach somewhere. Absolutely outrageous, honestly. But he likes whelks. See, I've never had them. I can't remember. They're only little, aren't they, I think? But Henry VIII came up with the idea of having the turkey. I wonder what Phil's doing for Christmas this year. Would you be having turkey crown, or would you just be having a steak? My friend Jeff Stevenson is a comedian, but he plays the big ships. He's just coming into Southampton on the Queen Elizabeth. Just now, he sent me a picture. He said, it's great to be back performing again on the ships. Have a great week, says Jeff. Well, I tell you, if that's what you rely on for your living, actually, it's been a long wait, a long, cold wait, Jeff. But to actually... to get back working again is good news, and on such a super ship. Turkeys came in 1526. Before that, we used to eat geese, boar's head, and even peacocks. Oh, I've seen pictures of peacocks being eaten, and swans. Turkeys were eaten instead of cows and chickens because the farmers needed the cows more for the milk and needed the chickens for the eggs, which back then were more expensive than they are today. So instead of killing off one of the livestock for Christmas, they'd have a turkey. Then they could save the livestock to produce more milk and eggs. Henry VIII was the first person to eat turkey on Christmas Day, although, frankly, I mean, judging by the size of him, he was eating every single minute of the day. However, it wasn't until the 1950s that the turkey was more popular as a Christmas meal choice than the goose. Goose was very fatty, so you had to do it on a rack, if memory serves me, so the fat would drip through it. Goose is quite nice, yeah, but it's a very fatty bird. Are you allowed to say that? Is that okay to say that now? Yeah, and so that's okay, but we always have turkey. I mean, some people have beef as well as turkey, or they have goose and beef and stuff like that. It doesn't make any difference, does it? As long as it comes with little roast potatoes, Yorkshire puddings. I do. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, it's just going to make me salivate. Huh? Drip all over the place. Terrible. But poached in stock for 15 minutes, which is quite nice. Whelks. And Tara says, I made some peanut butter fudge the other day, so guess what the bloke's nibbling on? Can't imagine. And as I decant it into tubs. Delicious. Thank you for my morning mental boost, as always. We like to be here. And the trouble is, I feel a bit sorry for turkeys now, and I'm a meat eater. Because I like to think that they're all there having a bit of a nice time, going, what should we do next week? Well, don't plan anything in the diary, put it that way. Because if they're processing 2,000 a day in turkeys, that shows how many we consume. I saw one the other day. It looked quite big. It's in a freezer of Iceland. It was in the freezer, and it was rock hard. And I remember thinking, somebody will buy that and take it out. Just pop it in their own freezer. Then you've got just remember to defrost it. 48 hours. We eat around 10 million turkeys every year. 25% of you buy your turkey months in advance. 20% of British people admit to paying more for their turkeys for extra quality. And then whatever you have left over, it's sandwiches, soups, stews or salads. So you're never going to eat a whole turkey. We never have a whole turkey. We have turkey crown, which I think is very nice. I'm trying to find the picture of Phil Vickery on a beach. I thought that looks like a nice little holiday to get away for. Ari says, Steve, pie and mash, Shepherdess Cafe, EC1 is the best. Remember when the man used to walk around the pub selling shellfish? Yes, they still do it. Although there's a pub down in Brentford where they have a little stall outside, Whelks and stuff like that. And he sells it. Comes in a little polystyrene little tub thing, and people stand there and eat it. And I don't know how much they charge it, for £4 or £5, I suppose. I don't know. Father Christmas, oh my goodness me. He's holding his COVID passport in a Tesco TV ad. He's now become a target for the anti-vaxxers. Oh yes, oh yes. Apparently dozens took to Twitter to launch a hashtag boycott Tesco campaign. Oh, thank God they won't be there then. Glad to see the back of them. One said Tesco will have no choice but to pull their ad. Oh, sorry, dozens of you taking to Twitter. Don't be so silly. He says, everybody except the brain-dead sheep can see it's got nothing to do with Christmas at all. Its purpose is to push out sinister government nudging by attempting to normalise this disgusting medical apartheid. They're quite mad, aren't they? I didn't realise just how stupid they were. Human rights lawyer, somebody, vowed, I'm never shopping there again. Thank God for that. Thank God we don't want people like you there, thank you. The Drearies. One shopper hit back. Great news. Thank you means Tesco will have less Muppets in the aisles. And another told them, of course Santa would be vaccinated. He wouldn't be as selfish like you anti-vax melters. I love it. Oh, Tesco are going to have to withdraw the advert. Moved on from Big Bird, obviously. Phil says, holiday was working. Such a fibber. Such a fibber. How you can fib to me. I looked at the picture. Look, as though you're having a great time. Very nice time on a beach. Honestly, I've not been on a beach in ages. Are we supposed to go on beaches? I don't know. Can't remember, actually. To whether on... Here he is. Look, this morning's Phil Vickery heads to Grenada, known as the Spice Island, for a 3-week mini-series. You fibber. He said, and as if to make us in the UK jealous, he soaks up the sun, serves up delicious treats, including national dish oil down, meets Mona monkeys and leatherback turtles, and goes scuba diving to see the Molière underwater sculpture park. Oof, can't wait to see that one. Do you know they were doing a thing the other day? Henry VIII, I think, Was it Henry VIII? No, it wasn't. It was in one of the big country houses. Might have been Chatsworth. But they used to invite people over for meals. And the thing of the day was turtle soup. Turtle soup. Now, bear this in mind. Turtles were very, very expensive. They would have maybe 100 people over for dinner. One turtle made enough turtle soup for that one person. The turtles cost £20 each in those days, which was a scullery maid's salary for the year. The scullery maid earned 20 quid a year, and they would have hundreds of turtles brought in, and they would make soup. They'd be alive, and they would kill them, and they were greenback turtles, and a taste of turtle. I've never had turtle soup. I couldn't eat turtle soup. I really couldn't. Absolutely awful. But they cost 20 quid per turtle, and that was to prove you were that rich that you could afford to have turtle soup. See? But I won't find Phil Vickery doing turtle soup, honestly, working. Sorry, holiday, I do beg your pardon. Looks beautiful wherever it is. Grenada, very nice indeed. And a nice picture you get in the Daily Star today, Phil, so well done.
This is LBC.
I always love in the Daily Star, they always do a thing where they go, solve the mystery of Paddy's success, or whoever it happens to be. And it's always a little bit which is sort of slightly digging. And somebody here called Anonymous, which is a very popular name, actually, apparently, says, could somebody tell me what Paddy McGuinness is good for? He's ruined Question of Sport and Top Gear. He's got likability factor. That's all I can tell you. He's got the, he's a cheeky chappy. Nor likey, nor lighty. He's very sexy. He just seems to fit the bill. I've always thought he was very good. Phil Vickery says, I must admit I'm very lucky. It was great fun. It's a nice thing to do, though, isn't it? When you think, we were talking about this with Dawn Neeson the other day, and saying nice to have a job that you enjoy and that people give you money for. A rarity in this day and age. A rarity. The producer says I'd rather do it in Grenada. I'm tempted to say, well, go to Grenada. Do not pass go. Oh, no, I couldn't do a show from abroad. Oh, no, I couldn't. Live from the beach. No, you'd never get anything done properly, would you? You'd be too busy sort of going, I think we're going to go snorkeling. Well, I wouldn't be snorkeling. The producer would just sink like a stone. We'd have him all equipped up with his sort of flippers on and all the rest of it. Put it... an oxygen cylinder on his back, which would knock him straight into the sand, and then we just have to sort of drag him into the sea and watch him sort of bob around a little bit. Oh, the beautiful bride, yes, singing the Banana Boat song. Day-o, day-o, daylight come and he won't go home. See, for pie and mash, it's got to be Manz's. Mash slapped on the plate and trimmed round the edge with a knife. Bosh. There is no substitute, says Scott in Littlehampton. I'm so sorry. Talking about turkeys, why can't we buy turkey eggs? I don't know, actually. I'm sure you must be able to buy turkey eggs, can you? I've never thought... You can buy turkey eggs. They don't lay eggs as often. They've got to be raised for a bit longer before they begin to lay. That means that the housing and the feed-related expenses will be considerably higher for turkey eggs compared to eggs from chickens. I've always fancied the idea... James O'Brien used to keep chickens, and the kids would go out collecting the eggs, and then a fox came in the garden, and they didn't have any more eggs to collect. Because foxes are a bit... now we've got so many town foxes. A bit. Don't mention it, for God's sake. It's a very sore subject. He's got a game out. Has he got a game out? I can't believe it. What's that to do with? Honestly, something... Who knows? Who knows? A lost Doctor Who story from 1965 called Galaxy 4 is released on DVD today as a cartoon. I don't think they should do Doctor Who as a cartoon. I don't think they should. Much as though I liked... Who was the very first Doctor Who? Who was the very first Doctor Who? Come on, think about it. Think about it. No, God, no, long before Tom Baker. The very first one was William Hartnell. William Hartnell was the one, and I think it was his niece and nephew were at school, and when they came back home, they brought a friend back to show them the TARDIS in 1963. And they couldn't work out why the TARDIS was small on the outside but large on the inside, and it was time and relative dimension in space. So in other words, you look at your television set, no matter whether you've got a 50-inch or a 20-inch, you've got real-size human beings on there, but they've been condensed down into size. They haven't miniaturized them, they're just made to fit the space. And that was the same for the TARDIS, and it was set in a junkyard. And it was brilliant. It was really, really good. And they brought out a book on William Hartnell because... a friend of mine was a big fan. So I said, I've got the book. I'll send you the book. So I sent the book to them, and they were very, very, very happy people. Madonna has had lots of feuds with people who upset her, like Elton John, Lady Gaga and Cher. But apparently Alan Cummings and Miriam Margolyes had got a new show called Lost in Scotland. They returned to their Scottish roots in a motorhome. You imagine being with Miriam Margolyes in a motorhome. I can tell you she can be very rude. I'd love to repeat some of her stories, but as anybody will tell you who knows Miriam Margolyes, her stories are unrepeatable. I mean, even on television, they sit there thinking, oh, my goodness me, got to be very, very careful. Steve, sorry for being late today. I've just logged on, says Lisa, Spiker from Guildford. Right, you're barred. You'll never write to us ever again. I can't believe it, honestly. Fancy write it. It's 5:25. Goodness sake, we start at 4 in the morning. At least make the effort. What else do we have today? We have Priti Patel. Oh, listen, it's great, Priti, and I'm a big fan. But for goodness sake, you haven't actually managed to achieve anything yet. We've still got all these people coming over. You still can't manage to get rid of people out of the country. They'll even be sitting on the planes, and then they'll get off the planes. And now you're coming up with something else. I mean, even you must realise that you're fighting a losing battle. It's another tough policy announced, and we're going to do this, and this is going to... And it won't happen. It really won't. Jacqueline Josser has always fancied making it in the West End, but she's been snapped up for a new episode of All Star Musicals, which I don't even know what it is. I've never heard of it before. But I think you'll find that John Barrowman is back to host both shows, despite ITV axing him as a judge on Dancing on Ice. So he'll be there. See, the trouble is I've tried to explain away the John Barrowman situation from ages ago. And in this particular show, 6 celebrities per episode would take centre stage as they embark on the ultimate musical theatre masterclass, each hoping to steal the show with their performance and be voted All-Star Musicals champion. And John will do it. What he did was, I never saw it as being offensive. It was just... But the people they've actually got on there... Elaine Page, OBE, Samantha Barks, Frozen, Let It Go, Let It Go, Trevor Dion, Nicholas, Hamilton and Aladdin. The celebrities will be supported by a full West End ensemble in the lead up to their big performance. All will receive training from esteemed West End choreographers and vocal coaches. Wow. I love Elaine Page. She just makes me die laughing. Seriously, just makes me die laughing. Give her a drink and she's off and running. Fantastic. Steve, we in West London suffer from hard water. I've never noticed. I've been filling my kettle with Tesco bottled water. Yes, I also use bottled water. But then I think that if you're putting water into a kettle from the tap, it boils all the badness away. So it's okay. Once you've boiled it, it's fine. You don't need to do it. William Hartnell was the brother of Norman Hartnell, the fashion designer, very popular with the Queen, I believe. Queen had many, many Norman Hartnell clothes. Do you think she ever goes into her bedroom and looks around and goes, what shall I put on today? I know, pink velour tracksuit. That's a nice one, isn't it? I can go out and... I don't think she's got a pair of jeans, put it that way. I'd be very surprised. Would you think she'd have casual clothes? No, even when she goes out, she's dressed like a lady what lunches and a lady what goes out and rides. No, she would. No, she would. No, but she would have. She wears a kilt a lot of the time. A lot of the. Yeah, have you not seen pictures of her when she's relaxing at Balmoral and things? Yeah, she wears it at home. Yeah, she would do. I mean, she would. What else would she wear? Not going to have on sort of, an item from TK Maxx, is she? Really? Goodness sake, honestly. Yeah, lots and Fred. Alan Cummings and Miriam Margolyes. I quite like the sound of this, actually. I like Alan Cummings. But he says, being Scottish, there's this very primal thing that makes you always miss home, miss the history and spirit of it. I agree. It's so beautiful, isn't it? So beautiful up in the Highlands and stuff like that. I like that. I haven't, no. I've seen pictures. I've seen pictures of a tall tree and a stag. And I've often thought, I'd like to go there. And then I think, no. Because Thomas, my former producer, original Groovy Gang member, his family came from Scotland. And we found their house just before they pulled it down. And, no, it was lovely. It was lovely. We actually saw it on this Google Earth thing. It was ever so good. I went, no, that's where you live. Might be near Aberdeen. I can't remember, to be honest with you. But, no, I thought that was lovely. I like stuff like that. Perhaps I'll try and find our old house in Berkshire. It's the trouble, though, when you're looking for estates, it's more difficult to find, isn't it? Because we also found the one in Hong Kong. We found that one, number 8 Tun Shan Terrace. That wasn't so difficult. And what was on the television the other day? Oh, it was looking around Highclere Castle, and which is the setting for Downton Abbey. And it was lovely. All the stories. They lost a lot of people in the war. When the wars came up, they lost a lot of their staff. They used to have 60 staff. I think they lost about 40 in the war who were killed, which goes to show that the casualty numbers were horrendous, absolutely horrendous. I think Second World War, was it 400,000 people? 400,000. Race of his life, Lewis Hamilton roaring to a brilliant win in Brazil to storm back into title contention. We don't have a problem with his driving cars. It's the ghastly clothes he wears. I don't know where he gets them from. Missing Queen, health fears, absent from the cenotaph. Yeah, but we'd rather have her back fully, properly well than only partly well. In Liverpool, Pipers, Birmingham, Soldiers, London, Keir Starmer, Boris Johnson, Theresa May, David Cameron and Gordon Brown, and all the ex-Prime Ministers behind them, including Tony Blair. And don't forget, Keir Starmer is on with Nick Ferrari this morning from 9, so you can call Keir. You can talk to him. It's as simple as that. Another one here. William hails the Chelsea pensioners. We love the Chelsea pensioners. We love the Chelsea pensioners. In fact, actually, we're very much in favour with everything at the moment. Everybody. I mean, everybody played their part well. The soldiers, the boys and the girls and the adults. Everybody looked fantastic. Everybody looked fantastic, and they were just a credit to the war dead of this country. A woman who died of excitement when she thought she'd struck gold has been given a headstone 95 years later. Elizabeth Lingard, 90, read that a rare first edition of the Pilgrim's Progress by John Bunyan had sold for thousands. She realised she also owned one and rushed to find it, but suffered a seizure and died. She was buried in an unmarked grave in the Great Orme in North Wales. Historian buff Adrian Hughes launched a plea for the headstone, saying it didn't seem right. She died thinking she was about to be rich, but is buried in an unmarked grave. Local undertakers Lord Brown and Harty organised the headstone for free. Yeah, but did she have a copy of the Pilgrim's Progress? And if so, who got the bloody thing? That's what you'd want. That's what you want to know. I mean, she died of excitement. I mean, like people listening to this programme, isn't it, really, actually? People dying of excitement listening to it, going, oh, it's unbelievable. Maxwell, arrogant, wholly unlikable. I can't believe how long this is. We haven't even got into court yet, and we're still droning on about it. Ridiculous. And a 4-year-old British boy has become the youngest to climb a peak in America. Jason Holding scaled Pingora Peak in the Rocky Mountains in Wyoming, led by his dad and his mum, and was joined by big sister Freya, who's 8. He's 4, and it's 11,889 foot tall. No, thank you. Not for me. Expert climber Leo, that's his dad, said, I'm immensely proud of both my children and how far they've come. We always take it slow and take the time to plan each climb to the very last detail. Well done. Well done you. I wouldn't do it myself, but I'm very, very envious.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC.
Very interesting, actually. I only asked this merely as a question. You remember when Katie Price had her car accident? And she talked about, yes, I've taken drugs, yes, I've done this, but they're not charging her with that. They're charging her with driving whilst disqualified, twice the legal drink drive limit, and no insurance as well. But in fact, if she entered the USA under the ESTA programme, the online application would have said, have you ever violated any law relating to possessing, using or distributing illegal drugs? They say she may have secured a work visa before the court case. What, for America? No, that's what I say. I asked the question. What sort of work is she? She's in Las Vegas. I don't know what she's supposed to be doing. Lawyers have said under US law she would be obliged to report any change in circumstances, such as a court case. But I don't know whether she's mentioned that either. I hope she has anyway. We all hope she has. Wait and see what happens. Also, shortage of porridge. Couldn't care less. Couldn't care less. I mean, actually, there's so many good porridges out there, but they've all got loads of sugar in, which makes them very appealing. There's a very good one which comes in a little tub, and you pour on hot water, stir it, and it's instant porridge, but the sugar level is through the roof. So what you're supposed to be using is sort of proper porridge. Well, I mean, on this particular one, water rather than milk. Well, you can use either. You can use it doesn't make any difference, actually. If you're making Scots porridge oats, I think it's water. But that's the one that is proper oats and isn't one that's got the little thing where you peel the lid off and then pour the water in, which is delicious, but it's got sugar in it, which is not so good. Steve says, Trucker Phil, I'm in the Highlands with 24 tons of fresh salmon. It may be beautiful, but I can't see a thing because it's pitch black. That's the trouble. You've got no lights, isn't it? Pitch black. They've got a thing. I keep seeing, I get little adverts that pop up on my telephone with some really useful things. And I ordered something a short while ago, and I can't remember what it does. It's like a face cream, but I don't know. I've got 2 pots of it. It arrived the other day, and my phone takes note of what I look at. Every so often, I'll be going through something, and it gives adverts. Well, some of them are fantastic, and then you suddenly realise you're replying to Singapore to buy this stuff. You're not buying it from this country, it's Singapore. I was going to buy a DVD, which was recommended by my friend Ian, and I thought, oh, there it is. It's on there, $15.99. It's a Christmas DVD. It's called Broadcast Christmas, I think, or something like that. And I nearly bought it, and then it went, oh, delivery date, December. And I thought, this is coming from abroad. Yeah, only 2 weeks away. Is it really? God. Bad news, isn't it? It's very bad news. An autograph book signed by Harry Houdini is set to fetch £1,000. He captured a picture, safe blind, safe find, does not apply to the undersigned Harry Handcuff Houdini. He quoted a wrong date of birth and posted a photo when he visited the Hippodrome in Huddersfield in 1911. And it's got all sorts of people. Horace Goldin, George Formby Sr., dad of Comic George. The book belonged to the seller's grandfather and has an estimate of £600 to £900. Oh, it's got to be worth it. Because what they do with these autograph books is they'll go through it and they'll see the autographs that they want to cut out of it. So if ever you have an autograph book, don't get 2 famous celebrities, one on one side of the page, one on the other, because they're only going to go for one of them. And so you get Harry Houdini's note here, which is quite nice. And what you'll do is you get a picture of Harry Houdini, then they'll put a box underneath with this thing in it. But it's got an estimate of £600 to £900. But I think the Houdini one could push the price up, unless there's anything else in there. I mean, if Horace Goldin is there and George Formby Sr., they're worth having as well, but not as big as Houdini, who died in 1926. And how did he die? How did he die? Come on, don't cheat, don't cheat. Ruptured appendix. Yes, he had some students come to visit him in his dressing room, and he was said to be able to clench his stomach muscles so hard that if somebody punched him in the stomach, it wouldn't do any damage. And so the student asked him, and he said yes. And before he'd had a chance, the student punched him in the stomach. And before he clenched. Yeah, so technically the student should be up on murder charge. Should be. I don't know. Well, he died as a result of it. It was one of those sort of odd things that it's unclear whether... I mean, he was in great pain. He was unable to sleep, and he was advised to have surgery. He passed out during the show, but was revived. And so it was appendicitis. We think that he was suffering from appendicitis before, might have been aware had he not received blows to the abdomen. And after taking statements from his insurance company that the death was due to the dressing room incident, it paid double indemnity. And in fact, they had a very, very interesting séance. Every year, his wife would have a séance with people who claimed that they were able to speak to Houdini and speak to him from beyond the grave. But as we all know, that's a pile of old hooey. You cannot speak to somebody from beyond the grave because they're dead. OK, no matter what certain people will tell you. Dawn Neeson says, morning, Monday, hugely fun and exciting week coming up. It's Christmas already in telly and magazine world, which means sparkles and bubbles for the next 5 weeks, though writing and listening to the Steve Allen Show at LBC in Santa hat and dressing gown possible. Only you. Only you. Very busy week, I suspect. Very, very busy week, which I'm sure will be absolutely wonderful for everybody. I like it when people have sort of busy weeks and enter into the spirit of things. I like that. I like that a lot. Let's have a quick look. And probably a bit much, she thinks. No, never too much, Dawn. Never too much. Christmas market's open outside now in the square. I've not looked at it yet. I might try and get around to it. Actually, this week I might better get around to it because we've got the first of the Steve Allen lunches back again with my little team. Very busy last night, was it? Oh right. They sell food and sausages and stuff like that. Oh, you didn't go in. Bit of a tempting, actually, isn't it? Because if you go in, you're going to spend money. We like a bit of money spending, but as I say, it's a very, very expensive time of year for just about everybody, isn't it? When it comes up, huge sweeties. Oh, the sweeties stalls you get everywhere. You get those on Waterloo Station. Just remember that you're paying by the weight, and they've got very heavy sweets in there. Be warned. I've seen people. No, 27 quid for a little packet of sweets, and they take credit cards. It's cheaper to go buy sweets elsewhere. Seriously, I mean, I'm not putting anybody off. Yes, I am. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Dick and Dom say the show's The Bungalow will be banned from children's TV today. The rule book's got bigger. They look set to return to TV next year with an adult version of the kid show. I mean, in their 40s now. It's looking a bit tragic. See, I thought they were going to go on to be the new Ant and Dec, but it didn't work out like that. I think because they used to yell bogies in public. Do you remember that? Bogies. And all the rest of it. They admit some features, such as baldy slapheads or what a sweaty flap, would not actually get the go-ahead today. There were games where we got people to hold puppies which would lick dog food off vases. This apparently was seen as hilarious. And it goes to prove how things have changed, doesn't it, really? They proudly boast their show is only the second children's show to be called out in the Commons. They're due to star in Beauty and the Beast. Can't work out which one will be playing which, but I'm sure you've worked it out. At the Fairfield Halls. And they're going to open a The Bungalow bar in Ibiza. I don't even know what they're doing, actually. I've got no idea what they're doing. That's the trouble, you see. When you've been a children's entertainer, it's very difficult to make it out of there. My friend Chris Jarvis does very well because his own pantomime every year, and he's very good. But he just doesn't seem to age. Who's made the move? Philip Schofield, Andy Crane, Zoe Ball. Who's the woman who used to work with Ant and Dec? Kat Deely, she's made it. There's a few of them. There's a load have fallen by the wayside. Valerie was she was Blue Peter, wasn't she? So any of the Blue Peter people, even though it's a children's television programme. But, in the case of Dick and Dom, it was a case of, where do they go from here? Once you've done something which is sort of a little bit rude and edgy, people are a little bit wary. And it kind of ran its course. So they were talked about in the Commons, and they'll do pantomime. But whether they've slowed down because they're a bit older now, I've got no idea. When I say slowed down, if you're a children's entertainer, you spend most of your life blowing up balloons and creating, oh, look, a poodle. Oh, boy. Oh, look, a guitar. I can't even blow the balloons up. Seriously, I've tried. I used to want to do that thing with a condom. You put it over your head and you blew it. Did you ever remember that? Yeah, we do that one in the break. Oh, good, we're having a machine installed. That'd be quite nice. Steve, says Truckerfield, it's taken me ages to remember, but the actress who the story about the dog peeing in the taxi was Dame Edith Evans. It was Dame Edith. Mark says, have you forgotten Andy Peters from the list of who made it? Oh, you can't forget Andy Peters, for God's sake. Yeah, but he doesn't age. He's living in some bubble somewhere where he literally goes into it at night and it's like, he's in his 50s. He's living in like an oxygen tent. Michael Jackson did that. Do you remember years ago, Michael Jackson was pictured, it was a publicity stunt to lie in this, and they said this is what keeps his looks and all the rest of it. Andy Peters does not age. And I know because I bumped into him in Richmond about 6 months ago or something. And I remember looking at him thinking, damn you, why have you not aged? And yeah, giving away £1 million or something. And he just doesn't age. I mean, some people are lucky.
This is LBC.
How lovely life is. How lovely. Dawn says, she retweeted me, actually. What a weekend. What a start to Monday. If you're feeling a bit down, I'll raise your spirits from 4. That's the whole idea of radio, isn't it? That is the whole idea of radio. It's to lift your spirits or to make you think or to get you going or to sort of just all sorts of things. It's supposed to produce a result. That's the end thing. What other form of cocaine user Darren Day used the contents of his wallet for? As Andy Peters tweeted. He's such a tinker, honestly. He said, when I became famous, I was a fan, this is Darren Day, of £50 notes. They were generally rolled up. He estimates he spent £900,000 on coke and was declared bankrupt in 2006. He said, trust me, those days are gone. Yes, I knew that. I remember talking to his agent years and years ago, and I said, is Darren earning money? He said, yeah, he's earning really good money. He was earning about $250,000 a year back in those days. But unfortunately, like a lot of people who fell by the wayside, they basically had so much money coming in that they ended up bored and they didn't know what to do with it. That's why a lot of footballers gamble, because they're not playing football all the time. And if you're earning that sort, you imagine you're earning £300,000 a week. That's an awful lot of money. And once you bought your house, you've got your car, and you've got the kids, and you've got all the rest of it. What do? They gamble. Lots of them have fallen by the wayside. Drugs is another problem for a lot of people. And if you're a children's entertainer, and just somebody who appears on children's television. I can remember a-ha with a classic example, take on me. And they had to, people sort of say, what do you drink? Milk. It was known in the early days, and I suppose Andy Peters and Chris Jarvis will bear me out on this one, that if you were a children's entertainer, you appeared on children's television, you had a moral duty to uphold everything. So you didn't drink and you didn't have sex. Which was, that's because you were playing to young children, also trying to recreate the high of when they're performing. There was a kids presenter who got sacked for being pregnant. Yes, not married. Yes. And there was also a presenter on Blue Peter who got sacked for taking cocaine, which we all know about, because, the dangers were all there. And if you had an addictive personality, and I'm not judging people, because it's not up to me to judge people. If people do drugs, that's their business. It's nothing. As long as it doesn't affect me, I'm fine with it. Absolutely fine with it. But it's very difficult. You have to almost be straightforward, clean. And you remember there was the Blue Peter presenter who went to gay clubs. Michael Sundin, Biggins and I saw in a gay club years and years ago. And he was a trampoline champion. But I don't think they knew he was gay to start. Well, they certainly did. That was a scandal. And also to have an unmarried Blue Peter presenter, who was with a child, was another one that was a bit of a. They didn't know how to handle it. Heather, the Norwich nurse, said we had the most fantastic time at the Thursday Christmas Spectacular on Friday. It was fantastic. The show was first class, the decorations, the lights stunning. I took my Groovy Gang tote bags. You didn't miss out on the festivities. You even had your own seat. We're booking for next year. I feel very festive now. How nice. Andy Peters is listening in France. He said, don't forget me. We'd never forget you. Never forget you. Absolutely not. So he's in France. Are you working, or is this a little holiday? I'm loath to suggest they're holidays now. And people go, no, I'm working. It's very nice. Bob says, whatever happened to Tommy Boyd? Well, Tommy Boyd went on to work on the radio. Then he went to work for another radio station. And then I believe the person who was running the radio station got rid of him and all his team. And it was due to a comment, I believe, which they'd allowed to get through over the Queen Mother. And was it on the night she died? I can't remember exactly what it was, but I just remember thinking, oh, blimey, nothing's changed, has it? Nothing's changed. What happened after that, I've got no idea. But I used to work with Tommy. He was the one who... I can only tell you this because one of the people who was at the centre of it is not with us anymore. And I told you about him the other day, a producer that we had who was an alcoholic. And I'll tell you this story now because I always remember it as if it was yesterday, because Tommy used to work on a Sunday evening on LBC and I came in to do my shift. And Tommy had a girlfriend in with him in those days. And the producer had been drinking. Let's go no further, this story. It doesn't make any difference because the producer's not with us anymore. But he arrived back from the pub very, very drunk. And he looked at Tommy's girlfriend, who was sitting in the office. Tommy was going through bits and pieces. And he said, and who are you? And he said it in such a way that it was wholly inappropriate. And Woo. Cup of tea. Look at that. Did you squeeze the bag? No. Best not. Best not. Just leave it as it is. And so Tommy decided he didn't want his girlfriend spoken to like this. So he upped as if he was leaving. So I'm thinking, oops. Need to sort this out. So anyway, phoned up one of our bosses and said, listen, been a bit of a contretemps. Bavin's had a few sherbets and it's upset Tommy and all the rest of it. Anyway, one of our bosses came in and outputted the programme. You needed to have a producer and an outputter for the programme, the producer, as well as somebody driving the desk. And all was placated and all was much better at the time. And we just let the producer go and have a lie down somewhere in a darkened room. But one of many stories, many stories. But no, he lived in Brighton, I think Tommy did. There's loads of people. Listen, you could do a book quite easily about the people who've worked at LBC. I mentioned the other day Paul Davis, who's just retired from ITN. And I said he was another one who worked at LBC, one of our group of reporters here. We had all sorts of people, apart from Peter Dealey, Malcolm Brabant and Judith Dawson. I mean, there were so many rock and roll stories in the old days of basically a culture of party on down, and that's what it was like, except we were in Fleet Street. And at night time, the only people in Fleet Street were all the printers, the big rolls of paper arriving. In those days, they used paper. It was only the Fortress Wapping situation that changed everything in Fleet Street. We were in the middle of newspaper land, yeah. Well, we had the Sun over the road and the News of the World in Bouverie Street. And the paper rolls would arrive in the early hours of the morning, and they would then be put into the machines, and they would print on it. Then they did it all on computers, and life changed quite dramatically. Steve says, Alan, I do enjoy listening to you in the morning when I can't sleep. Oh, I have a bad stomach and haven't had a full night's sleep in years. Really? Need to get that sorted out. He said, but I do download you every day and listen to the bits I've missed. 20 million downloads cannot be wrong. 20 million. I know, even I can't. I have to keep repeating it to myself to reaffirm the fact of what we're doing. And so 20 million downloads. That means nearly 20 million mentions to Andy Peters and to Dawn Neeson and to Phil Vickery and all the other members of the team. Kim says traditional Scottish way of cooking porridge is with water, then adding salt. So the producer got a bit worried. My dad ate it that way along with my brothers, my mum and I. We have had it with milk and sugar or honey up here. That's actually called the Sassenach way. Call it what they like. It's far nicer. I'm making it this morning. It's supposed to be really good for you. They used to do Ready Brick, and they used to say it was central heating for kids, which I never quite understood. And you'd have this kid standing next to you looking like a radioactive nuclear power station at the bus stop. It wasn't really like that, but I never got into porridge. My mother used to make it. She'd go, do you want porridge this morning? You go, really, no. Can we have it was a bit heavy. Can we have cornflakes or something a bit more interesting? But sort of porridge was the thing, wasn't it, really? Have you ever interviewed George Michael? No, never. Saw him when we were in another building. He came in, he was being interviewed, and I was with Anthony DaCosta from Blue, and Anthony knew him. And in fact, strangely enough, Anthony was listening to us the morning that George Michael died and phoned in to LBC to say we saw him that day when we were in another building. And George Michael came out and he'd been interviewed on one of our sister stations, and he was wearing all black. He was thin. I mean, he was really thin. 5 years since he died this Christmas. And I remember because my boss phoned me and said, you will be nice to him, won't you? I said, yeah, because... And then Anthony Costa phoned up and said, I was listening to the programme and I'd like to add my bit about George Michael. Because he was incredibly generous to this company. Incredibly generous. He gave hundreds of thousands of pounds under the cloak of anonymity. He didn't want people to know that he'd given money away. He was like that. He might have had his failings, although he didn't see him or see them as failings. And him and Elton John performed live on YouTube. It's brilliant. I think they do Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me, don't they? And then George got a load of stick on the internet, so he came off the internet. He decided not to do social media and stuff like that because he found it a bit too stressful. And then when he died, he left a lot of money, and he left a lot of money to all sorts of different people. Great loss. So never, ever interviewed him, but did see him, which as far as I'm concerned is about as good as. I'm in Hong Kong, Steve, says Julie from Welsh Wales, having lunch at the football club. When I finished, I'm off to number 8, Tung Chang Terrace, to take a photo for you. It's above Happy Valley. You can't miss it. She's got an hour to do it. Working, just like Phil Vickery, says Andy Peters. He says, first trip abroad since March 2020, giving away cash and a trip to Paris. Look at this, honestly, all of you out there working. God bless you for that. God bless you. Ken says, what's Steve Jones doing these days? Retired a long time ago, Steve Jones. We'll talk about him the other side of the news. And we take more of your texts and emails. And the Royals leading the tributes to the fallen. It was, as usual, everything that we do to do with pomp and circumstance and ceremony and honouring the war dead, we do it better than anybody at all. Plus, a hero taxi driver thwarted a Poppy Day bombing tragedy by locking a suspected terrorist in his cab.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. Yuck. I know what you're thinking. Everybody says the same, don't they? Go, oh, Monday. Oh. And we immediately go into deep depression. Deep depression for the simple reason it's another week of radio or television, which I love. So I don't have any problem with it being sort of Monday. Monday to me is as good as Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and included into the weekend as well. And Steve, have you had your Pfizer booster? Yes. Karen in Manchester. I had no side effects at all, and I had 2. So I had the 2 injections, then I had the booster and the flu jab on the same day. Different arms, obviously, because I have 2 of them. And so I didn't get any side effects. What they'll do is you'll get the Pfizer booster, and then you'll sit in the waiting room and wait for 15 minutes, just in case you have a reaction. But, I mean, I was with a load of people, some older than me, and they didn't have any symptoms at all. So you'll be fine. You'll be absolutely fine. If you think positively, it'll be absolutely fine. I always laugh when I have injections. I have to, because I'm so petrified of the blasted things. So they always sort of go, they always call it a little scratch. And you think, no, you're shoving a 10-inch needle into my skin. And but it was fine, absolutely fine. In fact, I did think I was going to get some sort of reaction, but I didn't actually. So you'll be fine, Karen. It's good. It's good. Steve went to see Elton John and George Michael, did a special appearance. Absolutely brilliant. Yes, it's on YouTube. Very, very good indeed. Very good. Chris in Worcester says, I found out my wife is pregnant yesterday. Only took 20 months of trying. I'm literally on cloud 9. I can't explain how happy I am, and it's made my Christmas. Hope you have a good day. Well, good for you. 20 months, blimey. That's the whole of COVID you've been trying. Actually, I asked a friend of mine whether or not it's still possible to have sex during COVID, and he said no. He said it's not possible to do so. Well, I don't know, really. Steve, listen, yes, asking for a friend. I always like that one, actually. It kind of exonerates me. Mark says, Christmas shopping in Exeter later. Normally listen on catch-up, but listening live in Devon today, having had a terrible night's sleep. It's the weather. It's the weather. Now, Steve Jones, born in 1945, which makes him 76, is a former television presenter, voiceover artist and former musician, known for presenting The Pyramid Game, which was part of the Steve Jones game show, notable for his large collection of brightly coloured glasses. He also played bass for Lonnie Donegan, worked as a disc jockey all over the place. He did lots of the voiceovers for the Royal Variety Performance and the British Comedy Awards. And he was with us on LBC for, seems like ages and ages and ages. I can't make it move up by myself. And there's no mention on his thing of doing LBC, but he did LBC for quite a while, actually. Oh, that's right. It just says a long association with LBC. He did the Weekend Breakfast show, and then he did a show during the week, and he had a quiz show on that. And I bumped into him years ago. And if he's 76 now, 76, I can't remember how old I am now. Am I 67? Oh, I don't know. Yes, I think 67. Yeah, I'll get you. We'll have a look at the passport. It'll tell you on that. But still going strong. And I know he went to live in France. Now, whether he's still living in France, I don't know. But no, he was lovely. He was old showbiz, but he did all the voiceovers for the Royal Variety before. He just had one of those voices, but I loved his Pyramid Game. His Pyramid Game was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. So here they are. The Queen's great regret at missing the Cenotaph parade. Everybody looking... But we just do it so well. Nobody does it as well as we do. People stand there in the freezing cold, and they laid their wreaths, and it was just Beautifully done. People walking with no limbs. You know, they've got all their false legs on and everything else. The Chelsea pensioners, many in wheelchairs, preparing to lay their poppy wreaths at the cenotaph. Every single one of these people had a memory. The Queen has only, I think she's missed 6 other cenotaph ceremonies. She was also on an overseas visit to Ghana in 61, Brazil 68, Kenya 83 and South Africa 99. Not present during the 59 and 63 services, as she was pregnant with her 2 youngest children. And no Harry there, of course, and no Prince Andrew. In fact, normally you get Prince Andrew's children up on the balcony and everything, but this year, nobody from the family at all. Just 3 members. That's all you got. And it was Camilla. She just seems to fit in, doesn't she? Kate seems to fit in with the royal family. And Sophie Wessex as well seems to fit in with the royal. They know what to do. It's as simple as that. And they do it very, very well indeed. And I think, put it this way, if they were having a vote on, how well they did yesterday, they were 11 out of 10. 11 out of 10, and they were very, very good indeed. We just missed the Queen, and I think everybody missed the Queen. Boris Johnson has finally admitted his response to the Westminster sleaze debacle could certainly have been better. Ain't that the truth? And a man has been charged with the murder of a 20-year-old have-a-go hero who rescued a great-gran. This was the one in Brentford over the weekend, which I know really well. Actually, a friend of mine is just about to move to Brentford. Not maybe the best decision he's probably made. Plus, Prue Leith has made her film debut alongside Hollywood's The Rock and Ryan Reynolds. So there you go. She's 81. She's a very sprightly 81. Very sprightly. She appears in the movie Red Notice, which also starred Wonder Woman's Gal Gadot and broke Netflix's record for most views on the day of release. Interesting, isn't it? Netflix seem to have limitless money. They talk in hundreds of millions of pounds. And I don't know where all the money comes from. I'm hoping that Harry's going to give it back, seeing as they've now started dissing his mother. But I suspect not. The Duchess of Cornwall has called for the retreat of domestic abuse forever. She's praised the Women's Institute drive to end violence against women. She told the WI, "You'll never know how many lives you have literally saved." Something nice about her. I think she's done very, very well. She's fitted in very, very well and knows exactly how to behave. Fancy a festive jumper? They've got them on sale at Aldi. Discounted. They're £9.99 for a jumper. Netflix had a revenue of what? £25 billion last year. Small fry, isn't it? Pay Harry and old Megsy. So they've also got chic socks and a fleece jumper. Very, very cheap. Very cheap. And so a spokesman said it's launch used models who are more used to strutting their stuff in designer collections. So it's called Aldermania Winter Collection. Colourful sweater of snowflakes and reindeers for just $9.99. It seems quite cheap, doesn't it, really? But then I think most Christmas jumpers are very cheap. Very, very cheap. Because I don't know why. I suppose because you wear them, and you might wear them over the Christmas season, and then you don't wear them for another year. Look a bit ridiculous walking around in February with reindeers and snowflakes on your blooming jumper. I have got some snow. My favourite is a jumper which got a fire on the front of it. It's a little screen, and it's burning flames at a fireplace. What? Very bitter. I'm not like Teletubbies at all. Not that big. I'm getting excited now. I can do a salecation with a star-studded lineup. You can get Alfie Boe on this one-liner, P&O Cruises Ventura, classical singer Russell Watson, and Harry Redknapp. Right, Sandra? Like Harry Redknapp. And they've got 4 swimming pools, 14 guest decks, 22 bars and restaurants on this ship. It's amazing, isn't it, what you can get on a ship now? And the prices start from £800. Have you ever been on a cruise? Do one. Oh, sorry, I don't mean do one. Makes me sound like I'm the Essex boys. Do one, mate. No, what I mean is you should do one. They're really quite good, actually. 3,000 other passengers on board. The food will be exemplary, and you visit some nice places. And if you pick the right room, you can have a stateroom, you can have a suite, you can have all sorts of things. But it's well worth it. And then you get your cabaret, Russell Watson, Alfie Boe, and Harry Redknapp. Lovely. 291 metres long, the length of the ship. Like you worry about something like that. Isn't that amazing? You sort of go, I wonder how long it is. I don't think I shall ever sleep unless I discover how long it is. I never manage it. But no, cruising is good fun. Good fun. Provided you get a cruise which doesn't have children on it, you're all right. How a jab developed by scientists could reverse dementia in mice. They haven't tried it on humans yet. They've tried it on mice. Like, mice are going to care about the fact they've got dementia. Like that's going to make any difference at all. What else we got here? Self-isolation set for the axe, but free texting will go on. Yes, I think you should get text. I still think you should get vaccinated. Oh, that was awful, wasn't it? Somebody collapsed. No, they didn't show this on the television. During the Festival of Remembrance the other day, a member of the Household Cavalry fainted because they're standing there for such a long time and you're not moving. It's not like you could do some exercise. And this woman just collapsed on the ground. So what happens is they leave them there. They don't make any attempt to pick them up. Even when they do it on the parade ground, they don't. She's okay, yeah, she's okay. And she lay face down on the ground. One spectator put her hand over her mouth, and the crowd looked on in concern. But they're used to this kind of. There's guaranteed at least one will faint during, from the Household Cavalry or something like that, and they just literally collapse because I don't know what it is actually. I don't think I've ever fainted. I don't think I've ever fainted. I don't think I'd fancy fainting. I don't like that idea. The charity that employs Carrie Johnson paid more than 150 grand for its chairman's wife for interior design services last year. Wilbur Smith, who's died aged 88, lived a life as dramatic as any of his fictional heroes. He flew planes, shot lions and owned an island. Only had 4 wives. The last one was 39 years his junior. Not at the same time, I don't know. The last one was still alive, obviously. Imagine, though. 88 years old. Mind you, Charlie Chaplin was still at it at the age of 90, so I see no reason why people can't sort of enjoy themselves. What was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, we'll have to wait a minute. Why you're less likely to see an apostrophe these days. What God's name is that all about? Yeah, you'll find out in a minute. It's what's commonly known as a Steve Allen tease. I love it.
This is LBC.
The apostrophe may die out because of sloppy grammar on social media. They say online platforms such as Twitter, which limit the number of characters per post, means users are getting into the habit of dropping punctuation. I get into trouble for that. I get somebody who say I can always tell when you've posted something as opposed to other people who can post on my site. And I go, how do they know? They said because your apostrophes are missing and your full stops and stuff like that. I'm quite busy. I don't have enough time for apostrophes or things like that. How many letters are you allowed then on each tweet? Is it sort of hundreds or is it not hundreds? I've got no idea what it is actually. No idea as to how many things you're actually allowed when you actually type something. We will check actually. But apparently researchers looked at 100 million words to analyse trends and found casual and ungrammatical language has become more prevalent in the last 30 years. So you can do 280 characters per tweet. Is that 280 letters, including spaces and presumably including the full stop and the apostrophe? Oh, well, there you go. That's why we don't bother with them, because you want to get more words in, don't you? I don't think it really matters. To be honest with you, who cares? You want to see some of the spelling mistakes I get on, not on mine, because I'm very good and I use spell check, but other people's are terrible. Terrible. Joe says, we went to the Lord Mayor's show on Saturday, first time in years, walked to Soho for lunch and L'Escargot for lunch. Had a lovely day. Good. And Paul says, wanted to totally agree with you on the enormously impressive and moving service at the Cenotaph. We can indeed be justifiably proud and grateful. I agree. Steph in Malvern says, whilst working in Bouverie Street for What's On in London and other mags, Friday night, Poets' Day. Yes, we know why it was called Poets' Day, don't you? No, I'll leave it. We were always at the Dirty Duck, as we called the White Swan. Is it still there? I believe so. Loved hearing about the old Fleet Street days. I can even remember some of them. Then you really weren't there. Steve, I really miss roasted chestnuts from stalls along Oxford Street. No, sadly, they're still there. The chestnut stalls are still there. Same people who flog you the dirty old sausages out there, which and then Westminster Council try and take them away. And all it is that they just leave them with the sausages, so they just go and get another one of these bits of tin with a gas cylinder underneath it. Highly dangerous, filthy, dirty people, not nice at all. So there's the White Swan. It looks like it's had a complete makeover, to be honest with you. Happy birthday to my mum, Eve, who lost her daughter, my sister, 2 days ago, says Jack. So we send happy birthday to Eve. It's not a very nice way to celebrate a day, is it, really? But never mind. Mark's the one who's Christmas shopping in Exeter. People started Christmas shopping. I'm not imagining that, am I? We can go out and do Christmas shopping, which is good. Run by traffickers, Dunkirk's squalid, deadly new jungle. A filthy shantytown, home to thousands, and they'll be heading over here very shortly. And Priti Patel can do nothing about it. Absolutely nothing about it. Even though she wants to, she can't, I'm afraid. What else we got in the papers? Wall-E, the sequel, the second walrus. How do they know it's the second walrus? I mean, they got name tags on them or something. Locals at Sea Houses in Northumberland think the walrus is a female called Freya. What do you mean they think it's who's named it? But anyway, it's been the last few weeks in Holland. A spokesman for Teignmouth Seal Hospital, which is monitoring the creature, urged locals to give it space. Yes, because if it fell on you, it would kill you. It's as simple as that. These things are enormous. Wall-E was spotted around Britain from March to September, including Tenby in South Wales and the Isles of Scilly. And so now, after Wall-E returned to the Arctic, bit of a shock there, isn't it, I should imagine? And now you've got the second one called Freya. Honestly, who names these things? A walrus called Freya. And they think it's a female. Better make up your mind, pal. Don't want to make a mistake on that one, do you? Also rioting in Ecuador's largest jail. 68 inmates were killed as armed gangs fought an 8-hour running gun battle inside the prison. Inside the prison. You can't believe it, can you? Not so good. Happy birthday to Johnny Lee Miller, the London-born star of Trainspotting. He will portray John Major in a Netflix series, The Crown. Oh, still The Crown. Oh, right, he's going to be doing that one as well. And he was the first of Angelina Jolie's 3 actor husbands. Good Lord above. He's also the grandson of Bernard Lee, who played M in 11 James Bond films. Now you know. Also, born on this day, Klaus von Stauffenberg. This is the German army officer who attempted to assassinate Hitler at the heavily guarded Wolf's Lair, the Führer's secret headquarters on the Eastern Front. He planted a bomb in a briefcase before leaving the meeting room, but Hitler was shielded from the blast by the oak table. Stauffenberg was arrested in Berlin and shot, while some 200 plotters were tortured and executed. I was trying to think who those people were. I remember seeing a film some years ago about some people who holed up in a church crypt, and the Germans were trying to get them out to kill them, but they couldn't get in there so in the end they started flooding the crypt. They poured water through the vents, and it's a real story. Yeah, that's all I can remember. I can't remember anything else about it. Somebody will know what it is. Georgia O'Keeffe, born in 1887, died in 1986, the artist who made her name with her giant paintings of flowers. First woman to receive a retrospective at New York's Museum of Modern Art. So congratulations to her. And Prince Charles was celebrating on this day in 1996. He was celebrating his 48th birthday with a party on an Indian theme, surrounded by 40 of his favourite friends. At his side, his mistress, Camilla Parker Bowles, who organised a theatrical extravaganza. How lovely. 40 of your favourite friends and an Indian theme. We had an Indian theme for one of our Christmas parties one year at LBC. And they had Bhangra dancing, and it was all Indian food. It was lovely. We had another one, which was an airline theme party. And when you arrived, there were 2 huge drag queens standing there, dressed up in their airline kit, seeing you through the automatic sort of gate thing, which said beep, 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 see if you had anything metal on you, which of course we all did. And then they served you your food and drinks on an airline tray with the glass in the corner. It was quite unique, actually. We had all these sort of things. I like stuff like that. Also, 1969... the 3 astronauts of Apollo 12 are on their way to the moon's ocean of storms. Left behind them a major storm raging around NASA's decision to launch the moonshot in a rain squall. Pete Conrad, the 39-year-old commander of the mission, told Earth he was certain the moonship was struck by lightning during liftoff. So you wouldn't get me doing that. And more than a year after Sir Stirling Moss died, his widow, Susie, still talks to him every day. And she keeps his urn next to her bed at night, which is interesting. She says here, She's there. She carries him around, chatting to him all the time. And when they go out to lunch, she calls goodbye to him and apologises. He's too heavy to take in her handbag. You see, some of you might think that's a bit bizarre. I think that's quite sweet, actually. That's quite sweet. You know, as if he was still there, because he went on for some time. Lived in this fabulous house, I believe, in Mayfair, with the kitchen table that descended through the room, so you could set it, all the food on the kitchen table, push a button, and it descended down into the dining room, like a posh dumbwaiter. But the whole kitchen table. Penny says, I think the best live performance George Michael ever gave was with Queen at the Freddie Mercury tribute concert. It was incredible. Yes, I mean, he had a fabulous voice, George. Had a fabulous voice. And you're quite right, he was very good. Not as good as the Elton John bit for me, but that's just me. Fainting on parade, Steve, was almost a chargeable offence in my day. It was usually due to skipping breakfast and would carry a very heavy telling off. I got 2 weekends for a creased collar, says Glyn, on parade. Oh, my God. And Catherine says, looking forward to the Christmas market in Kingston. Every year we buy handmade sweets from there. That's the place I go to for the cheese and the sausage, the Käsewurst. I love that. When are you putting your tree up? Not just yet. Not just yet. Soon, but not just yet. Sarah in Enfield says, have you seen this one? Scorpions have infested Egypt's southern city of Aswan, killing 3 people and stinging more than 400. The mass scorpion attack was caused by severe thunderstorms in the city in recent days. Yes, 450 people have been injured. 3 of them have died. So, in other words, the governor of Aswan, Ashraf Attia, has urged people to stay at home and avoid places with trees, because that's where they're hanging out. And if they drop on you, they will sting you. And also snakes have come out of their hiding places. Hospitals are on high alert. Doctors recalled from holiday. And extra supplies of anti-venom distributed. Oh, no, don't like those at all. They're quite scary. Quite scary. They don't seem to have eyes, do they? But they obviously know what they're doing. And I seem to remember seeing some meerkats killing a scorpion. And they basically taunt it. And what they're doing is they're biting off the sting. And then they will just pick it up and eat it. I suppose to them it's like having a peanut butter sandwich. Don't you think so?
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC.
I'm still worried about these scorpions. Because up until now, we'd never heard of them, Sarah, but now we've checked on it. And these scorpions have come out because of these thunderstorms. Not only has it brought out the scorpions, but it's also brought out snakes out of hiding places. I suppose if you're a snake or a scorpion, you wouldn't want to be out in this sort of weather at all. So now, because I think 3 people have been killed, which means that they must have had some reaction to the stings, and hundreds more, about 400 people. And so they've had to get supplies of anti-venom. I don't know how much anti-venom they keep, but that's not the place to go in southern Egypt at the moment. Also, we think, Helinka, it's Operation Daybreak, the film. I'm just checking. I can't find anywhere that tells us the plot. Wait a minute, 1942, blah, blah, blah. What I want to know is, were they in a church cellar? That's what we need to find out. Because that's what I think they were trying to flood it to get them out. They wanted them out so that they could be shot. This looks familiar. This looks familiar. Operation Daybreak, blah, blah, blah. There's a church. This is looking promising. Well done, Helinka. My vague description of something prompts you to come up with the right answer. There you go. And this is where they go there. They're now trapped in the cellar with the waters rising, and some of them have died in there already. And the Germans want to get them out. And the internet is absolutely... I mean, when you think years and years ago, I know this seems ridiculous, it's obviously an old man thing talking. It's a case of before you'd have to go to the library and you'd have to sort of start looking up and find it. People have to write you, and in this particular instance, you just go on there, and in seconds, you've got clips of the film up, you've got the cast list, it tells you. I mean, it's just absolutely phenomenal. People don't use, says Sandra, apostrophes properly anyway. How many times are plural tomatoes punctuated with a possessive apostrophe in front of the S? Here endeth the lesson. I think people are doing it. I mean, I personally do not think that people are missing out the apostrophes and everything else because they're trying to save on how many what's-its you can have. I think they're just doing it because they don't know how to spell. It's as simple as that. Connie in Stockwell says, I'm very upset. I didn't take part in the 2-minute silence. I was watching the Remembrance Sunday programme on television when I was falling asleep. I'm ashamed. Do you sometimes fall asleep? I do sometimes, yes. I have obviously fallen asleep. That would be quite normal for that to happen. But it is very embarrassing, isn't it? Young people have also stopped using full stops and stuff like that. I suppose, mind you, I'm always amazed. I mean, I don't think my fingers are any bigger than anybody else's, and yet for some reason, some people are able to type really quickly, like that. I can't do that. I end up misspellings or words that have just appeared. Do I use my thumb? Not really, no, I use my 2 fingers. And I just find it really infuriating that I sort of double press a letter or something like that. And my fingers are not big. They're just like normal fingers. Yeah, they're not teeny tiny. Don't start that one. They're not teeny tiny fingers. They're normal, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Full stops are apparently aggressive. They are when I do them. Apparently, young people interpret it as a sign of anger. Oh, for goodness sake. No, they don't. It's just a full stop. Steve, it's Operation Daybreak. There you go. Steve, you are thinking, says Nick, of the SOE Operation Daybreak to kill Heydrich in Prague. The Nazis' reprisals were terrible. Why did that come to me today? Why did that come to me? Isn't it odd? It's because you suddenly realise the atrocities of war and what people were prepared to do. And he started a plot to try and assassinate Hitler. And it had all got... No, that was another one, wasn't it? That's the one we were talking about. And then I remembered this thing in the cellar, because I remember the church, and I remember thinking, how are they going to get them out there? And they just thought, we'll flood them out. We'll flood them out, because they got into the church, and they'd managed to lift up the thing to get into the crypt, which was underneath. The flooding was the successful plot to assassinate Heydrich, the architect of the Holocaust, says Graham. And Viv says, Steve, I feel very sad today. And you're cheering me up. Well, that's good. Why are you feeling sad? Why are you feeling sad? I mean, I have to be honest with you. This is the worst weather in the world at the moment. We're going into miserable old winter. It's overcast. It's dull. It's just naff. It's dark. It is, seasonal affective disorder. It is going to affect a lot of you. And the idea is try and kick-start yourself out of it. A cup of tea and a cigarette if you smoke. If, of course, you don't smoke, just a cup of tea and a biscuit, which is quite a nice thing to do. I mean, most of us are dreading winter because you'll be less active anyway. Nobody wants to go outside and do anything. My next door neighbour, Lindy, she's very good. She's clearing pots out. So when the little daffodils come out after Christmas, I'm going to go and buy maybe 20 or 30 or 40 of them and just put them in the pots. I mean, also, we're here for you all the way through. All the way through. You don't need to worry about, what are we going to do? I've got nobody to... Listen, as they say, you got a friend in me. I forget where that was from, actually. Was it Toy Story? And do you remember Randy Newman? You got a friend in me, which I like. And also, I was watching the other day. Could you remember I discovered this Irish group called Celtic Thunder? And they've changed their lineup no end of times, but you'll find them all over YouTube. Celtic Thunder. You listen to some of the songs they sing, and I tell you, if that doesn't put a smile on your face, nothing will. There's about 5 of them, good-looking lads, and they seem to travel. I think they've got another tour coming up. And they've got a band that travel with them, and they're absolutely... I discovered them years ago, and it was only the other day I thought about them again, and I thought I must go back online and see what they're doing. And they've got a new tour, and I think they might have an album out as well. So lovely, absolutely lovely. Celtic Thunder, and they also do "You Got a Friend in Me," which actually is very applicable for radio. What's the best Chinese restaurant in the Richmond area? No idea. No idea. I wouldn't know that at all. I don't even know where the Chinese restaurants are in the area. Used to be some on the Kew Road, and that's as far as I know. I can't help you any more on that one, I'm afraid. Simon says, I'm in Hertfordshire. We've been infested with thousands of ladybirds. Are you sure? Ladybirds. Never thought about it. Apparently, people in Milton Keynes are seeing large clusters of them huddling together. Well, it's blooming cold. If you're a ladybird, many people think the ladybirds are getting ready to hibernate for the winter. Others think the warm autumn weather has brought on a breeding spike. It's necessary at this time of the morning, honestly. Ladybirds at it. It's ridiculous. Apparently, randy ladybirds. Some have suggested to find any gaps in your window frames and seal them up to stop them coming in. Others have said spreading vinegar may stop them. Vinegar? There's loads of them. See, we used to think ladybirds were quite sweet. I've never seen that many of them, though. Not really noticed, but ladybird clusters. Makes it sound like a chocolate, doesn't it, really? Oh, we're having ladybird clusters today. I wouldn't advise it. So vinegar is the thing. If you want these things sort of not to break in or anything like that. I wouldn't be that bothered by them. I think they're fairly harmless. Don't they eat aphids? That's what ladybirds do. They eat aphids. So in other words, if you've got fuchsias and stuff like that, which have got little aphids on, the ladybirds milk them. They milk them. Are there less ladybirds than there used to be? I don't know. I've got no idea. I've never seen that many in one place. Normally you see one or two, but they do milk aphids on plants. That's what they do, and I think they eat them or something. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about now, but they definitely milk them on fuchsias. That's the Steve Allen limited knowledge on your bedding plants today. But I want the miniature daffodils out. I've ordered some online. I've ordered 50. God knows why. And they've said, oh, your daffodils are on the way, and it just said 10. I thought better be a bit more than 10. We don't have a ruction with this company. You know what they're like, these people? They send you these things through and they go, no, you haven't completed the order. I know how much I spent. It's on my PayPal. I only do it on PayPal. Much easier. Steve, I'm trying to decide on a new Christmas tree. Should I go with a snow-covered one or natural look, says Ed? Natural. The snow-covered ones, it'll just get all over the place. You don't really need it. Connie says, I have Operation Daybreak on DVD. A very good film. Martin Shaw is in the film. Did you know that? Yes, there's all sorts of people in it. It's got an all-star cast. John, on holiday camping in Italy many moons ago, I slept directly on a tarpaulin in the tent one night, and the next morning I lifted the tarpaulin to find what I thought was a spider, so I pushed it and realised it was a scorpion. I didn't know they have them in Italy. Excuse me, we got them at a railway station here. Scorpions on an underground station. Yeah, find out where after the break. Another tease. Honestly, I tell you, I'm getting better at this.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC.
Yes, scorpions have been seen at Ongar railway station. It's a harmless scorpion and featured in a 1979 episode of the BBC's Wildlife on One. They've been released there by a station foreman who was a keeper of exotic pets, and it has been sighted in the wild 10 miles north of Ongar, because they were on a sand drag which intends to help slow trains that overshoot the stopping mark. And so that's where they were. And I remember seeing them walking up and down the platform, not like commuters or nothing like that, you know, sort of queuing for the train going. It's late again this morning, but they didn't do that. But Ongar Tube is mentioned in Aid Edmondson's book, How to Be a Complete So-and-so. And but the station and the surrounding engine sheds were used as the location for the 2017 music video I Miss You by Clean Bandit. There you go. There's this morning's useless information. Steve, Operation Daybreak's being shown on TCM tomorrow, says Eileen. It's a very good film. It's a bit sad. A bit sad at the same time, but well worth seeing. TCM is on Freeview. Yeah. Definitely. Steve, I bought the Founder film and watched it over the weekend. Thoroughly enjoyed it, says Jim. It's amazing the influence we seem to have, but with 20 million downloads, what can I tell you? 20. Don't want to talk about it. Don't like talking about it. Apparently, the best Chinese restaurant in Richmond is the Dragon Inn on the Sheen Road. Known by locals for 30... On the Sheen Road. I don't even know where that is. The Sheen Road and the Dragon Inn. I'm not very used to Sheen, I suppose, yes. Conkers in a pot can stop spiders, says John and Ken. So they say. Is that not apocryphal story? Is that not an apocryphal story? I don't know. People talk, yes, the producer's now going into his boring ladybird stories, like we're remotely interested. Also, thirsty punters have sent sales at pubs, bars and restaurants above pre-pandemic levels. I don't know, I haven't been in a pub for ages. I've still not been in a pub. There's nothing that interests me about standing in a pub that I can't. What's the point of getting tiddles in a pub when you can sit at home and get tiddly? Much better. And do you know what a record number of Brits are doing now during the pandemic? What are they reaching for? Brace yourselves. Bit of a tease coming up here. What do we? No, they're not reaching. Well, they are reaching for the radio, quite definitely, and the Steve Allen podcast. Believe it or not, pottery. We're reaching for the potter's wheel, ever since a programme called the Great Pottery Throwdown and a pandemic trend for crafts. Membership is up from 1,000 to 1,800. Libby Buckley, director of Leach Pottery in St Ives in Cornwall, said people on a computer all day like the idea of getting their hands dirty. And so people were doing it. I never got into pottery in any way, shape or form. A boring blooming thing under the sun. What's that film? Oh, Ghost. Yeah, where she's apparently doing and he puts his hand. Oh, God, it's the most pathetic thing I've ever seen. And they do, oh, my love, my darling, get your hands off mine, okay? I'll make the plate myself. They were showing you the other day how they make plate glass, which involves blowing a piece of glass into what looks like a giant vase and then scoring it down and stretching it out so it becomes a piece of. I've never seen anything like it. I thought they would just sort of make it, squirty or something. But no. It was this man blew it. He blew a piece of glass. That was something worth watching. Thousands of the crabs you'll find in the Daily Star today. They want to reach the Indian Ocean to breed. And they've had to put up things by the side of the roads. But unfortunately, they climb over them. And lots of them lose their lives. Locusts will soon be on the menu in Europe. But the UK may miss out on the new boom in bug snacks. The global edible insect industry is set to be worth $3.25 billion in a few years' time. Ugh. Toasted grasshoppers seasoned with salt and chilies are a treat in Mexico, while crickets are served up in Asia. Well, good for them, but don't bring them over here. I don't want to eat any of this sort of stuff. Could you seriously see yourself? I mean, if you go to some of the street markets in Singapore and Asia and places like that, you'll find all manner of creatures that are on sticks being toasted over fires. Seriously, I mean, one of them, little baby birds, they catch them in nets and then they thread them onto skewers and then just grill them over. I couldn't do that. I couldn't eat anything like that. I'm a real, perhaps it's, and I wouldn't want to eat insects either, thank you very much. Why would you want to eat a toasted grasshopper? Cricket sandwich. No, thank you. No. There was a woman, they were doing it the other day on YouTube, and she was catch by the side of the road in China, I think, rats. She had rats in cages, and she would take them out and kill them and cook them for you. What for? What's all that about? It's not normal, is it? Whatever happened to egg and chips? Spam fritter. These people are mad. Not my sort of thing at all. Also, it's supposed to be fairly illegal in some parts of the world, and they have to sort of keep these things. But as I say, I told you the story about the turtle soup earlier on, and they were very, very expensive, a delicacy. But if you owned a rich country house like Chatsworth or all these other places, you'd be giving people the best food that there was available, and 20 quid each for a turtle. And one turtle made enough soup for one person, and that was considered, about the best that you could get. David Beckham's been shown a red card by the charity workers over his megabucks Qatar World Cup deal. He really hasn't got this one at all, has he? He really doesn't have it. You need to read up on them, Dave. A source said he's made a huge contribution to UNICEF, but for the next year the only thing about him people will be talking about was him taking millions from Qatar. It's the antithesis of UNICEF. It's very sad. Come on, Dave, give the money back. Give the money back, OK? This is going to backfire very badly. Britney Spears has vowed to sue her dad for abuse after finally being released from this 13-year deal that was... and to be honest with you, I'm amazed it took them that long to release her from it. So let's wait and see where that one goes. And Kim Jong-un has made it illegal to read about people who've been executed by his firing squads. Perhaps he's not the full ticket. Let's err on the side of caution, shall we? Apparently... Legislation already outlaws books, films, music, TV, porn, and so-called superstitious material such as the Bible. Anybody found guilty can expect at least 3 months behind bars and or hard labour. Since taking charge of the country, the dictators believed to have ordered the executions of hundreds of rivals. One of them, did he not send a rocket into somebody? I believe he fired a rocket into somebody. Because somebody fell asleep during one of his boring speeches, and they dared to fall asleep. Ghastly, isn't it? Absolutely ghastly. Also, meerkat mum. There's something cute about meerkats, not because they talk. I mean, to actually teach one to speak English is in itself an achievement. I don't think we really appreciate this. I've played with some at London Zoo before now, but they never spoke, which I thought was very odd. I was sort of, so, here's a meerkat, and nothing at all. Absolutely nothing at all. New TV series, The Romantic Hopefuls, lured to their deaths by social media. Not sure if you want to read that piece, but it's quite frightening, in the Daily Star today. And Yorkshire has saved pasta. I don't know how you save pasta, but obviously we were getting a bit worried about it. And we're being plunged into a freezer. A 500-mile-wide, -8 degrees centigrade Icelandic barrage is heading to the country. Should we say it's not really, but they're just saying that to frighten the life out of us. I think it's going to be mild winter. I bet it's not. I think it's been quite chilly, actually. I need to go and get some gloves, but I haven't sort of managed to persuade myself to go and get them just yet. But I will. Don't worry. Thank you for your company today. Very, very grateful. Very, very grateful. Apparently, ladybirds come inside at autumn for nesting. There you go. Thank you very much indeed for that one. And there's loads around Little Venice. Morning, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday. I thought it was Wednesday. I think I wanted it to be Wednesday, but I've changed my mind. I've decided I like Tuesday because we get Dominic Ellis twice. Get him today, and then he's going to apparently on tomorrow as well. I said to him, who keeps booking you for these things? And he laughed. Wasn't sure if he saw the irony in it, but nevertheless, he's a good lad. So we've got him tomorrow reading the news. I tell you these things in advance. Turkey producers say there will be enough birds this Christmas. There's a relief. I got so worried that there might not be enough turkeys. There's going to be loads of them. Morning coffee could make you more active. They always used to say that, though, didn't they? You know, double espresso was the kind of thing to get you going. And frankly, it just makes me want to go to the toilet. I never think of anything else. What was the other one that I quite liked? The gang behind the Eccleston heist, jailed for 28 years. They took £25 million worth of jewellery. And I don't think any of it's been recovered. They couldn't care less whether they go to prison. When they come out, they're going to be very rich indeed, aren't they? Craig Revel-Horwood tests positive for COVID, will miss Strictly. That's about 3 or 4 people have gone down with it. But luckily, I think they're all boosted up or jabbed up or something like that. What do we love about winter? A roaring fire in the pub and Sunday roasts. I like a Sunday roast. Somebody posted a picture there. Was it Lucy Horrobin, who works with us here in the building? And she was talking about she went to a harvester or something like that. What's the matter with you today? 30 seconds we're talking about food. And she had a big plate piled high with, it had Yorkshire puddings on it, and it looked really nice. I remember looking at it thinking, where's she? I don't think it was a harvester she went to. I think it was somewhere similar. It might have been a Toby. Might have been, whatever it was, it looked blooming lovely. You know, the full Monty, as they say, which looked like, it looked delicious. You found it? It's a Toby. It looked gorgeous. Look at it. I mean, look at that. Oh, God, roast potatoes and, oh, God, honestly, why did they show me this food? I mean, yeah, well, it's a carvery, isn't it? Yeah, it's Toby Carvery. And she said the staff were lovely too. Well, that looks absolutely delicious. That really does. I could eat that now, actually. I could take Dominic out. And we could sort of feed him up a little bit. Yeah, show to do first, though. Then we'll go and eat it. A giant 6-litre bottle of Californian red wine sells for $1 million, which roughly works out at about, I think, £28,000 a glass. $28,000 per glass. Wow. Jamie Oliver renewing the war on school grub again, because during the pandemic, it all fell off the wagon. People were back on chips and stuff like that. At least he's doing his best. Jeremy Clarkson's new mansion is nearly ready, and then one of the neighbours has launched a legal battle. They really don't like him, do they? They're a miserable bunch of old little so-and-sos down there, aren't they? They really are. Honestly, all he's trying to do is bring, business into the area, and they don't like it. And we don't like that. No, it ruins our little village, you boring old baggages. Goodness sake, honestly. You should be grateful he's lived there for 20 years, and now he wants to bring loads of cars in for his restaurant. Why not? What's the matter with that? It's called private enterprise. Wouldn't you love to know more about the miserable little so-and-so, the neighbour who's launched a legal battle to stop him doing it, as if he thinks he's going to succeed? James Haskell slams cancel culture. Prince Andrew smiles, or it could be a wince, as he drives around the royal grounds. I mean, really, he's got nothing to do, has he now? Nothing. He doesn't have a job. The Queen pays his sort of living requirements. Jamie Vardy signed a deal to write kids' books with Becky Vardy. And the reason is, wait for this one, you'll love this, is because they've got 6 children between them. I mean, I drive a Bentley. I can't build one. But based on their assumptions, I should be building them and selling them privately. Just because you've got 6 children, dear. I mean, every woman on a council estate north of Gateshead, Tyne and Wear should be writing children's books. They're far better qualified. Domino's have released their first Christmas advertisement. The thug jailed for 10 weeks for grabbing a policeman's testicles and spitting in his face. That's all he got. 10 weeks. Should have been 10 years. 10 years. These filthy people. It really is the worst. And also learning the key death phrases. I was chatting away quite happily this morning to the producer using sign language. Because my former producer, Uncle Rob, he does sign language. And it's such a good thing to learn. And it's not as complicated. Some of it's, it's good. It's good. You should do it. The first CBeebies presenter with Down syndrome. You've seen him. He's been on all the telly programmes and everything else. He's a charming lad, and he says there should be more done for people who've got Down syndrome and things like that. We should see more people like that on the television. Well, we're looking at somebody who's dancing on the television with no music. They're dancing with it. They turned the sound down because she doesn't need to hear the sound. She's very, very good. I mean, she's seriously very, very good. New direction for Harry Styles wearing women's clothing. Actually, do you know that the majority of people who wear women's clothing are heterosexual men? Isn't that a surprising thought? Men. The thing that's found in most of these Premier Travelodge and things like that, women's clothing and wigs have been left in the rooms. Yes, men who sort of identify as both have got nowhere else to go to dress, so they go and they book a cheap hotel room and they dress. So the majority of women's clothing is found in men's rooms in these cheapo hotel rooms, which actually aren't, they're actually very good value. Very good value. And if it's only a room you need and it's got a bed in it and television, the producer had one. And he had a television and a shower, and it was really he'd never seen so much luxury in his life. You flick the switch and the lights go on and off. He was very impressed. Colour telly as well. None of this black and white malarkey. Anyway, I hope you're ready for the programme today. Frankie Dettori admits he was stupid in his younger days. Yep, I can see that. And the one story which stands out a mile is the failed asylum seeker. What in God's name he was still doing here, I've got no idea. But apparently he was a recent convert to Christianity, so he's a compulsive liar as well. And he sits in the back of a taxi, and he books to go to a place, and the taxi driver, not stupid, gets an inkling that something isn't right. So he takes him round the back into a car park where there are less people and things like that, so he couldn't do it. And when the failed asylum seeker sitting in the back of the cab realised something was going on, he detonates his bomb. Luckily, it wasn't as big a bomb as we thought, and there was a misfire. But anyway, the cab bursts into flames, and through all of that, the taxi driver opens the door and gets out, leaving the failed asylum seeker in the back of the taxi. I mean, a sheer miracle that the taxi driver survived. He literally got out. You can see that you'll see it on YouTube and everything else. It's grim viewing, but you watch him getting out, and it is the utter miracle. This is a guy called David Perry who ran from the vehicle before the fire took hold. I mean, what a brave man. He said he's lucky to be alive. Bloody miracle you're alive. Seriously, most people don't survive anything like that. Posting on Facebook, Rachel, his wife, thanked friends for their messages and said her husband was extremely sore and just trying to process what happened. Well, you saved a lot of people's lives. When you watch the car bursting into flames and he actually got out, he certainly had not one, but at least 100 guardian angels looking over him. Because, the car is just a complete write-off. The person in the back, the piece of filth that was in the back of the car, who claimed to be a Christian convert, which of course was more lies, And all these people. So Priti Patel then jumps on the bandwagon and goes, we have to be more alert. We're now on high. Well, yes. This was a failed asylum seeker. What was he still doing here? This is the trouble, isn't it? That you can't work out how simple these people are, that they're able to be radicalised. It's always the people that persuade them to be radicalised and then go, oh, you have to do this. And then, it's not going to be the first. Certainly won't be the last. You'll see something like that. But please God, we end up with a taxi driver like that guy that we had there, because he's absolutely the bee's knees as far as I'm concerned. Neil in Chessington says, I'd love to eat anything at the moment, never mind pigs in blankets. I'm currently suffering with toothache. Oh, no. The worst, isn't it? Because that, generally speaking, would be, when it's toothache, what is it? Oh, it's the nerve. So what they have to do is take the tooth out and then remove the nerve. Or if you've got an abscess, the worst ever. I hope that you've got, Neil, paracetamol or Anodin Extra or something like that, because that can sort of make it a bit easier. Or failing that, get yourself down to a doctor's surgery and get some painkillers, some penicillin or something like that to kill the infection. Because I've had that years and years ago. God, it was awful. Absolutely dreadful. That and backache. So I shared sympathy with the Queen, as I do on many an occasion. Steve, I had to pay 50p to blow my tyres up yesterday. It's gone up from 20p. The man of the garage said, that's inflation. Right, you're barred. I went to Tesco. Piles of toys right next to the tills. I felt very sorry for parents on the breadline because not everybody's flush with cash. They always find it. They always find it. Let me tell you. Don't ever believe anybody when they go, oh, we can't afford Christmas. I knew a woman who had no money. No money. At Christmas time, the kids had every present under the sun. You know why? She shopped on catalogue. Catalogue shopping. If you buy these, or you get these, there'll be somebody in your area who's got, the Littlewoods catalogue, whatever, and it will tell you how much this is. The price of the toy is 16 quid. You can have it for 16 pence a week. And somebody will come around, and what they do is they add up. So they'll go, actually, you owe us £5.60 per week for the next God knows how long, and that will cover your Christmas costs. And that's how it works. So people have always got money for Christmas. It works out more expensive. Yes, of course it does. Yes. Yeah. But it's a case of, can you get the toys for the kids that they want? I would just dust off last year's toys, wrap them up for. They don't know the difference. They really don't. Steve, in America, people encourage and admire those who do well, like Clarkson. Here, they moan about it. Oh, we moan about everything, Roger. Moan about everything. Oh, he said this, she said that. This happened here. Oh, why should I get this? Why should I get that? I mean, I tell you, I have to watch YouTube. If you really want to watch thick, stupid people in America, this is the classic one. A woman gets stopped by the police. You know why? She's texting on her phone. She's that thick. She's texting on her phone. The policeman pulls her over, goes over to the car, and she goes, and he goes, can you get out of the car? I'm not getting out of the car. I'm frightened. I mean, as you can tell, she's a compulsive liar and she's got a few screws loose. And she said, you really made me shake because I haven't got my mace spray. He said, I'm a policeman. You were texting on your phone with a child on the back seat of the car. She refuses to have anything to do with it. You frightened me. I'm not getting out of the car. He said, pull your car in over the road. Over the road, you're getting a ticket, whether you like it or not. For what? For texting on your phone, you stupid old bag. Haven't you realised you could have had an accident and killed your child? That's how... some of them are so ridiculously dim. Absolutely. There was an accident over here the other day. The bloke who was driving had no idea, apparently, that he wasn't supposed to use his telephone whilst at the wheel. What? How can you not know? Everybody's got hands-free unless you're a right peasant. Everybody's got hands-free. It's built into the car. It's only been the law for 15 years. People like that should be locked up. We're taking your car away and we're going to destroy it. Okay? Stupid people, honestly. It gets your goat, doesn't it?
This is LBC.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas. And fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
So excited. Friday this week, the Steve Allen lunches are back on again. So there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us having lunch, which is very nice. I've just checked with my friend Jordan. I had to remember, actually. I thought, no, not that one. And apparently there is a Jordan story in the paper today. She's apparently looking to buy a property in Las Vegas. And the quote is from her, "I'm not going to prison." Which is good news. And I hope she's right. But I have a sneaking feeling she might not be right. But you can't just buy a property in Las Vegas. You can't just go over there and buy a property. Perhaps she thinks she can sort of disappear over there. We'll watch and see. But anyway, so my Jordan, he produces another breakfast show with a very famous person. And I don't know what time he wakes up in the morning, but I was only guessing actually that he's awake at the moment. So, and I just sort of tend to think, because we haven't spoken for ages. And we'll be doing there's a lot of catching up to do with the Steve Allen Lunch Club, as you can well imagine, over the past few weeks. And so I'm prepared for all the questions, and we've got the answers as well at the same time. And he said it definitely is still on, so that's great news. So some of the boys will be coming down from up north, and Mr. Moyles will be there. It's good. It's good. We do it sort of once a month. We try and do it once a month, so we can. And then I think we're going to Soho House for bevies afterwards. No end to the excitement. I'll tell you what, rock and roll lifestyle, not. Steve. Who do you think will be the Christmas number one? I've got no idea, actually. You've ordered Adele. I just bought Voyage. ABBA's new album. Voyage. Priti Patel says Nikki and Devon keeps talking the talk but does nothing. If anything, it's got worse. Well, she's achieved nothing. It's great to have all these fabulous ideas. We're going to stop people. We're going to get rid of convicted paedophiles and murderers. When will that be happening, dear? Let us know. I'm going to stop the people coming across the channel. When will that be happening, dear? Okay, and we're also going to try and sort of sort out all these people who've been radicalised. When will that be, dear? So far, nothing. Nothing at all. Very embarrassing. But you're quite right, actually. Lots of talking, but nothing actually being done. ABBA land the number one and fastest selling vinyl of the century with Voyage. There was a record, wasn't there, years ago? Was it called Voyage? It was sung in French. Voyage. It's going to go round and round my head. Round and round my head, I think. It was called Voyage. Desireless. Voyage. It was a really good song, actually. And was it a hit? Yes, 1987 apparently. Wow, it's ever such a good record. It really is. It's really nice. I've come to the conclusion I'm stuck in the wrong time warp, which is not very good, is it? Is that her singing Voyage? It's very nice, isn't it? You're listening. How nice. Thank you for sharing it with us. Bill Bailey makes a poignant trip to Sean Locke's beauty spot to remember him. I can't believe he died. That was back in August when he died. Kept it very quiet, very, very quiet indeed. And who's getting rid of his teeth? Rylan. He's decided he's going to get rid of his teeth. He said they won't be a lot of money, but they're just veneers over the top of his other teeth, which you have put on there. And he's replacing, well, because his own teeth are underneath, so they'll just take the veneers off, and there's his own teeth underneath there. Because to be honest with you, it got a bit ridiculous. He did look as though they'd been Tipp-Ex'd, and nobody wants to look that bad. If you want to be taken seriously, then you have to get rid of the teeth. So he's going to get rid of them. So there you go. But as he says, they've made me a lot of money so far. I don't think they've literally booked you for your teeth, dear. I don't want to sort of encourage people to write in. Mind you, talking to people writing in, there was a presenter. Well, she's a comedian, Emily A. Tack. And they've been rumours dropped all over the internet about her and Jack Grealish going out. Jack Grealish apparently has a girlfriend. Whether it's still on or it's off, we don't know. Anyway, she's been getting trolled. Everybody gets trolled now. Everybody gets trolled. You get the terminally, desperately sad, lonely people who troll people because they don't have a life. And so they'll go, oh, Emily A. Tack, right, let's write to her, you old... And they wrote all these things to her, basically calling her a tramp because she wanted to go out with somebody, but she's already said in all the interviews, I'll only go out with him if he's not going out with his girlfriend. Why anybody bother trolling? You want to go around to these people's houses and shake them and go, why don't you mind your own business? What's it got to do with you? Nothing at all to do with you. I'm sorry. Are you Jack Grealish's girlfriend? No, well, mind your own business. Nosy little Parker, you curtain twitcher. These people are ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Charles has called to make sure the Queen takes a break. Hello, Mummy? Hello? Do you remember that from years and years ago when he had to stand up on stage in front of all the crowd at the Jubilee, and he went, Your Majesty, Mummy. And, of course, the Queen looked like thunder. Absolute thunder. Yeah, very, very funny, Charles. Very funny. Yeah, love pops and all the rest of it. So he actually makes sure she's going to take a break. Well, I should imagine she wants to take a break. Where does Nosy Parker come from? I don't know. You're a Nosy Parker, da-da-da-da-da-da, wasn't it? I think so. I think it was... Oh, I don't know. I've got this. It's coming back to me, slowly. Might come back during the programme. Oh, this is Matthew Parker, who was the Archbishop of Canterbury. He had a reputation, hence Nosy Parker, of prying into the affairs of others, therefore acquired the nickname Nosy Parker. There you go. You're a Nosy Parker, and I'm a da-da-da-da. That was that was the other one, wasn't it? No, that was a tissue, we all fall down, which was the plague, I think, because you sneezed and then you... But mind you, poor old Lorraine the other day started coughing on her programme during an interview, and she had to say, it's not COVID, and held up her little card saying that she was free. She'd been tested that morning. Of course, it had her real name on there, Lorraine Smith. And everybody was going, oh, that's right, I'm the king of the castle, you're a dirty rascal. Don't know where it goes after that. Where does it go after that? Is there something else? Oh, that's it, apparently. Nothing very exciting. I'm very glad you've recovered from your bout of ill health earlier in the year. Us listeners are very grateful. Yes, I'm equally grateful. I mean, put it this way, if you're coming to one of the shows, you might actually get the true story of what I went down with. Lord above knows. You don't want to go through that again, but I'm sure a lot of people will have sympathy. Plans of COVID passes with proof of 3 jabs, and 4 in 10 people don't check their tyres regularly. I check my tyres all the time. Well, in fact, I don't need to check them. They're on the car. It comes up on the computer. You push a button, and it's got each 4 wheels. So if one level drops, it tells me what it's dropped down to, and I'm currently running 2.4 and 1.9 in the rear. And if it goes too low, I've got a machine in the boot. I think it's a machine. I don't know. Anyway, just connect it up, and it basically blows your tyres up again, which is very nice. So I'm very, very pleased for things like that. Mentioned by Dawn Niece. I don't know. Does this woman ever sleep? I've come to the conclusion. She says, 3:30 start. For possibly the maddest and most exciting 24 hours of work. First up, Daily Star column, writing whilst listening to the Steve Allen Show. Oh, what can we put in the column? Poor old Emily A. Tack. Rylan and his teeth is always a fairly good one. Priti Patel. Could do Priti Patel. Jamie Oliver renewing his war on school grub. Adele, very popular. Kelly Brook ticking off another landmark on a romantic holiday to Paris. And a key that helped save passengers in the Titanic sold for 70,000 quid. It was owned by the purser, and it could unlock 40 of the cabins of the suites of first-class people to say, we're sinking. Would you like to move? Everybody move to the door. Thank you. Can you blow up your Lilo? Sorry to disturb you. Sorry. You can imagine it being a Basil Fawlty moment, can't you? Also, porridge lovers facing a shortage. And learning key deaf phrases, which there's lots of little bits in the paper which I quite like as well. Plus, Jeremy Clarkson's new mansion nearly ready as the neighbour launches a legal battle because they don't want him to have his cafe there, his little restaurant. What's the matter with these people? And Paul McCartney says old codgers have begged him to change when I'm 64 because a lot of people are living much longer. So that could be quite a good one. Plus, children hurt at a prep school as the ceiling fell in. Early morning cup of coffee could make you more active, or listening to the Steve Allen Show on LBC. And the BBC has axed a radio remake of The Snowman because the man who wrote the music says they're messing about with it too much. And so they've decided to axe the bloom. What's the matter with these people nowadays? Honestly, everybody's gone woke. I don't understand it. I mean, the Snowman on the radio, yeah. Well, they used to do a stage show of the Snowman. We're walking in the air. Because everybody think it was Aled Jones who sang the song, but he didn't. It was a chorister. And Aled had a hit with it because he went and recorded the song. It's just underneath me here. If I drilled a hole in this floor, I think I'd miss him by about 10 feet, but I can find him eventually. I think your column, Dawn, would have to be the Syrian failed asylum seeker who died in the taxi, who was a Christian convert, but the taxi driver is an absolute hero. To actually get out when that thing burst into flames, because the bomb didn't... If the bomb had gone off properly, that taxi driver would be dead. Mark my words. Also, turkey producers, good news. Enough birds this Christmas. There's always enough birds, aren't there? I was trying to guess who somebody was on the television earlier on, and I got it really bad. Group Visage, track Fade to Grey, says Deb. No, Voyage, Steve Strange's group. I saw Steve Strange years and years ago walking down the street. He's died some years ago now. No, Voyage was Voyage. And Nikki in Devon says, what's the point of watching Strictly now that Craig Revel-Horwood's tested COVID positive? It's a bit harsh. A little bit harsh. I mean, you're right, though, actually. Princess Anne is the silent workhorse of the royal family. If anything happens to the Queen, she'll be the most affected because there is no love greater than a daughter's. Yes, she's never... The only thing I wanted to change for Princess Anne was her hairstyle. She's had the same bun stuck on the back of her head for the past God knows how many years. She should have it changed. Definitely have it changed. And Steve, in the Bond film Thunderball, Sean Connery ordered breakfast in his hotel and pronounced it breakfast. Did he? Breakfast. Your mother... Oh, right. The producer's granny used to do it as well. Lovely. Breakfast. Yeah. I used to go into hotels and enjoy saying, sorry, did you do the full English? I love that. Yeah, and then leave. I could eat it today. But I could definitely eat that thing that came with the Yorkshire pudding on it. Thank you very much indeed, from Lucy Horrobin. Definitely. John in Colchester says, I do not believe this rubbish about a porridge shortage. I watch it every evening on Dave. Yeah. I've just ordered You Rang My Lord, which was the same cast of Heidi High and Oh, Dr. Beeching and everything else. I've had to listen, 16 quid's worth of heaven. My friend Ian is getting out the Steve Allen Christmas tree. Which is, I bought it over here, and it turns round and lights twinkle and it plays music. It's really lovely. But of course, it's working on a different electricity system. Steve, it wasn't until years later when I first saw The Snowman as an adult, I realised David Bowie is in it. Is he? David Bowie's in The Snowman? Which part is he? Find out after a bit of a tease there. Like a bit of a tease. David Bowie's in The Snowman. Well... If he says so, he might be right. You never know. I mean, on occasions, he has been right. Nice to have your company. I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast. It's Tuesday, the 16th of November.
This is LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Well, apparently now we have discovered David Bowie. He's at the start. There's an introduction before the main animation, and it's Bowie doing the intro. Everybody forgets it. We've just found it, actually. We've just found it. I love David Bowie. They were doing a programme on it the other day. And I tell you what, they were doing a very good programme on Sky Arts, which I'm a huge fan of because they do some cracking documentaries. This one was on Nigel Kennedy, the violinist. And they had footage of him when he was 4 years old, playing the piano like a pro. Then he was playing the violin at 7, and they said, which one would you like to play? And he said, the violin. And he was playing word note perfect with Yehudi Menuhin, all sorts of different people. I mean, small wonder he went on to be so talented. I mean, he was just gifted beyond belief. You know, I mean, just gifted beyond belief. And I remember watching this documentary when he was 7 years old, and then when he was 13, and he was trundling around and he was trying to make money busking and stuff like that to pay for his tuition. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Sean in Cambridge says, I had an operation on Friday. Your silky tones got me through feeling worried. Oh, don't ever worry about going for an operation. Listen, I've had more operations on every part of my body than you can shake a stick at. And I always talk myself into it. And the reason I talk myself into it is because I always think, then this isn't the first time they've done this operation. They do these operations all the time. When I had my stents done years ago, and I've had them done twice now, I worried about it first time, and I thought, oh, they're going to put me out, and they don't, because if you have a heart attack, they can't bring you back again. So you're awake you don't feel anything. You feel nothing, absolutely nothing at all. And so I had the operation, and other people have asked me about them, and I've said, listen, they do it all the time, from 8 a.m. till 6 p.m. They're doing stents. They're doing this operation, so you don't need to ever worry about it. Barry says, hold your next show at the Royal Albert Hall. Yes, I'm not sure actually whether or not the Royal Albert Hall is the right sort of venue for me. I like a more intimate venue. Roger says, when they wrote When I'm 64 in the 60s, 64 was considered old. Yeah, when I'm 64. Apparently the snowman is massive in Japan. Always makes me have a tear at the end. Well, it's just, I just like it. It's nice. When they go out the window and they go flying over the countryside. I've never seen so much snow in my life. I'm surprised the house was still there when they got back. Diesel has hit a record price. Yeah, nothing is as much as the Shell garages are charging round my way for I'm paying about 151 pence. Seriously, absolute rip-off. Absolute blooming rip-off. Dreadful, it really is. We will go through the newspapers earlier on, as you can well imagine. All of them are talking about the asylum seeker who converted from Islam to Christianity. In other words, a compulsive liar. He didn't convert at all. Identified as the suicide attacker who blew himself up outside the hospital on Remembrance Sunday, Emad Jamil al-Swilmin detonated his improvised explosive device in the back of a taxi moments before the 2-minute silence began at 11. So, as I say, straight to hell. Straight to hell. I mean, I don't understand why these people could ever be converted into doing something that involves hurting people. I mean, really, these people are just disgusting. Just disgusting. A failed asylum seeker. What in God's name was he doing here in the first place? Perhaps some questions for government ministers. Apparently 400 grams of the explosive had failed to detonate. And for that, we thank the Lord. But well done to the taxi driver. Well done to the when you look at the pictures, it absolutely the COVID screen saved him, because all the taxis have got COVID screens up. Well, they certainly should have. Mind you, I had to say to the driver this morning, "Can you put your mask on?" And the other day, I had to say to him, "Can you put your mask on?" I shouldn't have to ask in the back of a taxi. Yeah, it's a confined space, and it's also there's gaps around the side and everything else. I'm not going to risk it. You should make sure as well if you get into a taxi. You should say, can you wear a mask, please? They're supposed to wear them. I don't know how it works for black taxis, whether they're supposed to wear them, because most of them don't wear them. They're in a separate bit. Well, I don't care. What else we got here? Kwarteng apologises for stern words to the watchdog. He's apologised to the Commons Anti-Sleaze Commissioner after he said she should consider her position. God, do you know, everybody's arguing. Everybody's arguing. There's nobody who's not arguing at the moment, is there? George Clooney has said he's never heard the term cold gun on a film set after it was supposedly used by an assistant director to indicate that a revolver was safe before it was accidentally fatally fired by Alec Baldwin. Crikey. Also, Team Maxwell fear the verdict is already in. The socialites' lawyers worry that jurors will find little about their client to like. Well, the trouble is, because it's all been written about in the newspapers, basically all these things. I mean, she's been kept in prison for a long, long time now. So obviously word would get out. And they always like to say, if you're on a jury, do not read anything in the newspapers, do not discuss this case, because it could prejudice it. And in her particular case, I think they've already made up their mind. I mean, how long's she been in prison now? It's certainly a fair number of... It runs into 10, 11, 12 months, if not longer. I can't remember the first time she was arrested, but I mean, she's July last year, so about a year and a half she's been in prison. I mean, is there any way she's going to get a fair trial? 15 months. I mean, to be honest with you, I doubt it very much, because people have made up their own mind, haven't they? They've made up. It's like people have made up their minds about other people who've been going into trial without any evidence to suggest anything at all. Louis says, got the new album from ABBA, Voyage. I reckon it's better than any other music they made. Oh, right. There you go. And out of sheer boredom, Steve, I've checked the betting on William Hill and Ed Sheeran and Elton John. They're odds on with Adele at 4-1 and ABBA at 16-1. It's good, isn't it? Do people really bet on what's going to be the number one? I don't do any betting like that, actually. Probably quite right. So here they are. Get me out of here. They are the people from I'm a Celebrity. Matty Lee, Arlene Phillips, who I think is the oldest member of the cast. Snoochie Shy, never heard of her. Not a clue. Danny Miller, Emma Dale, Louise Minchin, ex-presenter. Used to be on The Breakfast Time, and then left there because she wanted to be spending more time with her children and family. So that was obviously a load of old codswallop. Naughty Boy, apparently he's only doing the show because he's not a celebrity, even though he's on a celebrity-based programme, because they all obviously believe that they are celebrities. Naughty Boy is music. His real name's Shahid, I think. But he's going on to show people another side to him. Oh, God. Frankie Bridge, well, if ever there was a desperado, Frankie Bridge would be it, because the old man's done it, so she might as well. David Ginola, something to do with football. That's as far as I go. Kadina Cox, not a clue. I think she could be, don't know what she is. And we're supposed to know who these people are. And Richard Madeley. Now, you know that Richard's going to get voted for every one of the Bush Tucker trials, which aren't called Bush Tucker trials. They're going to be something else. And people will love it. People will love it because Richard is one of those people. He can happily take the mickey out of himself. Apparently, Kadina Cox is a Paralympian athlete. But she's not a celebrity. She's an athlete. Why do they call them celebrities? It's just ridiculous. Because then they start believing it. And they're not. She's not a celebrity. She doesn't juggle, tell jokes, stand up on stage, dance, or anything else. She's a Paralympian. God, blimey, honestly, why don't they get these things right? Dear, here we go. Here's the tributes to the cabbie who had the bomber in his car. He's the father of two, David. I mean, what a hero. Oh, look, Kylie Minogue again. Has she left the country or has she not? She's singing a new song and she was wearing a peroxide wig. Honestly, even when she allegedly moves to Australia, she's still in the papers every day. We're so lucky. So lucky. What else have we got? Oh, His Royal Highness. Yes, Harry and Meghan meeting refugee children with a renditioning of Head, Shoulders, Knees and Toes. They must have sat there in disbelief looking at these two people going, what are you doing? That's the best that they can get. Never mind, at least you got the money, Harry, eh? Got the money. Keep it. He did get the money. I didn't say he got paid for that. He's got the money. He's got the money from Netflix. He's got over 100 million, while Netflix decimate his mother. Decimate her. I'm sure that you'll give it back eventually, Harry, won't you, when you've eventually found a job. Rylan getting rid of his pearly gnashers. And he said he was getting rid of the veneers after nearly a decade. He said, after 8 years, it hurts so much, but sometimes you've got to let go. I've said goodbye to my teeth. Now smile imminent. Wait till you read the place that will be doing them for him. He'll be plugging it like there's no end. He's been tipped to return to This Morning and replace Eamonn Holmes, but if you remember, Eamonn Holmes wasn't on This Morning. He was replaced by Alison Hammond and what's his face. And so I don't know what's going to be happening there. Ruth Langsford's not going to be doing it. She won't do it without Eamonn. So I don't know whether or not they sort of claim that Ryland will be going back to the where. It's Holly and Willie. It's Holly Willoughby, Holly and Willie, and Pip Schofield do it. And then on the Fridays, it's Alison Hammond and what's his face, the one whose name you can never remember half the time, Dermot O'Dreary, and he's on there as well. So where will Ryland be going? No idea. Not even Ryland's sure about it. But it's a good thing. Very interesting. Clemmy Moody, writing in her column in The Sun today, talks about Eva Longoria. Do you remember she went to Pizza Express in Cardiff? She didn't know it was a chain. She thought it was the best Italian restaurant she'd ever eaten at. And high praise indeed, says Clemmy Moody. Except this is the woman who's just been made a McDonald's McHappy Day ambassador. Fair to say, she says, the culinary bar's been set fairly low on this one. I agree. Fancy poor old Eva Longoria not knowing it was a chain. Fancy not knowing something like that. I don't know. The three burglars who stole 25 million of gems from Tamara Eccleston were jailed for a total of 28 years and told they face 10 more if they fail to return the record-breaking haul. Yeah, that's going to make a difference to them. They've got £25 million worth of gems to split between them. Yeah, they won't be handing that over. Definitely not. They also stole from various other people. I think actually, what else they steal from? Frank Lampard and Christie. Yeah. Well, on December the 13th, they raided the home of a man who had died in a helicopter crash the year before. They got £1 million worth of watches, tie pendants and cash, and the next day celebrated with a meal at a sushi restaurant. On December the 13th, they broke into the 55-room, £70 million Kensington mansion belonging to Tamara and husband Jay Rutland, whilst they were in Lapland with their daughter. They'd only set off a small while ago, and it was the biggest residential burglary. And strangely enough, detectives scoured black cabs in the area and got their breakthrough when they quizzed the 1,003rd driver on their list. He remembered dropping off the gang at Victoria. And so they were then arrested and now enjoying life in prison. Whee! Well done, you. And another 10 years if you don't give back the filthy lucre that you stole. There you go, £26 million worth. Also convicted of raids on Frank Lampard and the late Leicester City chairman who died in the helicopter crash.
This is LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company, he says, trying to sound as bouncy and as cheerful as it is possible to be at this time of the morning when it's coming up 10 to 5. And everybody's going, why don't you just tone it down, Steve, for goodness sake. Overweight mums and dads will be put on diets to try and help their obese kids to slim. Apparently, thousands of the nation's fattest children, some as young as 2, will be offered weight loss coaching at 15 new clinics. Well, they're not going to be going for that, are they? I mean, the trouble... Thank you, Menti. Lovely. Do you know what sort of tea it is?
Bog standard, I think.
Bog standard. Lovely. Oh, so a new brand of tea we have in the building. Bog standard. I love it. Around 1,000 youngsters a year will be helped by dietitians, psychologists and specialist nurses. Why should we have to do this and waste this money? Shouldn't we be... I mean, don't parents look in the mirror and see, that if you eat junk food... then there is a very good chance you're going to be putting on a lot of weight. Why? Because junk food is bad for you. In moderation, it's fine. Everything's fine in moderation. I mean, otherwise I'd be eating KFC. Did you see that bloke the other day? Did you see the bloke? There was a march of vegans, and he stood there with a barrel of KFC eating it in front of them. That was very naughty. Very naughty. And because KFC... have a vegan burger. Yeah, but that's just so they're jumping on a bandwagon of everybody else going, we've got to do this ad. They've just opened a KFC, or they will be, in Richmond, directly opposite the station. It's not a very big one. It's a little one. So they're opening, a Greggs out of Leicester Square. Really? I don't know why they haven't put Greggs. Huge one. Oh, right. I don't know why they haven't put Greggs in all the railway stations. It doesn't make any sense to me. They do. It'll beat all this garbage food that they're serving down at Waterloo Station. Oh dear. There is one of those pasty shops down there, and they do sausage rolls. Well, what in God's name is in them? I've got no idea. There's no thing on there that says the ingredients are, and I quite like to know. And they're so expensive. Very dry, very boring, very dull, very simple as that. So why Greggs don't go down there? They do so much better. So much better. Because, if you're going to go on a long train journey, it's nice to have a cheese and pickle sandwich or something like that, and their rolls and baguettes are very nice. But, no, some of these other places, they don't even look very hygienic. I'm sure they must be. But not for me, I'm afraid. Steve, I have no idea who any of the I'm a Celebrities are. Good God in heaven. How big is that Greggs? That's enormous. That's what they think. So it's costing how much? £2 million. Wow. Good Lord above. Well, there you go. There you go. A giant Greggs next to one of those shops that sells all these souvenirs, des Londres. Yeah, a bear and a beef. I mean, put it this way, they've got more Paddington Bears in there than Paddington Bear had family members. And they've got things, and they've got sort of, a little sort of, the wheel and a London taxi. Here we go. KFC vegan burger. It's a PETA Vegan Food Award winner. No chicken here, neither here nor here. What's the point? So I'm sure it looks fine, but what's the point of going to KFC? It's called Kentucky Fried Chicken, not Kentucky Fried No Chicken. Otherwise, that would spell differently, wouldn't it? I get so annoyed with people jumping on a bandwagon. I remember years ago people saying McDonald's weren't making an effort, and so they started doing salads. And you think to yourself, well, should they not have done all these things years ago? And also, they do better things abroad in McDonald's and Burger King. They get far better menus than we get, far better. And they sell beer in Germany's McDonald's. Well, you couldn't risk it here. Good God in heaven. You imagine McDonald's and a beer, yeah. On a Friday night. Love it. My friend Ian says, Greggs would be great in the train stations. I like an upper crust, but most of them don't have sausage rolls. I don't know why they can't have a proper sausage in a roll. Greggs, you can go in there and get sausages in a roll or in a baguette. Well, I'm hoping so anyway. And I don't want them to sort of start knocking back on it. And also, could they keep their sausage rolls, the other ones, hot? Would that be possible? Put them in a heated cabinet? Who wants to eat stone cold sausage rolls? I merely mention it, I don't want to be a moaning Mary about this, but for goodness sake. You don't know when you order it when it came out of mostly because all the cabinets it's in are cold. So they take it out and it's hot, but you've got to basically stand on the sidelines until you see it being taken out. You go, now! Yeah, you could wait for hours in there, couldn't you, really? Your shows are very addictive. Are they? I quite like the idea of something being addictive. I mean, to be honest with you, let's not mess around. If you do a radio programme, the idea is to get an audience. That's what I'm paid to do. If I don't get an audience, it all goes a bit pear-shaped. So I'm paid to get an audience. And I've even got people here, who sort of go to the gym and work out listening to this programme, which is very nice. Ollie will be sort of out there, putting all his Gym Bunny stuff on. He goes religiously. He didn't go for a little while, and then he's gone back again. I think Dominic goes to a gymnasium. Yet to find out which one it is, but I will find out. And then I keep seeing an advert, and it's on. Ollie goes to the gym he's going to put on weight. Yeah, there's nothing of him. Seriously, I mean, I look at him and I think, God, you're so lucky. People go, oh, I can eat and eat and eat, and I just don't put any weight. And I think, why don't you shut up? It makes me feel really, really bad. Really bad. Mark in Romford, did you see England beat San Marino last night, 10-0? No, I didn't. I missed that part of my life. I decided not to watch that. I don't watch anything like that, actually. This was in Qatar. And I think it wasn't. Oh, they've secured qualifications for the World Cup in Qatar. Is that the one that David Beckham is taking money out of? Another one, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you have your blazer with all the glitter. I do. Well, they're not blazers with glitter. These are proper glitter jackets. I mean, literally proper glitter jackets. Oh, there's a Greggs here, which has got a drive-through. And there's always one. This is a waitress from Bognor Regis, and she pulls her horse up to the window and orders a sausage roll. Quite clearly mad as a broomstick down there, aren't they? This is at Bognor Regis. People at the business park were gobsmacked. Not at all surprised here. I'm fairly gobsmacked myself. I keep seeing this advert on the television. They do it on QVC whenever they do chocolate from Hotel Chocolat. They've now got a thing called a velvetizer. Have you seen it? It's basically a jug. I think it's about £99, 95. It's an awful lot of money, and it's got a blade inside it, and you put your chocolate bits in the milk, and it turns it into hot chocolate. You get roughly the same effect, as you'd imagine, with some hot milk and pouring chocolate into it that way. So there is a milk frother from George for £25. You get a similar effect, therefore saving £74. They've said the Velvetizer hot chocolate maker. It's engineered by Dualit, so that's why it's so expensive. I mean, it's very nice. I'm sure it's lovely, but it's £100 for melting a bit of chocolate and turning it with sort of a blade and putting some milk in there. Imagine trying to clean that one out. You pour in the pod cups provided. Smart, simple, and revolutionary. You can get vanilla, white chocolate, cafe latte, and everything, but it's £100. It's £100. And also, if you're diabetic, you don't want to wake up to chocolate, thank you very much indeed. That would be the worst thing. Not for me, even though I like the idea, but I thought £100. It's an awful lot of money. Awful lot of money. Although if there's one thing I do like, it's a chocolate milkshake. I don't know why they don't do McDonald's milkshakes for breakfast. Who wants a cup of coffee or a blooming orange juice? No, they don't. They don't do fries either. They don't do fries for breakfast. I don't know why. What's the difference? You know, they go into the same thing. You could do fries and something else. Not till 11. I think you can get fries in Burger King. I'm pretty certain. For your breakfast, you don't have to have onion rings or something. Somebody told me once, because I wouldn't eat it. And but you know, the idea of having a chocolate milkshake for breakfast, a brilliant idea. I've had to go into Marks and Spencer's and go buy one of theirs. They do a very nice one. Very, very nice one. Very nice. So diesel price at a record high, not as high as I'm paying. And a woman has found her long-lost dad 42 years after he and her mum had a fling, thanks to a £99 DNA test. Wow. That's quite good, isn't it, really? I'm in favour of stuff like that. Here he is, Prince Andrew, smiling, although it doesn't really look like a smile, popping out of his home for a drive around the royal grounds. I suppose anything to get away from the family, who must be driving him mad. Must be driving him mad. Father of two is being sued, as you know, and he appeared cheery. It's difficult to tell whether he's cheery or just, oh, God, not the bloody paparazzi again, which is what I think he's saying. Yeah, he's listening to the show. He's going, oh, God, I feature again. Nice cup of tea with a bog standard bag. Thank you very much, Sinead. It makes a much better tea than me, Hall. Oh, he's hopeless. I mean, really, honestly. Be better off asking a hamster to make it for you. Coming up to the news at 5 o'clock, let's go a few rounds with the British boxing legend as he turns 60. Frank Bruno has turned 60. My mate Tyson, he says, is a real champ for taking up the mental health fight, because you know that... Frank's also got a new book out. Has everybody got a new book? This one, you can visit frankbruno.co.uk and... He's having a big cake now, a special Bruno Foundation cake to celebrate his 60th birthday. Good God in heaven. I don't know why I thought he was older than that. But everybody's got a book. Oh, here's James Haskell. He's got a book as well. Have you got a book out, Joe? I must get a book out. Good Lord above. And Paul Gascoigne's son Regan could do worse than look to his big sister Bianca. They're not related. It's stepsister. You know, for inspiration as he prepares to take part in Dancing on Ice. God, we've got that to look forward to. Or not, as the case may be.
This is LBC.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas. And fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
I quite like the idea of McDonald's in France doing fish and chips in a cone. You see, I see that alternatively. I see that as you're not going to get many fries. Definitely not. But fish and chips, quite nice. The pasty place in Waterloo is nice enough. It's called West Country Pasty, but £4.25 for a sausage roll. Do me a favour. Yes, it's way too... And also, what's in it? I think they should have a duty to put up the ingredients. Because I've bitten into one of these things before, and I tell you, I'm not totally convinced but I don't know what's supposed to be in a sausage roll apart from sausage meat. Only guessing. On a long journey, Steve, it has to be an M&S sandwich or a Pret. If anything, they're cheaper and better quality. And Tim says, I'm in the gym after work now and doing absolutely nothing apart from listening to you. And you're a fat lot of use, aren't you? No fish and chips in a cone in France. There you go. They don't make it. I love the way that people tell lies. Canada do it, but they don't do it in France. Yeah, or a cone. It's in a box. And it's Atlantic haddock, which, of course, is the best fish you can have. Why? Because it's the tastiest. Ask Phil Vickery. He will tell you the best fish to have is haddock. It looks delicious, doesn't it? Looks very delicious. See, I could go for that, but not in France, I'm afraid. No. In Canada, definitely, you can have it. And it looks quite nice, doesn't it? You get 2 bits of fish in a box. Well, that's very good value. I like that. I don't like the gunk that comes with it, but I'll go for the fish and chips. Tartar sauce. Gunk. Poor old Tim and his working out in the gym. There's a pasty shop in Solihull called Gregory's. The council are threatening to close it unless they change the name, says Sell. Well, it wouldn't be up to the council to close it. It'd be up to Greggs to take out an injunction against using their name. It's got absolutely nothing to do with the council whatsoever. You know, a shop can open up and call itself what it wants. There was one in Acton that opened up and they used the same colours as Harrods. And Harrods got them to change the name and the colouring as well. So, you know, there it goes. Because they're saying it can sort of destroy the brand. Well, it looks nice. Pork and cider casserole. Quite like the sound of that one. That'll be something which is sort of a winter warmer, as they say. I like a winter warmer. We like something that's all exciting. Anybody else having trouble with the Halifax online banking app? 24 hours now. It says they're having technical problems and please try later. I can't move any money around. Well, wait 24 hours and try later. God's truth, honestly. What's the matter with people? What do you think? I've got a hotline to the Halifax online banking app or something? Yeah, I'll tell you what, it'll be ready in 10 minutes. Okay, there you go. Solved that problem. I'd like to be useful. Excuse me. Do you know what's happened with the app? I'm not with the Halifax, unfortunately. So it's not for me. Not for me. The Daily Star. Who are ya? There's a feud. Roger Daltrey and Macca and Jagger. I don't know why honestly, they're all far too old to start complaining about things like that. Definitely not good. And Paul McCartney says old codgers have begged him to change the hit When I'm 64 because they're living longer. Could you make it When I'm 84? When I'm 84, will you still be sending me a Valentine? Birthday greetings, bottle of wine. What, 84? No, 64's better. 64 isn't that old nowadays, as you can well imagine. The wife of the taxi driver who survived the terrorist bomb must have had guardian angels looking over him. Absolutely. I mean, all he's got is cuts and bruises. Cuts and bruises. Emily Atack has been cruelly branded a tramp and a homewrecker. I mean, you can't believe this. By sick trolls amid her alleged romance with Jack Grealish. The former In-Betweeners actress was accused of having the morals of an alley cat as she holidays in Paris. She's 31, for God's sake. Why don't you mind your own business, busybodying old baggages? Honestly, she was bombarded by keyboard warriors as she tried to enjoy her trip, you know. And, I mean, however, the £100 million footballer was with his long-term girlfriend Sasha Atwood at the time of the reported rendezvous. I mean, you know, somebody wrote, are you that desperate you go after other women's men? What a pathetic waste of space you turn out to be. I bet you're a failure in life, aren't you? You can always tell the trolls, you know, do you have a job? I had a job once, but I haven't got it now. Instead, I just pick on people. It's a lot easier. Yeah, don't worry, get your comeuppance. Get your comeuppance. Richard Madeley can't wait to get stuck into the Bush Tucker trials and is actually begging fans to vote for him. He'll do it really well. I don't know Jack Grealish's annual salary, but I'm assuming it's in the region of 15, 20 million? 15.6 million. Yeah. Yeah, I know these things, you know. Why? Football manager. I could have been a football manager, but nobody wanted me, which is a bit of a shame. But yeah, 15.6. I mean, honestly, are you allowed to be friends with somebody? We did a phone-in on LBC many years ago. And not me, no. Well, actually, I did. And it was whether or not a man could be friendly with a woman without the dreaded sex coming into it. Is it possible to be friendly? And lots of people were saying, no, it's not possible to be friendly with somebody without the sex word coming into it. So I thought that was a load of old rubbish. Talking load of old rubbish, Harry Styles heading in a totally new direction. He's wearing women's clothing. These are gender-fluid outfits. And he's astride a motorbike. He's launched his beauty brand called Pleasing, and it's for a magazine, and he's basically just showing off his tattoos, and he's putting on some bright coloured women's type things, you know. I mean, so what? I bet he'll be trolled. He'll be trolled. You can guarantee, can't you? Somebody be right. If they're writing to Emily Atack because they're so peculiar, these people. I mean, they really are. I mean, it's just an embarrassment. Gary Barlow can't wait to get the festivities out of the way so he can refocus on Take That's next move. Oh, God. Not another show. I mean, I don't mind, but for goodness sake, give it a rest. And he's planning music with Howard Donald and Mark Owen. He never gives up, does he, Gary? I mean, you get the feeling that he's working all the time. Every time he goes to bed, he's saying another song, another song, another song. Because he seems to be very prolific. He seems to turn things out very, very well indeed. Comedian Bill Bailey paid an emotional tribute to his pal Sean Locke after visiting a beauty spot. He said, it was a favourite with me and Sean. I came to speak to him, share a flask of tea and remember. Oh, who was doing... Oh, yes. You'll die laughing. Seriously, you'll die laughing at this one. Richard Geldard is an animal communicator, okay? And he has spoken to Geronimo the alpaca from beyond the grave. Whoopee! Here we go. Looney Tunes this time of the morning. It's fantastic. Animal communicator claims to have made contact with the spirit of the alpaca. Richard, who comes from Leicestershire, claims the animal says his death should highlight how rights of animals are trampled on. Relaying Geronimo's message, he said, I'm not seen as a life that matters. Your government refuses to accept we have feelings. Mad as a toothbrush. Mad as a toothbrush. Geronimo was really political and knew what he was talking about. Yes, yes. Good old animal communicator. Where do they get them? Do you think there's an agency for doolally people? Wait a minute. Have you found somebody who's spoken to an ant? Oh, yeah, I've got a woman who's going out with an ant. Will that help? Oh, yes, that'll do. Let's speak to her. Because didn't we have a woman once who married a ghost? She married a ghost. She was mad as a fruitcake. Mad as a fruitcake, honestly. But I mean, I'm not sure you're allowed to say that anymore because they might seriously believe that they do these sort of things. It's ridiculous. Kevin is in Windsor. He says, good morning, listen to your show every morning. Just as well, because we're here every morning. Do you remember the pizza takeaway shop at Waterloo Station in the 80s, says Davey? No? No? I don't know what... no? How do you take a pizza away? What, and sit on a train eating a pizza? Oh, no, I don't think. No, very smelly. I mean, you'll probably better buy little bits of pizza, wouldn't you? So you can have them, you know, just sort of a slice or something like that. That'd be okay. Steve, why do we always raise our terror threat after the incident? Would it not be more reassuring if the level was raised before it happened? It's a bit like betting on the Grand National the day after the race, says James. Yes, I love the way that they're all saying, oh, yes, and of course now we've got more police out on the streets. Bit late, innit, really? You know, little bit late. Honestly, you give up, don't you, really? Getting your booster jab will help you save Christmas, the experts have said, which is good news. And too few public loos making Brits fear leaving home in case they get caught short. That's why they invented tenner pants. Don't need to worry about being caught short, do you, if you've got tenner pants? Because you just sort of stand there with a big smile on your face, hoping that it's working. If it isn't, you'll soon find out because it'll be over your shoes. You don't want anything like that happening, do you? Not really. A robot barmaid called Cecilia could solve the hospitality staffing crisis by doing the duties of 4 humans. She can work 24 hours a day, creating 120 perfect cocktails. What possible use is that to anybody? Who wants to drink that many cocktails? We'd much rather see a barman doing it. It's not for one, but also they said the hospitality starving crisis. We don't mind waiting, as opposed to some peculiar old blooming thing coming in. It's a £34,000 unit, can be filled with 70 litres of spirits, with drinks served in a cocktail glass via a slot. You can only hazard a guess, can't you? You can only hazard a guess. You can hire her for £1,500 an hour. She can chat to customers, and when they choose a specific cocktail, she can make it live. Yeah, that'll solve the crisis, won't it? £1,500 an hour. I mean, what do you talk to her about? Hello, Cecilia. Hello. Can I have a slow, comfortable... No. You can imagine, can't you? Can I have a mojito? Thank you. I mean, I'm assuming it speaks... Well, I think she's Japanese. She's got to be Japanese. I don't think we make them over here. I saw one the other day, and one ran. It was able to run, but it runs in a very peculiar sort of way. And you think, yeah, it's nice, isn't it, really? But I don't think anything like that wandering around. Didn't Robin Williams play Millennial Man? And he was a robot in it. Do you remember seeing it? Yeah, it was a very famous film. Not a very good film, it has to be said. In fact, it really wasn't a very good film. It was one of the worst ones. And he was a robot in it. Millennial Man. I love the way you look at me in disbelief and then Bicentennial Man. There you go. Made in 1999. Robin Williams, Sam Neill, Embeth Davids and Wendy Crewson. The budget was 100 million. 100 million. I thought it was a terrible film. I mean, it's very clever. Robin Williams looked very clever in it, but he was the Bicentennial Man if you really have to have it, then it's available. You'll probably find it on YouTube. A couple say they are blessed after beating a 1 in 200 million chance of having identical triplets. This is Alex and Amy Lindsay of Houghton in Tyne and Wear. Already have 2 boys, aged 4 and 2. Alex says, when we first found out it was a real shock, but we're a Christian family and feel blessed as children are a gift from God. Okay, that's what you want to believe. That's fine. So they've now got the hat trick, which is cute, isn't it? That's going to cost you. But mind you, probably get it sponsored. You can get things. In America, if you have sort of triplets and things like that, there's companies falling over themselves to give you prams and blankets. Oh, God, yes. Oh, yeah, they won't need to worry about sort of the money side of it. The most anyone's had, I'm tempted to say 13. But I'm to be honest with you, that sounds a bit like it could be an animal, doesn't it? I don't... yes, after the break we shall tell you who's had the most babies. I mean, that would be a big baby.
This is LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Guess how many children? The biggest is, well, there was a woman who came up about a year ago who claimed she was having 10 children. She unfortunately has now been committed somewhere. We don't know where because it was just lies. 8 is the most. 8 children. In 2009, did they all survive? Because that was always the thing, wasn't it? That some wouldn't survive. The most surviving. 8 children. How lovely. God. But just remember, always be nice to the children. Always nice. You know why? Because they can have you committed. Okay, and so you have to be nice to them. Otherwise, the kids will all get together and go, right, put her in a home, get her out the way. The mother is known as an octomum. 8 children, 8. So congratulations to them. 8 children. I think that's great. I'd love to have been part of a big family. Unfortunately, we weren't lucky enough to be part of a big family. But there's a big Irish family. And I forget how many of them there was. I think there was about 13 children. The mother had about 13 or 14 children, and they've had families, and they all do a big get-together. Whether or not they're all still alive, I don't know, but I remember seeing them on the television. I see most things on the television, actually, which is lovely. Kevin's in Windsor, who listens to the show every morning. Thank you. And John says, I grew up in the 60s in Germany. Our Saturday morning treat was a cone of chips with mayonnaise. No fish, though. Oh, no, a cone of chips. You see, you get less chips in a cone. Bit of a swizz, isn't it, really? You mentioned Sky Arts, Steve, says Kim, a real diamond channel in the rough. Watched a documentary about Ava Gardner on it. What a woman. She said of herself, deep down, I'm a very shallow person. Used to live, I told you, round the back of Harrods. Round the back of Harrods. Very near where my dad was working. And somebody says, I've just woke up to hear you call me young. Eating fish tagine. Life is good in Morocco. I'm 64. Well, I mean, I think 64 is young nowadays. Must be. I've gone past it. It's attitude, isn't it? I mean, you get some people at 64 and they look like they're on their last legs. And you get some people at 64 who look, in their early 50s and they bounce around and they do exercise. I'm not one of those. I'm bouncing around, I don't think so. I have bounced, yes. Brenda in Cork says, I've got a huge crush on Richard Madeley and can't wait for I'm a Celebrity. You wash your mouth out with carbolic, Brenda. Honestly, I've never anything like it. He's a married man. I'm 36, but I love an older man. I'm going to vote him for every single trial. That's what he wants. That's what he wants. And at some point, probably he'll take his shirt off for you, if you're very lucky. Well, I mean, let's face it, Judy's probably seen him start naked. I think I'm going to be sick. Scott in Littlehampton says there's a pasty shop. The pasty shop in Waterloo is about as Cornish as pie and mash. He says a few chunks of beef and the rest is veg. Not much change from a tenner either. No, I was amazed how expensive it was. I bought 2, what are they called? Croissants, ham and cheese. That was the best part of a tenner. £10, couldn't believe it, seriously. But also, they don't seem very, very sort of happy to serve you. Sunil says, predicted heavy snow next week. Yep. Martin says, where does the saying, more tea, Vicar? I suppose from anybody, actually. You're rather lively today, aren't you, says Bob. You think? I don't know. It came from the fact, actually, the more tea vicar, that vicars in Britain had a habit of visiting their parishioners, those were the days, and having tea with them. By the end of the day, you spent most of your time in the loo, because you were drinking so much tea and a piece of cake. Because in those days, people, elderly people liked to be visited, and they'd make a cake, and the vicar would pop round, and you get a slice of cherry Genoa. They'd have a slice of cherry Genoa cake. I'd do that if the vicar came round. It's like having the doctor popping round. They don't do that anymore, do they? I don't think. You have to call for an ambulance or something. I love it. Poor old Jeremy Clarkson, honestly, he's getting it in the neck. His massive new mansion, it's not massive. I promise you, believe you me, I've seen massive mansions. This one is very nice. It's being built on the site of a Cotswold farmhouse he blew up for an episode of the Grand Tour. It's got 6 bedrooms and stands on the Diddley Squat Farm estate, which he bought for £4.25 million in 2012. 6 bedrooms is not major. There's a house in Wimbledon at the moment, up for sale. It's got 15 bedrooms. 15 bedrooms. I'd love to. You imagine trying to outfit a house like that. 15 bedrooms and 15 bathrooms. But anyway, his neighbour has launched a legal battle against plans for a restaurant at the Stars Farm. Painting restorer Hamish Dewar, who claims Clarkson called him a moron. People call people names all the time, dear. Okay? Fears their picturesque village is turning into a Jeremy Clarkson theme park. Brilliant! Brilliant! The Jeremy Clarkson roller coaster, the swing boats, the candy floss, the sausages, 24 hours a day discos. Oh, yeah, definitely. He says, I think people are quite wary of expressing their opinions because Clarkson tends to respond in his column. I think that means people are quite reluctant to speak out. He's written about me, calling me a busybody and a moron. No, you're just a dreary. You're just a dreary. Listen, he's running a business. What's he got to do with you? It's not affecting you, is it really? He's described the chairman of the parish council in a very rude manner. So Hamish is fighting Jez's plans for a 60-seat restaurant at his farm, which is in a place called Chadlington in the Cotswolds. He said that the concern is this is an area of outstanding natural beauty. So, what do you think he's doing? Destroying it? If he gets permission, the amount of traffic will have a significant impact on the village. Oh, God, you're a dreary, aren't you? You really are so boring and dull. Like, knocking on somebody's door saying, hello, I'm your neighbour. I'd like us all to get together and see if we can get... I mean, what do you think they're going to do? Pull Jeremy Clarkson's house down and not let him have a restaurant? Currently, there is very little to come and look at. No, there's loads to look at down there. The farm is great. But if there's a restaurant and a bar with an alcohol licence until 11 p.m. at night, there's going to be more cars coming into the village. Well, don't worry, sweet pea, because they won't be drinking because they'll be driving. Remember? Clarkson's been praised in the farming industry for promoting the sector on the Amazon Prime show. I mean, I agree, actually. And apparently, James Rebanks, a farmer and author, says he's done more for farmers in one series of Clarkson's Farm than Countryfile has achieved in 30 years. Jez's planning application claims it's reasonable for a farm business to diversify. Absolutely. I haven't seen it, no. But, I mean, listen, farm shops, and they've all got restaurants, every single one of them. There's one in Staines. If you had that miserable old painting restorer, Hamish Dewar, complaining about it, nothing could ever get built. People, when they go to a garden centre, Hamish, you've probably never been to one, love, but when you go to one, you go there and you have a little basket and you pick up your plants, and they do Christmas decorations, and they do sweeties, and they do indoor plants and fish and rabbits and gerbils and stuff like that. They do at this Not Cuts place down the road from me in Staines. They do everything. Everything. All the Christmas decorations are out. They do bath soaps. They do blankets. They do everything. And they've got a huge restaurant, which is possibly the most popular one in the area. You've never heard of a restaurant in a garden centre? I don't think I've ever been to a garden centre that doesn't have a restaurant. They've all got restaurants. Do you not go? You must get out more. You really must get out, honestly. I know. When you're 60, you can go out there and meet other people of a like-mindedness. And then you can go shopping. Steve, have we really got to put up, says Nikki, with weeks of Richard Madeley talking over everybody else and putting himself forward for every task? Of course. Of course. That's what it's about. It's going to be the Richard Madeley show. And he'll be making all the noises and all the rest of it. And then they'll be cutting back to a picture of Judy in this country. Also, birthday treat, making thick hot buttered toast and lime marmalade for my hubby Kevin. He's currently snoozing in bed, listening to you and chuckling at your wit. Well, come on, make up your mind. He's either chuckling and listening to me or he's snoozing. You can't do both. I don't think it's physically possible. And Jackie in Shrewsbury says, what you do is unique. It's just a radio show. Just a little radio show, honestly. I don't know if it's unique. It's not unique, honestly. They can all do it. It's just they choose not to. They choose, to sort of to take phone calls. So listen, good luck, Jeremy Clarkson, with your battle with good old Hamish Dewar. It's going to cost him a bit of money, isn't it, if he's going to start taking him to court, complaining over somebody putting in a restaurant which is providing much-needed work for the area and bringing people... Oh, your little village is going to be all upset because it's got people in it. My godfathers. Honestly. What else we got here? Shop owner Jennifer Wilson. She seems quite nice. She shows off her festive makeover inspired by the movie Health and Safety. And she's a mum of one. She said, last Christmas being so bleak, we wanted to make a big statement. Oh, the more Christmas decorations up, the better, as far as I'm concerned. You can never have enough. And there's some lovely children here. Harry Potter fans, they are. And all ages. They made a cake version of Hogwarts. It was made to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the release of the first film. They enjoyed slices of the sponge created by Michelle Wibbower in the Great Hall at Warner Brothers Studio before the rest went to food charity One Vision in Watford. How lovely. I'm very envious of anybody who can make cakes. I can't make them, but there again, that's why they have Marks and Spencers and everything else like that. Much nicer. Much nicer. Rush to buy a nugget. One of the biggest gold nuggets ever discovered up for sale. It's about the size of a child's head. And Craig Kissick of Heritage Auctions in Dallas says a 1 ounce gold nugget is even more rare than a 5-carat diamond. It's worth £750,000. Lovely, isn't it? Miner Barry Clay unearthed the remnant from the Klondike Gold Rush with his bulldozer at Swift Creek Mine in Alaska. The auction's on December the 8th. How great. So I'd love that. I see this programme where they've got the miners in Australia out in the bush digging up to find jade and gold and all sorts of things. That's a really good programme. They all look very grubby, though, and dirty. You don't want to sit next to them. But, yeah, if you had a mine... But these mines, they go down into the ground. I mean, they're not highly dangerous to me. And they literally have to dig the earth out and then put it through their sieves, which is all electronic machines. And it's a long process to get very little return unless you're very lucky. Unless you're very, very lucky. Have you tried, says Phil in Chertsey, the stone-baked pizza at the Not Cuts in Staines? Very good, and yes, a great garden centre. It's got everything. I remember it when it didn't have as much stuff as it had. It was just a little garden centre, and it's grown like Topsy. But I've had loads of meals there. It's really good. Loads of pensioners go there. I don't know why I've mentioned that in the same breath as me going there, but I mean, it's, like-minded, everybody sitting near the toilet. You don't have to make a rush for it, do we, really? But, no, it's very good food. People love it. It's all cooked fresh. And they have everything. Fish and chips, steak and kidney pies, pizzas, whatever you want. It's nice. And you get a pudding as well. And you can get a cup of tea and a hot chocolate with everything. It's huge. I mean, I should imagine the restaurant probably seats about 100 people. So what they're moaning about old Clarkson for, I've got no idea. Ridiculous. The brass key from the Titanic. This is a bit of memorabilia. It saved passengers. Cabin steward Edmund Stone used it to awaken occupants of 40 first-class staterooms, as well as to give third-class passengers an escape route. The auctioneer Andrew Aldridge of Devizes in Wiltshire said it shows the enduring fascination with the story of the Titanic. It's just sold for £70,000. £70,000. I mean, that would be something to have, wouldn't it? I think so. Definitely. I'm fascinated by the Titanic. Definitely.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. So, predicted snow next week. So they say. 26 minutes to 6. Another one with a book out is James Haskell, the former England rugby star. And he insists he's no free speech martyr. He says, I'm not trying to be Katie Hopkins and incite a riot, or Piers Morgan and be controversial, or Lawrence Fox and stake my entire career on this subject. But he says people should be able to voice their opinions within reason. He says social media is toxic and has caused way more problems than it's ever solved. I think common sense has gone by the wayside. People should be entitled to an opinion, which is exactly it. He's been on he has a book out called Ruck Me. And he praises Netflix for keeping David Chappelle's latest stand-up show after the comedian received backlash from the trans community when he said in the special gender was a fact. James married to Chloe Madeley. She certainly came with history, didn't she, actually? And he said that's the ballsiest and bravest move I've seen from any company, because most people would have, what's it to their pants and got rid of it. Because big brands are now so terrified, they've empowered these people, and that's where it's all gone wrong. In his new book, he details an exchange he witnessed in a supermarket over a child's plaited hair. And so he goes. You can imagine what he's been saying, but I should imagine, he'll be. They'll not be putting him on television programmes to plug the book. But his father-in-law is Richard Madeley, and he obviously likes him. Very much. But everybody's got a book out. I can't believe how many books there are out. And somebody kept saying to me, "Oh, it's for Christmas, Steve, for Christmas." And I go, "Yeah, but they're not really that interesting enough. These people haven't even reached a third through their life, which is ridiculous." In a garden centre the other day, Steve, I thought I saw Michael J. Fox. I was mistaken. He had his back to the fuchsias. You're barred. The food at Not Cuts looks great, says the producer. It is. It's fabulous. They do freshly baked scones, specialty ploughmans, vegan menu option, lots of options for children, artisan coffee, signature sausage rolls. Plus they do all the, hot foods as well. Look, you can have a healthy and hearty breakfast. Oh, it looks a bit yummy, doesn't it? Why do they insist on putting beans in a little ramekin? It drives me berserk. Why can't they just... Oh, some people do... Oh, right, okay. But healthy and hearty breakfast served from 9 to 11:30 Monday to Saturday, and 10 to 11:45 on a Sunday. I might go for breakfast sometime this week. The sausage looks lovely, doesn't it? I like a sausage. But no, all these places are very good. The quality of food has gone up substantially. Gone are the days where sort of people go, "Oh, the food doesn't look very good." It's lovely, and you get nice tables to sit at, and they come and clear your table, and they give you a thing to put on the table if they're making it for you, and it flashes. And then when they're walking around with your food, they can see where you are. And it's a little radio thing. It's very clever. I'm always fascinated by that. Christmas has come early for MasterChef Judge Greg Wallace. He's been given 2 Scandi specials on Channel 5, experiencing traditions of Lapland and Copenhagen and meet Santa. Oh, God help us. I mean, to be honest with you, haven't they got any of these in the files? They must have done something on Lapland and Scandinavia. Bake Off wouldn't be the same without an innuendo, and it gets a semi in the semi-final tonight. Host Matt Lucas spies Cristel Pereira rubbing a fondant candle on the show, and I can't say what he says. It's just one of those things. Anyway, Channel 4 have come up with a programme. We've had celebrities on TV baking, sewing, dancing and doing oil paintings. Now The Greatest Snowman. It's a one-off special. A gang of famous faces, although it doesn't tell you who they are, snuggled up in an alpine resort. Well, you can bet your life it won't be anybody particularly interesting. So my agent's got me what? An alpine resort. But it can't be Tony Beak. He's doing pantomime, isn't it? Unless all these things are already filmed. They might already be in the can. You never know with most of this sort of stuff. It's very interesting. And here we go. Pair of standard holly trees. 0.8 to 1 metre tall tree. That's about 3 foot, isn't it? A metre. 50 quid. Welcome your Christmas guests in style. Oh, no, we don't want to do that. Don't want to encourage people to pop round. That's the worst thing you can ever do, isn't it? We'd like to pop round. No, thank you. And whenever they sort of take out a whole page in the papers, I don't know what whole page advert costs, but just to advertise a book, and they must need to sell an awful lot of books just to pay for the Daily Star. I don't know what a whole page advert in the Daily Star would cost. I mean, it's got to be a fair few £1,000s, isn't it? It's not going to be like 20 quid or something. It's going to be serious money. Oh, we don't know. They never put those sort of things down. Christine McGuinness on Paddy broke my heart, but I'll never leave him. Of course you won't. That's how it works in the business. Better to be Paddy McGuinness's wife than... Sorry, what's your name? That's what they do nowadays. People go, oh, I'll put up with it. Plus, what do you really love about a British winter special? Winter-themed movies. Okay, yeah, go for that. Stews and pies. Yeah. Not custard. Apple crumble with custard. Well, that comes under pies, doesn't it? So they've cheated, really. Thick, baggy woolen jumpers. No, that's just silly. That's just ridiculous. Hot buttered toast with a cup of tea. Not just winter, you can have that any time of the year, can't you, really? Watching a film while it's raining outside. Well, a bit pointless to go and watch it when it's not raining outside. A roaring fire in a country pub. Is this while it's raining or during the rain? The anticipation of Christmas. Brisk walks on crisp, clear... Who wrote this rubbish? The Consumer Editor. Honestly, they've fallen in standards. Brisk walks on crisp, clear days. And that's the number one item. A brisk walk on a crisp, clear day. What land are they living on, these people? Honestly, you have to laugh, don't you? Yeah, with a piece of toast in one hand and a cup of tea in the other. Actually, I have seen people walk into the train station holding a piece of toast. We call them peasants. I mean, who sits on a train eating a piece of toast? I mean, I ask you. So, mind you, I could just eat peanut butter on toast right now. That's the good thing, isn't it? Naughty Boy is famous for producing music for Sam Smith, Jennifer Hudson and Emily Sandé, most likely to name drop. He's also reminds us of Roman Kemp in 2019, had a similar number of high-profile mates in the music industry. I'd forgotten that. But Arlene Phillips is 78. She's the oldest person, but she looks really good. Danny Miller's 30. And he's most likely to bore David Ginola with lots of football questions. Matty Lee, 23, diving with Tom Daley. Frankie Bridges, 32, most famous for being a pop star and a presenter. Is she really? Oh, well, there you go. You live and learn. Snoochie Shy, apparently most likely to get involved in cringe conversations with Madeley about music. What on earth Richard can talk about. Most famous for being a real-life Alan Partridge. Most likely to start a campfire debate about Nazi Germany for light relief. Ask sensible questions and be quiet and boring on the show. Reminds us of Noel Edmonds in terms of being a curved ball. I don't know, a bit more than that. Louise Minchin, most famous for hosting breakfast for 20 years. And most likely to be a motherly figure in camp. And lovely. And David Ginola, most famous for French footballer who played for Newcastle and did adverts for shampoo. He's most likely to cry when he gets a letter from home because he's got a baby daughter. Well, she's not going to be writing to you, love, is she? Let's face it. You know, we got a letter here from your baby daughter. Hello, Dada. It just doesn't work, does it? Prince Charles phoned the Queen to ensure... How do they know that? How do they know that Prince Charles phoned the Queen? I'm assuming they do speak on a regular basis. But he's flown off on a royal tour. He called his mother at Windsor Castle, where she's recovering from a strained back. And Charles and Camilla set off on a Middle East tour today. So he made sure that he checked it. She probably said, just go. Do you think the Queen's got a mobile? Yes, I think so, yes. Shouldn't imagine she knows how to use it, but I suspect she does have a mobile, yes. I bet all her phones are connected by cable. Somebody will say, there's a phone call for you, ma'am, and they'll come and plug it into the wall and then give her the handset. Yeah, hello? That's what it'll be like, actually. But she definitely has I'm sure I've seen a picture of her on her mobile. I'm pretty certain. But anyway, people just want to make sure she's okay. In fact, this coming weekend marks a bit of a milestone for Her Majesty. Saturday would have been her and Philip's 74th wedding anniversary. And a source said the Queen continues to be comforted by many of her family. You notice they've played with the words there, not all of the family, but many of the family. But yes, I'm sure I've seen her holding a mobile phone. I'm not sure if she knew it was a mobile phone. We like her. Disney has had to break its non-swearing rule for Peter Jackson's new series, The Beatles Get Back. The Beatles are Scouse boys and freely swear. We got Disney to agree to swearing, which I think is the first time. Good Lord above. Never even thought about it. Disney, the family company. So there you go. And her husband has died after plunging from a ridge, on a hike in the Lake District. He'd been climbing Helvellyn with his wife, who stopped when they reached the ridge walk of Striding Edge. Her husband continued. When he didn't return, she alerted the police. 3.5 hours later, his body was discovered by a search dog. It took 6 hours to recover him. See, these people go off on these walks and stuff like that. It's a little bit worrying. Oh, look, they've reduced the price of Baileys at Morrison's, $9.99 a bottle. I used to drink it quite a lot, actually. I haven't drunk Baileys in years. I find it a bit sickly now. It's all that cream, which is probably quite nice. Stargazers. You a stargazer? I've got a little bit of news for you.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning. Nice to be company. So, stargazers, here's one for you. You may catch a glimpse of a shooting star display as the Leonid Meteor shower lights up the skies. Pardon me, the skies above Britain. The spectacular will be at its peak on Wednesday night, but observers may be able to view the shower several days either side. Weather dependent, the fast, bright meteors can be seen with the naked eye. I've got indigestion now, honestly, getting so excited about it. The Leonids, so called as they appear to come from the constellation of Leo the Lion, are associated with Comet Tempel-Tuttle. Of course, we all knew that, didn't we? No. But you should be able to see them with the naked eye. How lovely. I think that's quite clever, isn't it? They think that they've come from... I love the way they appear to come from the constellation Leo. Whatever in God's name that is. But it sounds very exciting. Christine McGuinness was sick when she saw photos of her Paddy with another woman, but I knew I'd never leave him. Oh, that's nice, isn't it, really? But anyway, she's got a book out as well. It's called A Beautiful Nightmare. You do get £5 off it, which is good. Books are so expensive now, but, it's the way it goes, I like him. I think he's good, actually. She's a bit attention-seeking. She's a bit me, whereas he just gets on with it. And people say, oh, I don't like him on there. I think he's fine. He's very good. At least he knows what he's doing with his job. And that's why they've given him all these extra things to do. This is good, isn't it? My goodness me. Noreen will like this. Back to the 60s and 70s, soul and Motown at Warner Leisure Hotels. And they've got, this is one here, 5 days, 11th and 23rd of January and 3rd of February, from £319. They've got James Williams Beyond Bublé, Glenn Leon as the voice of Tom Jones, from The Gap, The Ragdolls, Hayley Rears... Oh, I don't know any of these people here. This is ridiculous. Better actually to go bring back the 60s with Steve Ellis and Vanity Fair, Sammy Lomax as Dusty, Joey and the Jivers, The Revolvers, The Graduate, The Frankie Valli Story, Tamika Jackson as Diana Ross and The Casuals. It's a bit thin on the ground, isn't it, actually, with sort of celebrity people, because Noreen likes the actual artistes. When she goes, she'll go and see the people who actually sung the songs in the first place. What else we got here? We've got Jade Thirlwell. They've definitely done all right in their 10-year career, but Jade isn't resting on her laurels. She's invested in her local football team, South Shields, as well as a bar and a club in her hometown. If it all goes wrong, she says, at least I can be like Peggy Mitchell. I've got the plan B still. Mum keeps her feet on the ground. I'm getting a hand tattoo soon. But no, she'll do fine. Listen, at least she's putting the money into something. I'm not sure whether putting it into a bar and a club is the best thing to do. But listen, I was always told if you're going to put money into anything, property. It's the only thing that doesn't go down. It's the only thing that's going to go up, which is good news. So many books out, they may have to give Graham Norton another slot. Am I the only one constantly, says Jonathan at Tower Hill, hearing about Adele this week? Fed up with hearing about her. Yeah, I have to be honest, but she's flogging an album, she's flogging a single, and she's flogging her 2 shows, so that's what happens, I'm afraid. And also the papers are absolutely eternally grateful. They've got nothing else to write about, really. Steve, we're staying at Edgeton on the North Yorkshire Moors. Last night I went to your favourite pub. It's called the Goathland Hotel, but was the Aidensfield Arms in Heartbeat. The whole village is just as it was in the programme, says Melinda. Yes, it is. It's exactly the same. Well, that's because it is the same place that they filmed. They didn't bother building it, but the pub doesn't look the same. They did used to use the inside. Now they use the inside of a film studio, but the outside is the same. The outside is the same. It's quite nice though, isn't it? I like it when people go and visit places like that. Talking about people, Steve, eating toast in the morning on their commute. There's a lady who gets on the bus to Wanstead Station eating cereal out of a bowl. No decorum at all. I saw somebody driving. She was pictured in the newspapers round Hampton Court eating her cereal in a bowl while she's driving her car. Stupid person. Seriously, eating cereal out of a bowl. I mean, I'm not sure that you could actually get on a bus eating something out of a bowl, can you? Would that not be considered a little bit, hot food on sort of public transport is a no-no? Well, I don't know. I've always wanted to get out a little cooker and a frying pan and start cooking sausages on the train. And when people get on, pretend as though it's a bicycle or something like that. Yeah, I'm just doing some sausages. That's all right? What are you moaning about? Don't you like the smell of sausages? I might throw some beans in on top as well. That'd be good, wouldn't it? I think you should better do that. I really do. I see no reason why not. Bargain hunters are being warned that dodgy Hack Friday smart gadgets could leave them vulnerable to fraudsters. Blimey, it's all going on, isn't it? Fraudsters everywhere. Not so good. And also locals are launching one last whip round to buy Britain's most remote pub. The Old Forge can only be reached by boat or by walking 18 miles over several Munros, mountains over 3,000 foot, and a £40,000 crowdfunder is the final step to take over the pub in Inverie in the Scottish Highlands. It's on the market for $425,000, but it needs repairs that will take the cost to over $1 million. God. Campaigners have got more than $700,000 in grants and raised over $250,000 from a community share offer. Wow. And now they need £40,000 as a push. But nobody can get to it. Nobody get to the thing. I mean, it's days on end. You get there and they go, oh, can I have a drink? They go, no, we're closed. Half-day closing Wednesday. And a trucker who killed a millionaire taking part in a car rally told a jury he didn't think using a mobile whilst driving was illegal. Is he particularly thick? Answer is yes. Michael Black's tipper lorry hit the rear of a vintage Knox from 1903 driven by a Canadian. Black, who denies causing death by dangerous driving, had been trying to phone a friend. And he didn't know that using a phone behind the wheel was illegal. He must be incredibly stupid. It's been law for 15 years. I mean, you think it's okay just to drive along using your phone? But you probably think I've seen people watching television in their car, and people having a shave and stuff like that. Seriously. Yeah, like that. But people watching television. And I've seen people as well with a map resting up against the steering wheel and reading the map as they're driving along. Unbelievably dim. Unbelievably dim. It's not so good, is it, really? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Get your booster jabs. Save Christmas. That's what Boris is saying. I wish people would wear masks all the time. I really do. I'm getting quite bored with people not wearing masks. You look at them and you think, I hope you get it. Really? No, sorry, not you hope you get it. I hope you don't get it because you don't want it. Believe you me, you don't want it. And the amount of people, even I know people at the moment who've got it. The booster jabs are rolling out. They're now extending to the over 40s. Second dose is recommended for 16 and 17-year-olds. Are they frightened of injections or something? Is there something the matter with them? I don't know. And this bomber, do you know that there was a couple from the church who gave him a room in their house and that's how he repaid them? Disgusting. The explosion happened whilst the driver was in the car. How he escaped is a miracle. There was a covering between him and the back seat, and that was probably the thing that saved his life. Really was. So Craig Revel Horwood will miss this weekend's show. He'll return the following week, which will be okay. The Queen unlikely to be seen in public, they say, for the rest of the year. She's got no further outside engagements in the next few weeks, meaning it may be January or February before she's seen in public. Well, they've already got the tree up at Windsor Castle. They put up a huge tree, which they get from the estate, and it's got little royal crowns on it and everything else. It's quite good. They all get the one from Trafalgar Square, not here just yet. That'll be going up soon, because there's so many things going on in Trafalgar Square. There's like a load of shops there and everything else. I might do it on Friday, actually. I might have a quick wander around and do a bit of light Christmas shopping before we all go off for the Steve Allen talk. Lunch. Steve Allen. It's called the Steve Allen lunch. Debbie says, I saw whilst driving to work a lady applying makeup. Full dashboard full of makeup items looking into... Oh, I've seen that loads of times. The worst ones are the ones you see on the train. They'll be sitting next to somebody on the train, and all of a sudden they get the bag. And you go, oh, God, they're going to start putting their makeup on. Do you do that? Oh, Minty, don't ever get on the same train as me. Don't ever get on the same train as me. It drives me mad. You see them sitting there, and all of a sudden they get the bag out. And I wouldn't mind, but even when they finish applying on the polyfiller and everything else, and the cream and all the rest of it, and they put their hair in rollers and sort of plugged it all into the plug sockets on the train, they look exact. I feel like saying to me, sorry, you haven't made any difference at all. We've all sat here thinking, and why do they do it? Because they like to stay in bed as long as possible. They don't want to get up in lots of time and do their makeup, so they take it. So now it's a member of my team. How ashamed am I? What shame to bring on the programme. They're dreadful. Dreadful. No, it's always been a pet hate of mine, people doing. I mean, I want to really stand there while somebody's doing that and put up a shower curtain and put up a shower and take all my clothes off and stand under the shower and just peek over the top and go, don't worry, it won't be long, just have you a quick shower. I just don't understand why people do it. But you see, I mean, I haven't actually seen many people doing the makeup recently. Mainly because there are too many overseas workers who we don't seem to have people doing makeup on the train. They used to, but No, you don't leave work and put on more makeup. You really don't. How much makeup do you need to wear? You don't need to wear makeup. You have inner beauty. You know, like Boy George. We know he puts his makeup on and on the train and all the rest of it. What else annoys people? Oh, people with feet on seats. That's a big no-no. I would love to be a guard. Get your feet off the seats. I'd have to say that, actually. Are you bothered about the quiet carriage? Hello? Yeah. So, shh. This is the quiet carriage. Yeah, I shush people. I shush them and I point. The quiet carriage, mate. You want to talk to somebody on the phone? Go somewhere else. Yeah, mate, I say to them. I hate it when people can't read. You know, the ignoramuses of this world. They sit there and there's one bloke on my bus every morning. I've tried to avoid him. I think he's Russian. Big fat bloke like that. Holding it in front of him, talking into it. You know, speakerphone, like we're remotely interested in his boring, dull conversation. Seriously, awful. Never wears a mask. Never wears anything at all. And he looks like, you know, the sort of person that needs to wear a mask. Good news, Christmas dinner is definitely saved. Which is good. Unless you're a turkey, of course, in which case it's not very good news for you. But the British Poultry Council said the release of 5,500 foreign workers' visas in September has helped ease production. Well, why are they giving us this codswallop about, there's going to be a shortage of turkey? There is no shortage. No shortage. But apparently it could cost more this year than last year. Oh, there you go. There's the rub. 10% more on your turkey. I don't even know how much turkeys cost, actually. Paul's family business is based near Chelmsford. They're in their 50th year and they raise free-range hand-plucked birds. Like, I'm sure they're really thrilled. Hello, come here. Do you remember when Gordon Ramsay got the kids to raise the turkeys one year and they brought round the execution wagon, which electrocuted them and they died and then they ate them? I suppose it's the way they've got to go, isn't it, really? Anyway, poor turkeys. Honestly, I feel a bit sorry for them.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to the 16th of November. So most of the Christmas lights appear to be up now, don't they? In Regent Street and Oxford Street, the lights are up, and the tree, I think, must be up in Covent Garden, because that's always, they decorate it with thousands and thousands of lights. It's always so much better than the Trafalgar Square tree, but that's I mean, why they can't get the bushiest tree ever, I've got no idea, but it's coming a long way. It's coming from Norway, as you can well imagine, and then they've got to put the lights on it, but they don't seem to be very imaginative. Covent Garden is great at Christmas. It is lovely, isn't it? I like it too. I'm always in favour of anything like that involves the festive season. I know some people hate it. They absolutely hate it. We've even got lights in Trafalgar Square. We've got lights in Leicester Square. Lights in the middle as well, and all the little market stalls. And you can go to, where's this one? Wembley. The LED tree is 25 foot tall. That's good, isn't it? And also London Zoo, handmade lanterns, which look very nice indeed. And where's that? The Churchill Arms will have nearly 100 trees on it. Good God in heaven. Where is that? It's a lot, isn't it? They have a website. This pub, which has all these trees. The Churchill Arms, Kensington, in London. And they've got... Well, it's unbelievable. I've never seen that many trees on a pub at all. Kew Gardens gets a makeover for Christmas, of course. And Oxford Street, lots of lovely lights and stuff, because that's what people want. God knows, you know. The Flying Angels are all over the place as well. They are back in Regent Street. And Bond Street have got their own lights up. Carnaby Street have got their own lights up. And as I say, we've got our own lights in Trafalgar Square. And lights, that's nice, isn't it? That's a super tree. That's a super-duper tree. Covent Garden giant tree is back. Very nice. And from November, snow will fall on the hour from 12 to 7 p.m. every day. Where's that coming from? Snow will fall. Snow is falling all around us. Children playing, having fun. They're seriously going to have snow falling. Well, that's taking it a step nearer, isn't it? I like that idea. I hope it's not crushed paper. They did that I hope it's real snow, because you can actually buy a snow machine which puts water in and then turns it into snow, because I went once to a film studio and they were creating snow there, but it was made out of blocks of paper. And what they had is a huge giant fan, and then they put the block into this tube which went down into the fan and got grated up into lots and lots of micro pieces, and it floated all over the place. It was lovely. Unfortunately, it had just rained, and I had bits of paper stuck all over me. I mean, I looked like I cut myself shaving. It looked very realistic. Yes, very realistic, which is nice. Steve says, Dean, only 6 friends will attend my wedding on the 4th of December this year, so looking forward to having a relaxing, not too expensive wedding. Andrew from Cheam says, I hate it, Steve, when people cut their fingernails on the train. Oh, they don't. Oh, tell me they don't. That is just the most disgusting. That's like somebody taking their socks off and cutting their toenails. That's equally disgusting, isn't it? I mean, it's the makeup bit. I mean, I haven't seen it for ages. I must be brutally honest with you. I haven't. We used to see it quite a lot of the time. But it's also the other thing is people watching their phones with something. We share the sound with them, which I'm not over keen on either. I always sort of look at them and give them one of my hard Paddington Bear stares. You know, not so good. Millions of workers have got away with a critical error in their job. 1 in 5 have made a grave mistake whilst on the clock, while 12% have taken a risk that cost their firm money. Of these, just 11% had faced repercussions. Nearly half were not disciplined, and 41% got away with it entirely. So there you go. Looky here, as they say. Diesel price. Record 150 pence a litre. I'm paying more than that for my petrol. It's just, I don't know why we're paying so much money. Tax, I suppose. Tax, government making money out of it. Also, a garage sales assistant has won £20,000 by being disciplined for lateness due to morning sickness and fired for taking time off after a miscarriage. Grieving Laura Herring says she was bullied and harassed during her absence. She was awarded just under 20 grand after winning a claim of pregnancy discrimination and another of unfair dismissal. And she was expected to continue after she was pregnant, lifting heavy bundles of newspapers and 16-kilogram containers of milk at Mount Hill Garage in Halstead that could have harmed her or the baby. Well, people, you can't do that. She's pregnant, for goodness sake. Her GP, she was constantly asked for information from her GP about why she was off sick. But she was reluctant to provide further information. Her reluctance was because she regarded the circumstances as particularly, depressing for her as she'd lost a child. She started work in 2017, told her employer she was pregnant in January 2018. A few weeks later, she felt unwell, apologised to her line manager, says seemed to be struggling with the early morning, but my midwife tells me should stop. She was given a verbal warning, if you please, and later signed off after being hospitalised with high blood pressure. She still had to give birth after the baby had died, suffering further complications and gynecological problems. Not surprised she got 20 grand. I think she should have had 40 grand. That's absolutely disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful. Ray Mears, the TV survival expert, says, I may be a celebrity, but keep me out of there. He wouldn't try to dominate it on puerile reality shows. Good lad, good lad. I mean, why would he want to do something like that? He could probably do it if he wanted to, but very unlikely. Every river in England is polluted. Did you know that? It's outrageous. And here he is, Fergal Sharkey. A good heart these days is hard to find. A good heart. I tell you what I'm very taken with. I like that ex-Blue Peter presenter who used to be on the One Show, Matt Baker, and his farm programme with the wife and the kids. No, it's not Country Farm. No, it's his farm. And his dad's there as well. And it's really interesting. I'm quite taken by it. I like any farming. I'm a country boy at heart, I've decided. I like these country programmes. And to be honest with you, whilst I didn't think he was much cop on the One Show, when he does country programmes, they're really good. And there he is. Matt Baker and his wife and kids have moved to the organic sheep farm where he grew up in the Durham Hills to help secure its future. And they've got his mum and dad there, and they've just built them a patio and all sorts of things. It's like that farm which has got all those kids, where the parents might not be together or they might be together, I don't know. But in the middle of winter, God knows, they all suffer out there. But Matt is sort of doing all sorts of... It's really good. It's really interesting. Yeah, there's loads of these farm shows. We like them. More farm shows, but less cooking shows. I don't need more stupid cooking shows. Or antiques programmes. I'm bored with antiques programmes. I definitely want more farming shows, because at least it's realistic, and it is people who are doing it. They're not doing it for the sake of the cameras. They're doing it because this is what they need to do to make ends meet and money and all the rest of it. And he seems quite cheerful doing it, even though he must be absolutely exhausted at times. Very tasty. A lot of pubs do Thai food, don't they? I like Thai food. I'm a big fan of Thai food. I haven't had it for ages. Haven't had it. There used to be a place. Why do they do Thai? Because you can cook Thai in very little space. You only have to have like two gas burners, and you can do Thai food. They seem to cook in minimal space, so it doesn't take up much room. So in the dining room, just corner off a little bit. Thai's lovely. There used to be a place down the road when we were in Hammersmith, and the pub there started doing it, and I would walk down there, fool to myself, and yeah, those were the days when I could walk. And I'll tell you something else in a minute. They would do like a little puff pastry thing with a mincemeat in it, which was delicious. And they would do 6 for like £3. I'd order 12 and eat them on the way back to the studio. They were absolutely delicious. Thai food, I love it. And if occasionally I have a little go in Marks and Spencer's who do a Thai range, not a very big Thai range, but big enough for me. I still like prawn toast. But then I came in this morning into the building, and we have a staircase that goes round to take us up to the first floor, and then you can... Have I told you this? Yes, I've told you this. And then you walk through the door, and then you get the lift on the right-hand side or left-hand side, go up the stairs. And I was particularly worn down with carrying stuff this morning. And I came there and I got to the top of the stairs, and I always have a moan to whoever's on security. I always go, I'm absolutely exhausted. I used another word. And he said, well, why don't you take the lift from down on, so you can walk through the front door. He said, I'll program your card so that you can go through, because at my age, you expect to have a little bit of help. And so now I can use my card going straight through the gate in front to get the lift, which will take me up to the 3rd floor, which I'm very excited about. The only problem is, he said to me, he said, because of security, he said, I've had to sort of downgrade you to a cleaner. So it's because only the cleaners can go up and down in the lifts, and me. So that's the exciting thing. I remember actually the week before the meeting, we had to walk up 4 flights of stairs. That was last week when we had our Radar meeting, which was very good. Very good. 20 million downloads. I can't believe it. And we walked up the stairs. I seriously thought I was going to have a cardiac. I got to yes. We were so exhausted. We walked all the way up the stairs, and it was like, oh, not another floor. When we got there, your heart's pounding and all the rest of it. I don't know, honestly. And then everybody took the lift, because when we went to get in, it was broken. But then I always cheat, actually. A little bit later, if I'm staying on, I always go and get some breakfast from the canteen. And on that particular day, I'd had 3 sausages and 3 hash browns. It was particularly delicious, I have to tell you. Steve, guess what? I have no idea, Shane, who's in Sydney. I've received a notice saying I've got a parcel at the post office. I'm sure it's your tea tray. I shall find out tomorrow, though I hope it is. Well, in fact, we're all waiting on parcels. I'm waiting on daffodils, miniature daffodils, to arrive. I ordered some. I got a thing through saying you can have them. I think it's £5 for 10, or so, less than that or something. I can't remember. Anyway, so I ordered 5 lots of these daffodils, and I've got the tubs all ready. Well, I didn't do it. My next door neighbour Lindy did it for me. And I've got them all ready to plant out the miniature daffodils, because you can't beat a splash of colour after Christmas. It's as simple as that. We like a splash.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Apparently, Paul says the Christmas decor all to go up on the first day of winter, 21st. There's no chance of waiting till the 21st of December. They can't do it. And taken down on the 6th of January. Well, it's 12th night it comes down on. 12th night. So, but no, there is no chance that you could ever get the Christmas decorations up on the 21st of December. It takes them a week to put up the lights in Regent Street and Oxford Street and places like that. So there's no way. And also, my God, by the time you put them up, you're taking them down again. It's hardly worth it. No, the idea is you put them up there. So all our Christmas market is open here. The lights are all in the trees in Twickenham. I do take them down. Well, in fact, you don't have to take them down on 12th night as long as you turn them off. And I don't know why we do that. I've got no idea. I can't remember. There was some distinctly logical reason why we have to take them down. I think it's considered bad luck, isn't it? I think that's what people say. It's considered bad luck. And it's a case of, why not have them up as long as possible? I mean, some people have them up for ages and ages. I go past people's houses and they've still got them up because it's traditional. It's traditional, and I think it's either Twelfth Night or Epiphany to avoid bad luck after the season of merriment, and that's it. So it just became fixed in the 19th century. And I think the date also, it's the eve of Candlemas, isn't it, I believe, which is the Christian festival marking the day the infant Jesus was presented to the god in the temple at Jerusalem, if memory serves me. And, so somebody told me once. I remember that one distinctly because I remember always thinking, because I love that word, epiphany. I just think it's a funny word. I don't know what it means, but I love it. But it was basically the Victorians who decided that the Deckies should be taken down after 12 days because they wanted everybody to get back to work. And it was a case of, come on, do it. I mean, before that unfortunate abridging of the festive season, the Tudors carried on till the 1st of February. They must have been exhausted. Another turkey? Oh, God. Henry, we're having another turkey. Yeah, get some decoration. Do you think they used to put trees up? No. Trees came with Albert. The Christmas tree. We didn't. The Tudors didn't have a. I mean, whether they decorated a tree outside, I've got no idea. But the Christmas tree, as we know it, came from Prince Albert because it was a German tradition, because the family is German, and so that's where we got the tree from. And I believe he was the first one to put one up in Buckingham Palace, and it's been traditional ever since. It's not been around as long as you think. We have celebrated, going from one season to another, but the actual tree, and then where the balls came from, God alone knows. When did they start getting really, really gorgeous? I mean, I think, to be honest with you, I think the custom, after Victoria got married to her cousin, Prince Albert, and lots of what? Also, try and give you a history lesson. I try and do my best, actually. But in fact, I think the Christmas tree actually was on sale in December 1844, and there was a newspaper advert, if memory serves me, in 1842, making clear their smart cachet. So in fact, it was only the wealthy who had a tree. Nobody else could afford a tree. And it was quite nice. And then they described, I think, actually, the trees in Windsor Castle, and they were all put up because people had lots and lots of different trees, and it was lovely. A boost for the trend came in 1848, and 1848 was, remember, they'd done a piece in the Illustrated London News about the trees in Windsor Castle, and so all of a sudden people went, well, if it's good enough for the royal family, it's good enough for us. So that's why there is no way we're going to be fannying around on the first day of winter, the 21st of December. The idea is to I love them in people's gardens. People decorated them with lights and stuff like that, which you can leave on there. Sandy's, the fishmonger, have got their lights up already. He's got this very expensive setup of lights which look absolutely fantastic, and they do all different patterns, and they must have cost an arm and a leg. I mean, seriously, they cost an arm and a leg. But I like that. And he's got his lights up now because he's done them for Poppy Day and for Armistice and everything else. So as far as I'm concerned, lights are multifunctional. Why shouldn't we have them up all the time? We've got them up on our lampposts. They'll all be turned on, and people will then get into the season. And once we get a bit of snow, that'll be quite nice. So the Twickenham lights are up. No, they're the same ones as last year. Same. They're all right. They're sort of on a lamppost, and they've got sort of droplets coming off them, and there's some they're all right. They're okay. Listen, at least it makes it look a bit festive, and the council should spend money on festive lights because we're doing better than other places. We've got more shops that have got people, with businesses in them than haven't. Given the choice between Richmond and Kingston, we're doing better. Much better. I definitely want to cook breakfast this morning. I've got this thing about a cooked breakfast now. Do I have a tree? Yeah, I have three. Three trees in Twickenham. Yeah. Oh, there is a public tree as well. Yeah, they're coming from Belgium this year. They're coming from Belgium. Paul Cooper's supplying those ones. And there'll be one outside the station and one just at the sort of the end. Because we've got a couple of phone boxes round our way, which have been empty, the old red phone boxes. Do you know what they are? Cafes. They make coffee in them. They put coffee machines into these phone boxes, and they open them up, and they serve hot chocolate and coffee and everything else. No, it's not self-serve. No, they've got a man who does it. But there's one up by the Green, and there's one down next to where KFC is. There's not much. No, well, you can't stand in it because it's all taken up with all the equipment, but they can lock it up and everything else because it was a listed phone box, which is good, isn't it? I like stuff like that. But, Steve, £5 for 10. I believe you've been ripped off. I've sell them for 30 for a fiver in my shop, says Jason in Solihull. Should have been planted by now. November's quite late. Oh, but that's all right on these ones because they're very, very pretty. They're on their way. In fact, there might be 30. I've got no idea how many there are, actually. I'll count them. It's a lot, because I got a bit carried away after a glass of Prosecco and thought I couldn't remember how many I'd ordered. But whatever it is, there's a load of them arriving. And normally I buy the little miniature daffodils, little miniature ones, and I leave them in the pots and just stick them in the terracotta pot, so they just poke above the top, which looks really, really nice. Very, very nice indeed. Here they go, the showbiz veterans, Richard, Arlene, and showbiz veterans into the Welsh Castle. Just remember, they're all doing it for money. They're not doing it for free, all these people. They're doing it for a fee. And depending on how good your agent is, you'll be enjoying their coming. I think Danny Miller will be very good. I'm pretty certain, actually. He's the Emmerdale actor who plays Aaron Dingle. He's been in Grange Hill, starred in Jamaica Inn, Scott and Bailey. He'll miss his fiancée Steph Jones and 1 month baby and will be the camp's peacemaker. I love the way they will go, I shall be missing my family. Yeah, but I'd rather take the money. That's it, isn't it? Louise Minchin. My family are very worried I will scream a lot and make a terrible fuss. Yeah, but it's the money you're in there for, darling. Don't try and give us all this old codswallop about, oh, I'm doing it for my family and all the rest of it. David in Stone says, on the 12th day of Christmas, my true love, Julie, said to me, get that bloody tree down. We're very lucky round our way. Our council take Christmas trees. Some councils don't like taking them. All you have to do is leave them out on the pavement and the council will come along and they'll recycle them and turn them into mulch, which goes on all the council gardens. Yeah, they'll put them through a machine, which is very nice. Monica says, this is the second series with Matt Baker and his family farm. Wonderful son. He's such a lovely family. A pleasure to watch. It's great, isn't it? I love it. I absolutely love it. I think it's the place looks so nice. And they've got little, and the family look good. The kids are ideal. They seem very close together. So I'm very, very pleased. Steve, tea tray has been set to work of a morning, complete with teapot and cups. Feeling very civilised, says Anna. We've made it to day 2. Nice habits. Thank you. Prince Albert was the first person to send Christmas cards. I know, I don't think as many people send Christmas cards as they used to. Used to send a lot. Now people send an email and stuff like that. I've just bumped into Mr. Moyles because, as I say, we're all going out on Friday for our pre-Christmas lunch together, which will probably go on for copious amounts of hours. And it's quite nice because we catch up on all the gossip, which we're all feeling, quite smug about, I think. So it'll be lovely to see everybody. Much happier today, Steve, says Viv. You've cheered me immensely when you started talking about food with Darren at 4. I know. Even the producer goes, that's 4 minutes into the programme and already you're talking about food. 30 seconds into the programme. Steve, Marks and Spencer's shredded Brussels sprouts with Marmite. As soon as I saw them, I thought of you. Maggie, thank you. Thank you so much. And Tony in Holborn says, I'm indebted to you. Recently you mentioned somebody I'd never heard of and searched for him on YouTube. He's so funny. I booked up to see him at the Duchess Theatre on the 22nd of November. Paul Zerdin is doing his one-off there. You should go see him. He's the ventriloquist. The one with the baby and Sam as well. Sam and the baby. The baby's very good. In fact, he won America's Got Talent with the baby. And I think Sam popped up as well. I'm pretty certain. The baby's very good. He's a very clever lad. I've known him since he was 14. And he wanted to be a magician. And his agent said, listen, I've got loads of magicians. Why don't you be a ventriloquist? So he learnt ventriloquism. And now he's among the top ones in the country. And he's doing the Palladium pantomime this year as well. Yeah, he's very funny. Have you ever seen him? Oh, right. You should see. Just go onto YouTube, put in Paul Zerdin, baby. And yes, you can do it during the news. Of course you can. So I'm glad you booked a ticket, Tony, in Holborn. Very famous place, Holborn Empire. Look at the pictures of the Holborn Empire. God, I wish I'd been around in those days. I really do.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. So now the England star accuses Vaughan. This is England cricketer Adil Rashid back claims that Michael Vaughan had made a racist comment to Asian players before a match. This is unbelievable. Every time I open up the papers, there's something else going on, and you can't actually believe it. So Rafiq and Yorkshire executives will today give evidence to a committee of MPs. It's unbelievable. I mean, the Yorkshire Cricket Club appears to be sort of collapsing slowly but surely. The good news is turkey produce. I'll only mention it just in case people say, oh, better get the turkey today, Steve. No, you don't need to worry. There is a possible need to import from Poland and France. Apparently it triggered a rush by shoppers to buy frozen birds, with some stores selling out. But don't worry, there's no shortage of turkeys, okay? Just thought I'd mention that now, lest, you get the people who sort of start panicking. And it's all fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. What was the other one that I was watching, actually? Thousands at risk amid a backlog of crucial heart scans. Thousands of heart patients, they say. I don't want to sort of worry anybody. They could die unnecessarily because they're waiting up to 2 years for scans. Nearly 65,000 patients in England have been waiting longer than the 6-week NHS target for heart ultrasounds known as echocardiograms. Blimey, I think I've got to have one of those. I'm pretty certain. Although actually, well, in fact, I booked in ages and ages ago. And in fact, if you remember, I think I told everybody it's not till December and they're doing it on the telephone. I don't know whether or not just to sort of pick up the phone and go, and leave it like that. Just panic them a little bit. Sort of tap my chest to make sure it's still pounding away there. Please God. What else we got here? Joanne Froggatt, the Downton Abbey star, pictured here. You can't see that, but I'm seeing it, so I know it's her. Visiting Lady Mary's bedroom during filming and remarking how strange it was to be there. She said, yes, not many people get to go into Lady Mary's bedroom. And then I just stopped and I could see a twinkle in Kate's eye and I thought, Joe, stop talking. That was one of my good foot in the mouth moments. They did a documentary on Highclere the other day. It was really interesting. Very, very interesting, because they've got some genuine Egyptian artifacts which they found hidden in a cupboard. As you go through a door, there were 2 panels on either side. They didn't know they were cupboards. They've been there for donkey's years. They opened them up and there were relics from Tutankhamun's tomb. And they've got replicas down in their cellars there of the mask and a few other bits and pieces, because that was the find, wasn't it? They needed somebody with money to try and fund this, looking for Tutankhamun's tomb. And they found it. They found the steps that led down, and those famous words when they looked through and discovered that it hadn't been broken into, and they cut a little hole in and looked through, and one of them said, what can you see? And he said, wonderful things, because it hadn't been broken into. Most tombs in those days in the Valley of the Kings had been broken into by the grave robbers, and they'd taken stuff out, but they hadn't. But they claim it came with a curse. But I was never totally convinced by that. Steve, Kingston Council haven't emptied refuse bins in my road in New Malden for 4 weeks, says Sue. They say shortage of drivers. Oh, wow. Tony B it's Tony in Bishop Stortford. Tony Beak. Tony. Me and my late parents saw a very young Paul Zerdin in the 80s, early 90s at Sussex Beach Holiday Club. Left a lasting impression on me. Such a clever and funny guy. And the strange thing is, the producer, who said something very strange. He said, I can't imagine what people go and see ventriloquists for. And I said, well, they're basically comedians, but they're working with dolls. I mean, there was a very rude one called Shorty Long. And his handler was a woman. And she was very glamorous, very nice. And the doll would come out with all these 4-letter words, all these expletives. And she would stand there and go, so tell me, Shorty, what sort of a day are you having? And the doll would let fly with a torrent of F words, which I know sounds horrendous, but it was very, very funny, very funny. And you get, there's so many famous ones. Daisy May, if you come to the Magic Circle, for my Steve Allen Christmas cracker, you'll see Daisy May halfway down the stairs, as presented by Albert Savine. And there's loads of others. There's seriously so many vents out there. My favourite was Ray Allen and Lord Charles. A better vent you'd be hard pushed to find. You know when they say Shorty Harris? I don't know who Shorty Harris was. Who was that with? No, not Short. Is it Shorty Harris? What with who was the handler? Terry Rogers. That's right. Do you know Terry Rogers was the first transsexual ventriloquist? And invented magic tricks, and was very famous within the magic circle of people, and developed this ventriloquist act, and it was just amazing. Actually, died in London after a series of strokes. Survived by her life partner Val Andrews, also a magician, but she brought out all sorts of things. But it was this doll who was so rude. It used to make me laugh, actually. I don't know why. I suppose because when you see somebody very glamorous, and Terry Rogers was very glam, Very, very glam. It was just so funny. Hillary says, Steve, there's a red telephone box that's been converted into a coffee bar in Hampstead Village. But it's obviously the latest thing, isn't it? Rich in Huddersfield says, Steve, I posted 6 small Christmas cards to the UK yesterday. Cost me £4.70. That was second class. Woo! Louise in Norfolk says, just got my Tesco's Christmas slot. Took 35 minutes in a virtual queue, and you've kept me company. Love the show. Thank you. If you want a good laugh Christmas, Steve, send anonymous cards to your neighbours saying you're looking forward to their party on Christmas Eve and watch the resulting panic. So cruel and heartless. Steve, what channel was the Highclere documentary on, says Sarah. Do you know, I couldn't tell you. Listen, you're asking the wrong person. I don't know. These things just pop up on my television and I just watch them. I never know what the... I've only got three. No, I haven't. I've got other channels. Just I don't know what they are. There's one that just seems to show constantly Columbo. Because you finish one Columbo and they go, and next, Columbo solves the murder mystery. Yeah, later, another Columbo. I like them, actually. They were very good. There was one which was somebody who was trying to kill this woman, and they saw her floating in the pool, and because he'd actually killed her. But it turned out that was a dummy in the pool, and then she turned up, and he went, oh. And Columbo always does that thing. He gets as far as the door, and then turns and go, ah, and he turns round, and you think, he knows. That's fantastic. The Green Me, or PM, has said, give us back our marbles. They're not really marbles, they're the Elgin marbles. 17 figures and part of a frieze that decorated the Acropolis, taken by Lord Elgin, the British ambassador to the Ottoman Empire in the early 19th century. Britain maintains he acquired the sculptures legally. But they want them back. But they've been wanting them back for years. You can go and see them. That's one of the two things that people see when they go to the British Museum. They see the Elgin marbles, and the other one is the Rosetta Stone. You'll always find kids queuing round the Rosetta Stone taking pictures. Strangely enough, Gaddafi's son, in a bid to run Libya, even though he's still wanted for crimes against humanity. He's announced his candidacy. I think not. He was seen in public for the first time in nearly a decade after submitting election papers. And his father was toppled after more than 40 years in power. Colonel Gaddafi was killed amid the ensuing fighting that would turn into a civil war. Now, the son says God would decide the right path for it. I don't think so, dear. It's very sweet of you to make a contribution, but I don't think that's going to be very likely. I don't think it's anything to do with God. They say if you've got it, flaunt it. Which is why there's loads of pictures of Kylie Minogue. Do you know, she's only got to blow a nose and somebody takes a picture. This time she's got a blonde wig on. And she's very, very glam. Miss Minogue is 53 and Heidi Klum is 48. And she was standing on a bit. These people seem to go forever, don't they? They just go forever and ever and ever, which is very nice. Still to come, the desecrated snowman axed by the BBC, and 2 birthdays that we celebrate today, and you could be one of them.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. 10 to 7 is the time. Scotland's been rocked. Typical, isn't it? Apparently, people woken by shaking homes as an earthquake measuring 3.1 on the Richter scale sort of gave disturbances to them. So dreadful situation for the poor people there. The epicentre of the quake, believed to be near Greenock, Inverclyde, thought to have been of magnitude 3.1. Nearby residents said their home shook during the tremor. One said nothing like an earthquake to George. Sorry, I can't do that either, can I? Irish woman said we've moved them away. That's the biggest one I felt. Whole house shook. They added, I'm in Tarbert, Argyll. I've never felt one that big. Everything in the room shook. Amazing, isn't it? What goes on underneath your feet? You've got no idea at all. No idea. Dan in Croydon says, what's the name of your aftershave? You mentioned it before and I'm intrigued. I'm thinking of treating myself after the year I've had. 3 surgeries. Amateur. I'm tempted to say Old Spice, but it's not. I'm not going to tell you, actually. I'm not going to. I know it's Creed, but Aventus, but I'm not going to tell everybody about it. Mainly because of the price of it. It's not exactly cheap. I mean, a small bottle's 160 quid, so you use it sparingly. Very sparingly. Very sparingly. Happy birthday to Griff Rhys-Jones. How old do you think today? 68. 68, Griff. The Welsh comedian starred with the late Mel Smith in Not the 9 O'Clock News and Alas Smith and Jones when they sold their production company Talkback Griff Rhys-Jones made more than 20 million because they own Talkback Productions. He says ruefully of his TV appearances, I come across as a sort of bland, middle-class, flabby-faced, current-eyed, wavy-haired presenter. I like to think of myself as rugged. Love him to death. Maggie Gyllenhaal, the US star of The Dark Knight and Nanny McPhee and The Big Bang, has been described as having a Betty Boop face. I don't know which one she was actually in Nanny McPhee and The Big Bang. I did like the Nanny McPhee films as well. What else do we have actually? In 1915, Coca-Cola patented the design for their curved glass bottles. Who'd have thought? And in 1986, the BBC first broadcast Dennis Potter's The Singing Detective, starring Michael Gambon. November 1984, Johnny Morris. Now, you might not remember who Johnny Morris was, but I knew Johnny Morris sort of well. He was secretly axed by the BBC after presenting the children's show Animal Magic for 22 years. A stunned Morris says a BBC chief told him, "We don't like your programme. It's been running too long." Johnny Morris was famous. I sold him a Chinese rug for his bathroom once. He came into the store I was working at in Berkshire, but I didn't know that the BBC had axed him, and a BBC chief telling him, "We don't like your programme." He would do all the voices for all the animals and everything else. It was brilliant. He worked as a keeper, and he was fantastic. How many bottles of Coke are sold worldwide each day now? Oh, it'll be some phenomenal amount. It's sold worldwide each day, I don't know, 22 million. 1.9 billion. 1.9 billion. Good Lord, that's you, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing to do with me. I can't drink the stuff. It's full of sugar. But I quite like the idea. There used to be a machine when I worked in Vienna. The ORF there had a Coca-Cola machine which dispensed bottles, glass bottles, and there was something delicious about a Coca-Cola machine. You put your money in, and it would go, and it would drop this bottle down, and it was ice cold. In fact, it was so ice cold it used to hurt the back of your throat, but that was the fun of it. The glass bottles are the best. And you can buy reconditioned Coke machines, Coke freezers, Coke fridges, Coke everything nowadays. That's how many, 1.6 billion. And still we don't know what's in it, do we? I mean, does it actually contain cocaine? You know, it used to. They don't do it. Oh, right. Oh, okay, not for 100 years. But apparently that's why it was sold for medicinal purposes, because it had cocaine in, and cocaine was seen differently in those days. Amazing how it changed, isn't it, really? So there you go. So let's have a look. No, Coca-Cola does not contain cocaine or any harmful substance, and cocaine has never been an added ingredient in Coca-Cola. Oh, so why was it called Coca? Well, the coca plant is where you get cocaine, isn't it? I thought. I don't know anything about these things. So good asking me about drugs. I'm hopeless. I can only do Halib Orange and Anadin Extra. Okay, occasionally paracetamol, because I think actually an aspirin is part of my medication for people with heart problems. That's what they've told me anyway. I'll buy into anything, me. So anyway, the desecrated snowman. The BBC have axed a radio remake of The Snowman after the original composer for the famous Christmas film lambasted the broadcaster's desecration of his work. Howard Blake was upset at producer Jonathan Manners for not using any instruments in his upcoming audio version. The broadcaster confirmed last night it had removed the show, due to air on Radio 3 on Christmas Eve and Radio 4 on Christmas Day, from its festive schedule. It's understood the decision was made after a conversation between Mr. Blake and the BBC. He claimed Mr. Manners was just trying to make a name for himself by swapping out instruments for vocalese when a choir mimics instruments. Mr. Blake told the Telegraph, "What Mr. Manners has done to his music is desecration and absolutely vile." Don't argue with the BBC, you know what they're like. A BBC spokesman said, "We were saddened and surprised to hear of Mr. Blake's concerns. It's a great shame we've removed this from our schedule in line with Mr. Blake's wishes." They're so pompous, aren't they? I love it. They're so grandiose. So grandiose. A desperate migrant has reached Britain by jet skiing across the Channel. I think it's the first incident of its kind. The man was intercepted by UK Border Force. My God, he must have loads of money. I don't understand. Why don't people just fly in on a normal flight? Go to the airport. If they're paying all these smugglers thousands of pounds, why don't you just buy a flight? And when you arrive at Heathrow Airport, you then claim asylum. I don't understand why you'd want to risk your life going across the Channel. Doesn't make any sense at all to me. Wildlife presenter Bill Oddie reveals he's still battling the disastrous effects of lithium poisoning, which left him nigh on comatose for 12 months last year. Love Bill Oddie. Love Bill Oddie. I didn't like the goodies though. I didn't like the programme. I thought it just didn't work for me actually at all. I know everybody else seemed to like it. They had because we lost Tim Brooke Taylor, didn't we, some years ago? I remember Tim Brooke Taylor died, and I thought he was brilliant. Was it last year? All these wonderful people. Europe's most exciting young conductor on Brexit, red tape and breaking the glass ceiling, on why I'm resigning. 'Tis a woman. 'Tis a woman. I love orchestras. I was watching an orchestra the other day. What were they doing? They were playing something. It was. I just think they're absolutely brilliant. Vivaldi. No, it wasn't Vivaldi. Definitely not. So this terror alert raised while Liverpool blast treated as a suicide bombing. Heart patients in all the papers actually today. A little bit neglected, to say the least. And migrant workers still facing abuse. The widespread abuse of foreign workers in Qatar is continuing. Are you reading this, David Beckham? I do hope you're reading it. I do hope you should be reading it. And Sesame Street is going diverse. I didn't even know they were still making Sesame Street, but apparently Ji Young is making history as the first Asian American Muppet in the Sesame Street canon. She is Korean American and has two passions: rocking on her electric guitar and skateboarding. Wow. It's the same passion as me, actually. I know, isn't that funny? I'd love to be skateboarding and playing my electric guitar. I listened to somebody playing electric guitar the other day, actually, and I remember thinking, how boring. And, no, it's good, actually. It's very good. The Pope's praise for journalism is truly remarkable. We haven't heard from Pope Francis for quite a while, have we? We're sort of waiting on something. And the jury selection in the case of Ghislaine Maxwell will begin today. Finally. It's only taken about, 15 months? Ridiculous, isn't it? New York Judge Alison J. Nathan will whittle down a pool of 600 potential jurors to 12, with 6 alternates before opening statements for the trial, which is set to begin 29th of November. It's going to run over Christmas, isn't it? Don't you think so? I think it is. I've got to go. I just realised. Morning. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday, the 17th of November. What was Dominic going on about? Reets and rows. It sounds like neats and tatties, doesn't it, when you're doing some Scottish food or something? Bless his heart, honestly. The Greek are now bidding to trade the treasures that they've got for their Elgin marbles back. And we're saying, no. I don't know, we can't get anything right at the moment. The player at the heart of the racism storm weeps. It's getting bigger and bigger, this one. I mean, the embarrassment that is British sport. I don't know why they're talking about cricket all the time. It's in rugby. It's in just about everything. Just about everything. Racism. You hear it all the time. Prince Andrew's finances come under renewed scrutiny. Somebody lent him £1.5 million to pay off some bank loan or something. And I remember thinking, I'm sorry, A, what does he do for a living? And B, where does he get his money from? The answer is the Queen, of course. What else we got for... Oh, queue for Christmas. Oh, boy, are you queuing for Christmas? There was some poor bloke, he decided to order his sort of food from Tesco, and he was 1,820th in the queue. Can you imagine? You are number 1,800 and... Oh, baby, I'd have given up, actually. I'm so glad I don't have home deliveries. I just go out and buy stuff. Do you have home deliveries? Oh, you're so rich. I don't have home deliveries. For what, food? No, nothing at all. No, I mean, I buy stuff on Amazon. My bulbs arrived the other day, which was very exciting. And also, what else arrived? Oh, my copy of Voyage, the ABBA album, which I'm looking forward to listening to as well. The Queen says none of us can slow the passage of time. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Yeah, 300,000 people at Tesco placed in a queue for the Christmas delivery slots. We're only in November. Already people are sort of queuing up for it. Glenda Jackson, according to Diana Rigg. I'll have to tell you that one a bit later. It's very good. Also, the eco mob begging to be jailed. They really are simpletons, aren't they? But one admits he's terrified of prison. How would you know you're terrified of prison? Unless, presumably, you've been there before. Has he seen Bad Girls? Doesn't like to know about that. Tea and coffee could cut the risk of dementia. Oh, I nearly did a Reets and rows there. But luckily sort of managed to hold off. The Tesco Christmas ad with Santa and his COVID passport. 3,000 complaints. They were taking the mickey out of it on the television the other day for people who complain about it. And the MPs all agree they don't really understand what in God's name people were on about. Oh, I don't like that one. 3,000 of us will complain about it. Saddos. Honestly, have you ever heard of anything like it? It's ridiculous. I mean, and so it's being reviewed. They've divided the public because Santa's got a vaccine passport. I don't quite get that. Why are Tesco bowing to the pressure of 3,000 people? Why would they care? Why would they care? I don't get it. What else we got? Number 10's First Lady of Glamour, Eden's widow, has died at the age of 101. Will Young changed himself to the gates of a puppy breeding centre. I didn't even know we still experimented on dogs. I really didn't know. I thought that went out years and years ago. I remember when people used to storm laboratories, or they'd be releasing animals and things like that they used to use for experiments. It's Emily or me, Jack, says Jack Grealish's girlfriend of 10 years. So that's an ongoing saga, which is lovely. Cheryl has groggy days with sleeping pills. Very unwise. Very unwise. The only reason that she's not sleeping is she's not occupying herself fully. How many people do you see taking pictures of Cheryl out on the town with Baby Bear or whatever his name is? Nobody. Because she doesn't appear to go out anywhere. She really doesn't. And unfortunately, if you don't go out and you don't wear yourself out during the daytime, you're not going to sleep at night. Me, I climb into bed, I'm out for the count in seconds. I know it's terribly depressing for those people who sort of go, well, I can't sleep. And so she's doing sleeping pills, which once you get yourself into the habit of doing sleeping pills, you're on a downward spiral, I'm afraid. I know because I did them in the early days of LBC, because I was working nights and being up during the daytime. So, you know, it's... I didn't feel tired all day, no. There were little tiny blue things. I remember that, because I remember thinking, you got 8 hours. I thought if you break it in half, you get 4 hours. Definitely sleeping pills, yeah. I mean, I had no trouble sleeping. I mean, you literally would take it and you'd start feeling very, very tired, you know, and then you're gone. And that was it. But I thought you'd get 4 hours on half a tablet. But of course you didn't, which I thought was hilarious. Very funny. The word of the year for 2021 is perseverance. Steve, the ABBA album, did you buy it on CD or vinyl? Only on CD. Only on CD, because I can't play vinyl in the car. For some reason, the needle keeps bouncing around all over the thing. Laura Whitmore says she got her husband a Greggs voucher for Christmas, because he likes the... yes. I mean, to be honest with you, I didn't even know that they did actually... do vouchers. No idea, otherwise I'd have got one myself. Dame Arlene Phillips was once so poor she survived on cornflakes, which I think is hilarious, because cornflakes were never cheap. Never cheap. So I used to survive on spaghetti when I was poor. That's all I had in the cupboard. I used to get loads of milk delivered, because I thought I'll drink milk, and unfortunately the milk started piling up so much and it started going off. And in the end, I remember washing out all the milk bottles, because you had to in those days. You had to wash your milk bottles out, then put them out, and they would take them. I had 30 of them. I filled up the bath and washed them in the bath, because that was the way it was sort of done in those days. And I was just sort of, I don't know how we survived on anything at all, actually. I mean, to have a portion of chips was a bit extravagant, but I never got around to that one either. The TV Bake Off ace gets the boot in the semi-final, and the Queen's favourite tipple, Dubonnet, sells out in stores after it got the royal warrant. I knew it would. Mike says, I've already had one round of tea and toast. Would it be too much to have another? You need to get a life, mate. You're falling apart. Why do you have to write to somebody on the radio asking, should I have another round of toast or something? Are you on medication? What is the matter with you? God in heaven. Might have to put you on my stupid yet non-savable list at the moment. I can't be nice to somebody who keeps writing in every day. You did the other day. Is it too early to have a mince pie? I don't know, love. Go see your doctor. The tray arrived in Australia, says Moffy. Thank you very much indeed. And somebody else asked about the ABBA album. I don't know, I've not listened to it yet. I should get round to listening to it at some point. And it'll probably be today. I might go out for a drive in the car. The blood thinner, which could prevent 20,000 strokes. 20,000 strokes. I've been on blood thinners before. Clopidogrel. And if you've had heart surgery, you need it. And I'm still on it, apparently. I thought I'd finished on it ages ago, but apparently not. And Artwork, owned by a US property magnate, he's going through a divorce, has just sold for £500 million. £500 million. And there's a new exhibition coming to the V&A, which you're going to want to buy tickets for. My advice is get in quick. I don't know if anybody won Euro Millions last night. Ooh, I don't know. Because it's too early at 4 o'clock in the morning. It doesn't come back online till 6 a.m, so it won't tell you. I've got 3 notifications. Congratulations, you won 98 million. And One man of the Twickenham area. Yes. Oh, I wonder who that could be. How nice. I've already seen the house. I found it the other day. 27 million, which, if you've got 98 million at my age, who the hell's going to care? And I thought, I'll buy that one. 27 million. It's in Mayfair. It's very nice. Over 6 floors, and it's got an indoor swimming pool as well. I quite fancy the idea of that, because somebody would be going, 27 million pound, 28 million pound on a house. Wouldn't that be a waste? I go, not at my age. It's definitely not. It's a case of how long can you live? And the answer is, I don't know. I really don't know. 4:10. I'm only mentioning that now, actually, because, just in case you were worried about it. Some people worry about the time first thing in the morning. Shortly, M&S, a tyre for hire. It's going to be very embarrassing, isn't it, really, going in there going, I can't actually afford to buy it. So it's a £300 dress. You can rent it for Christmas parties. Oh dear, I hope nobody sweats in it. That'd be a bit nasty, wouldn't it, really? I suppose it comes back washed and everything else. They're leasing dozens of products, including dresses from its ex-Ghosts collaboration under a trial with Higher Street. And the platform's operated by the Zoa Group, which M&S has previously invested in through its Founders Factory joint venture. So, for example, selling price between 69 and 300 quid, available to rent on High Street from £13 for 4 days. I mean, that's okay, isn't it? Don't you think so? I think it's okay. You can, if you can't afford to buy a dress at 300 quid, and also, how many times you're gonna wear it? Because once people have seen you wearing it, you're going to need to get another one if you're hiring it. Much better, much better. M&S have made the announcement as they continue to chart a transformation of the business following years of decline for its female fashion offering. Its latest set of results suggested there was evidence of a turnaround driven by online sales. Oh, yeah, I like going to M&S. I buy all my stuff in M&S. I buy shirts, jeans, everything, basically everything, because they have stuff in my size. I buy all my coats in there, my overcoats, everything like that. I'm a Marks and Spencer's boy. I should be in the advert, shouldn't I, really? And another one says, what was it? Ban the scam online adverts. It's very difficult to try and work out what is a scam advert online. I've got no idea. I'm very wary of anything that pops up on my telephone. Very wary. And so look, 3. Good news about your ticket. Sign in for good news. 3 of them I've got from last night. Well, you can't sign in till 6 in the morning because they're offline till 6. If you go onto the lottery now, it'll go, we're offline until 6 a.m. And then you could sort of check on how many £2.60s you've won. I think they just do it to take the mickey out of you. Poor soul, honestly. Priti Patel, questions are being asked because so far she's achieved nothing. She's come up with loads of ideas, all brilliant, and not one of them has come to fruition. So hundreds more risk their lives to cross the channel. And the Liverpool asylum seeker had his claim rejected 7 years ago. Still here. Still here. What was he still here for? I mean, now, of course, he's here, over there. He's everywhere. This is one who blew himself up, but the detonation did not go as expected. Otherwise, the driver would have lost his life at the same time. But luckily, he didn't. And that, as they say, was a miracle, an absolute miracle. So, great ideas from Priti, but so far, no evidence. No evidence of anything. Still, hundreds of more people are risking their lives. Somebody came in the other day on a jet ski across the channel. And the asylum seeker, as I say, he's not the only one. There's loads of asylum seekers. Yes, we're due to send you back, but as opposed to going around collecting them or keeping them in a place of protection, which they do in Australia, if somebody arrives there and they find that they're put in a detention centre until they're loaded onto the plane and then they're off. You don't hear them going back again. And you're barred from going there for about 5 years or something. What does Priti do? Nothing. Nothing at all. It's really, 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 really peculiar. But as I say, she probably thinks she's doing a good job. Unfortunately, she's the only one who is. So the transfer deadline day for Grealish, he earns £15 million a year, which is okay. That's okay. He's had his girlfriend. She's called Sasha. Sasha is girlfriend. They've been together for 10 years. Emily Atack was pictured outside her home the other day wearing sunglasses and holding a bunch of flowers and everything else. It's the typical posed picture. And she likes him. And but anyway, Jack has told his girlfriend, Sasha, we're just mates. But I don't know. Is it possible to just be mates with somebody? Is it possible? I don't know. But he had been enjoying secret dates with Emily. You can't win, can you? We told you about the earthquake yesterday in Argyll and Bute in the west of Scotland. For the quake of Auld Lang Syne. Thank you. Maura Higgins showing off her charms. In other words, it's another one of these. Can you try and look sexy, dear? That's right. Pained is good look. Pained is a very good look. So she's gone on a stars dating app called Raya after she split with Giovanni Panici. Apparently, a source said she's a stunning girl and has been bombarded with offers. Well, of course she has. Hello? What did you think? People are going, oh, I don't think so, dear.
This is LBC.
At Eon Next, we believe life's better when you know you can get your hands on discounts across a range of home energy solutions, like boilers and solar panels, so you can treat your home to a bit of future-proofing. We think that makes energy a little bit better. And that's why we're always working towards helping you get more out of your energy. So visit eonnext.com today. Discounts available to Eon Next customers ends 31st of December 2023. T's and C's, eligibility criteria and geographical restrictions apply.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning, everybody. So the bomber exploited the UK system for 7 years by pretending he'd converted to Christianity. He, of course, was a compulsive liar, and he'd also been done before for wielding a knife on an overpass. Yes, so, I mean, he comes with history, and yet two very well-meaning Christians took him in and looked after him without realising he was a murderer. He was somebody who was prepared to blow himself up and kill other people at the same time. Never mind, at least he's disappeared now for good and gone straight to hell, which is a shame. Steve says, Yvonne, one can be mates, but the relationship partner should be aware and be okay with it. Yeah. I agree with you. I don't believe that if you're Jack Grealish, who likes the publicity, and Emily Atack, who's in entertainment and who thrives on the publicity, you know, they really shouldn't. If somebody's in a relationship, you should stay well away from it. It's just not right. Yeah, I mean, it's you know, I mean, put it this way, if he wants to ditch his girlfriend and go out with her, that's his business. I couldn't care less. But don't play around with two people, mate. Makes you look silly. Okay. About to brew my first coffee, says Jonathan in Deal. And, well, good for you. Why do people ask my permission to brew a cup of coffee? You don't brew a cup of coffee anyway. You just stick some of those granules in a cup and pour on some hot water and a bit of milk. Steve says, Martin, you and all the LBC staff should do a Christmas advert. What for? Don't need to do a Christmas advert. Figures a record. And somebody else talking about relationships. You know, if you're a married person, then you don't take somebody out from the office, you know, for drinky poos and stuff like that. You just don't do it. I'm sorry, unless you're particularly silly and you want to jeopardise your relationship. Because eventually Jack Grealish's girlfriend is going to go, right, I don't want to go out with you. And he's going to go, okay. Because that's when they use it as an excuse. I was single at the time, so I went out with Emily. You know, and people go, oh, but you were going out with me. No, you just finished with me. And men will use any old excuse to get a leg over. Seriously, come on, relationship coverage on LBC. I love the driver who parked on faded double yellow lines for 5 years. David Lamprill thought he was exploiting a loophole which says drivers can park on lines that had worn away. So he ignored 6 £70 fines over 3 months in Southend. He's a mechanical engineer. He's confident he'll win in court and is demanding compensation from the council for the stress he's been caused, saying they're not getting a penny for me. He's been fined £420. Not the brightest penny. He began parking in 2016, but wardens only noticed he began issuing fines this year. Southend-on-Sea Borough Council insisted the lines were valid. Of course they are. You can see them. They hadn't worn away at all. And you can see what it is. And he said, they're not getting anything at all from me. Oh, they will. They so will. I love the way people think you can take on councils. Definitely, you know, but you can't do it. The bullying on cricket, but not only cricket, the MPs were talking about it yesterday. Ian Dale was on the same programme where they do a round table and he was on Zoom. And it's a case of this isn't just cricket. This is football. This is athletics. This is tennis. This is everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. And so, I mean, the accusations that Azim Rafiq made, he said at one point he was pinned down by a player and red wine poured down his throat. He's Muslim. He's teetotal. He doesn't drink. He was treated in an inhuman way when his son was stillborn. The word Kevin, used to describe people of colour, and constant uses of the P word. And in fact, he cried when he was in the Commons the other day. you just can't get round it, can you? The Asian players were called the P word and told to sit near the toilets. I mean, you sometimes wonder whether or not we've lost complete sense of just about everything. Bullied by England's Tim Bresnan and told off by the boss after his son died. After his son died! You know, they say it was banter. Well, look at the resignations from Yorkshire Cricket. Look at the resignations. Banter? I don't think so. I don't think so. And so England Cricket reeling last night. You know, he was in tears. He told MPs how inhuman abuse wrecked his career and left him suicidal. He was called an elephant washer. That's banter, is it? Is that banter in this day and age? You prats. You absolute prats, honestly. I tell you, you know, get these people. I don't know what you do now. I mean, I don't know where we go from here. I know that he's talked about it, and he said, I felt isolated and humiliated. I'm not at all surprised. I'm not at all surprised. He just wanted to play cricket. That's all he wanted to do. He didn't want to do anything else. He just wanted to play cricket. But, you know, I've seen people being abused. You know, kebab shops late at night, the drunks that wander in there and abuse people, and they put up with it. You know, the staff who work in the Indian restaurants late at night. You know, the bus drivers being abused by people. You know, I nearly said bus conductors, but we don't have bus conductors. Taxi drivers. People get abused all the time. And when I say abused, it's the name calling. It's absolutely disgraceful. It really is. Jane Moore was very good the other day on Loose Women because she wanted to go into Mamma Mia. And so they said, come down to the theatre and we'll try you out and put you into the wedding scene if you pass. Anyway, she goes down there, she tries on a few outfits and she sings. She wasn't a great singer, but she was passable enough for them to say, yes, we're going to put you into the show tonight. So she learnt the wedding scene, and also they were filming it, and so they had people guiding around so she knew where to stand, and sang her song. She was very good. Very, very good indeed. Very, very good. So that was a bit of a treat for everybody. Jane Moore, no, she's been into not these studios, but into our other studios, yes. Her old man, Gary, used to pop in here all the time. Gary was a plugger? Yes, I think he was a plugger, yeah. I like Gary, he was lovely, actually. Another one here, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, did you know that they're now doing a British turkey and the trimmings toasty in Costa? Certainly better beat that thing I bought in Nero's, which, to be honest with you, I wouldn't touch with it. It looked like somebody had been sick. It looked like, do you remember those things years ago? You got a little tin and it was called Toasties. And you took this gunk out and you spread it on toast and put it under the grill. Toasties. And it looked like that. It was absolutely awful. The Nero one is called, wait a minute. The Nero one is called British Turkey and the Trimmings Toasty. It looks quite nice. It actually looks like it's got pieces of turkey in it and everything else. There's some other gunk in there. I don't know what that is. Gunk. It's only because I don't know what it is, because they never tell you. They never tell you on these sort of things. So you can order your coffee. You go, it's beginning to taste a lot like Christmas everywhere you go. I do like Christmas, actually, as you probably guessed. Not long now. Not long now at all. Filming on a Second World War miniseries has been blamed. Wait for this one. Gonna love it. It's typical British complaint, this one. Huge traffic jams, which made families miss a firework display. Apparently children were sobbing in cars. Now, to be brutally honest with you, a firework display takes place up in the sky. You know, you could sit in your car in a lay-by from about 30 or 40 miles away and you would see the fireworks, okay? Masters of the Air, with executive producers including Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg, is being shot for Apple TV at a barracks near Abingdon. It meant 2 fewer gates to the display and left parents stuck in cars with crying children. Oh, God, honestly. Crying children. I was on a bus the other day and there was a child crying next to its mother on the seat. For no reason. No reason at all. I wanted to stand up and go, shut up! But I thought, no, he can't. It's not my child. But the mother was just sort of, just doing nothing, staring out the window like a dimwit. And this child was screaming. No logical reason behind it whatsoever. I just couldn't get my head around it. But mothers tend to actually sort of not bother with kids who are crying, do they? They just sort of leave them. Well, I don't know. I think you should give them a lollipop, fill their mouth up. Give them a lollipop, and then they can, so they haven't got any teeth, so it doesn't make any difference, does it really? Steve, says Shane, I've just come back from the post office, picked up the tea tray now. I have the glass, the tea towel. Sadly, the tote bag was lost in the mail, but that's okay. Oh, that was a bit of a worry, isn't it? But at least you've got the tray, so that's very good. Very pleased about that. Very pleased. Very happy. Here's a married doctor faces suspension for writing fake prescriptions to get free Viagra whilst having an affair. Oh dear. If you're a diabetic, you can get free Viagra. Yeah, apparently so. Yeah, somebody told me once. Gordon Ramsay's beaten Jamie Oliver to be crowned the greatest TV chef of all time. Well, it's not really, actually. It's just by an insights agency, so it doesn't mean anything at all. It's just, who is what? It's Gordon Ramsay, I've just told you. No, it's in this survey. It's not in my opinion. Absolutely not. I don't really have an opinion, actually. I mean, I like Rick Stein. Big fan of Rick Stein. He's number 6. Mary Berry I love. Jamie Oliver we adore. And Keith Floyd, I mean, a bit difficult putting him in a list. He's dead. You know why? Alcohol consumption. I mean, he spent most of his time drunk, which, we laugh now. James Martin's very good as well. Very human sort of person. And Raymond Blanc. Delia Smith, very good. But fancy putting Keith Floyd on the list. I mean, really. He's actually got his old car. Who's actually got Keith Floyd's old car? Believe it or not, it's James Martin. He bought it. He bought it years and years ago. He's nice, actually. I like him a lot. Went to Oslo Court the other day for a private party. Steve, the food was fab. The service excellent and the portion size enormous. So there you go. And so, yeah, I mean, I think they're really good value, actually. There, very good value. It's the one in the flat. It's a set price. You'd like it. You can eat loads. And in a couple of weeks' time, we've got tickets for the Drifters Girls show for a matinee performance. And on your recommendation, we booked a table at Joe Allen's for an after-show supper. Really looking forward to it. Well, you're doing the right things. You're doing the right things. You will love the Drifters Girls show. It's playing at the back here at the Garrick Theatre. You'll love it. You'll love it. When you get people who can sing properly on stage, it makes a lot of difference. Oslo Court is fantastic. I've been going there I've not been there for a little while, but I thought the service was excellent. It's in a flat in Oslo Court, which is the name of the block of the flats, which overlook Regent's Park. And it's somebody's flat that's been converted, and they have a set price, and you can get everything from lobster to, monkfish to steak, everything. It's really good. Very, very good. Very good. I think very good value. Very good value. Steve, I've just heard you sing. It was lovely. Thank you, Joanne. Let it go. I did that the other day, actually. It was called Toast Toppers, says Julio. Toast Toppers. When you used to open the top of the tin and scrape out this gunk, and then you put it on toast and then you grill it as if you were making Welsh rarebit. And that's what it looks like in some of these sandwiches that they're turning out, because they're obviously turning them out cheap, aren't they? Have you never found out of it? Oh, I bet it's still available.
This is LBC.
Hola, Einstein here, just out tucking into tacos and the best business advice with my friend Deborah Meaden.
Because much like a recipe, in business you've got to get the basics right.
Indeed, and a smart meter can help you track your energy use and costs over time. Oh, I think I miscalculated the hot sauce.
So that's more control of your business budgeting, at least.
Search Get a Smart Meter for Business today. Eligibility may vary. Consumer action required.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
When we've now discovered the intriguing world of toast toppers, which were absolutely disgusting. It was known as catsick on toast, because I described it as grey sludge to the producer, and so he's got up a picture, and it looks like grey sludge. You can't get it anymore, thank God. And they were tiny little tins, and I just can't remember. Seriously, it was for people who didn't know how to do a proper cheese on toast. And so it came in chicken and mushroom, ham and cheese, and mushroom and bacon. And that was the extent of the range. And it was just ghastly. It really was. I mean, it actually tasted a lot better than it looked. It just didn't look so good at all, I'm afraid. But you can't get it anymore. So there you go. Steve, I watched the first DVD Manhunt with Martin Clunes, and he had the radio on. What was on the radio? LBC. I had a big smile on my face, says Connie from Stockwell. I know. LBC featured quite a lot, actually, on television programmes. When we were in Gough Square, constantly used to be asked to read a bulletin, which they were going to be using on the television on a programme. I think I featured in Shoestring. And we do the travel and stuff like that. Yeah, it was quite a normal thing to do. Get a professional in to do a professional job. TV celebrity. Peter in Malvern says, why do so many of your LBC have surnames that were also first names? I don't know, showbiz, I suppose. Showbiz. That's all I can put it down to. Showbiz. There are loads, aren't there? Well, there used to be Peter Allen, Carol Allen, Darren Adam. Well, it still is there. Ian Dale, Steve Allen, James O'Brien. James O'Brien? Where did that one from? Brian. Just knock off the O, so it's James Bryan. Doesn't quite sound the same. Yeah, loads of people have done it. It was a way of doing it. I mean, I suppose for some people that's the way that you remember, isn't it? I mean, Dale was DJ Winton, Dale Jonathan Winton. So in his car number plate it was DJ. And yes. Steve. Joe in Melbourne says, we have a meeting bloke who started at my work and he has a horrendous case of BO. He's not taken out the hint of deodorant left in the toilet. Should I tell him? Oh, absolutely. Pop it on a postcard. So much easier that way, isn't it? Yes, anonymously. LBC's all over Minder and the Sweeney as well, says my friend Ian. Yeah, I mean, because there was nobody else doing it. We were the ones who supplied. You don't want the BBC people. It made it sound like they were announcing war. Which actually, if you believe the news of the last few days, wouldn't be too far away from it. Steve, I had a large gold envelope pushed through my door the other day, opened it, and to my surprise, I've won £1,000 on the postcode lottery. So I'm going to buy a beautiful tree, now a real one. You got £1,000. That was very good. Very good, very nice to win £1,000. Not enough, really, if you're going to win 98 million. But £1,000's better than nothing, isn't it? I mean, blimey, if you've only got, you look in your wallet and you've only got like 20 quid, £1,000 is going to change it. I've said to the team, if I win the lottery, they're all in for a bit of being looked after and pampering. Minty, until she told us about the makeup on the bus, was due a pair of curlers from Dyson and things like that, and the hairdryer, but that's gone out the window now. We're going to buy her a new mascara instead, which is good, and a mirror. I'm going to buy her a 6-foot mirror. Just see her getting on the bus with that one, trying to do everything. And for Joe, nothing at all. Actually, the trouble is, it's a bit difficult to buy something for somebody who has everything. You've got a list, have you? What would be on your wish list? What's going to be on your wish list? £1 million, yes. Nothing like going straight for the jugular, is there, on that one? I like the idea of a large gold envelope pushed through the door and it's got a check in it. That's very good. Have you tried the new chicken Kiev in a pie that's sold in Iceland? No. I haven't, actually. I wouldn't buy chicken Kiev in a pie. I'd buy chicken Kiev and the little chicken Kiev balls, which are very nice, but definitely not in a pie. No, that's slightly odd because it's already got a covering round it, hasn't it? Really, so I wouldn't be doing that. Oh, it's M&S. Oh right, chicken Kiev. Oh right, it's a hybrid chicken Kievan pie to celebrate National Pie Week. We do good pies actually. That'd be quite nice with Brussels sprouts. Don't you think so? Brussels and chips. Honestly, I don't think so. But it's the pie of all pies. So it's very... You whiz through these things, don't you? I don't get a chance to read anything here. Oh, you're trying to find pictures. I know what a pie looks like. I have been around quite a few years, so I've got a good idea. And it's the Gastropub chicken pie, priced at $3.75. So it's lovely. If you don't live close enough to an M&S, you can shop a variety of their most loved items through Ocado, which is good. Yeah, so it's in a creamy garlic butter. It sounds delicious, doesn't it? Creamy garlic butter at this time of the morning. Ooh, yum, yum, yum. Definitely. So we haven't tried it, but we might be. We might be trying it. Here we go. What have we got now? We got Rose Ailing Ellis's courage owed much to growing up watching the Disney animated musical Mulan, which is based on a Chinese folk story about a brave young girl. She's very good. She's very good on the Strictly Dancing thing. Very good. And the lovely Luba Mushtuk may have a celebrity partner this year, but the weekend she's got a standout role on the show. She's going to feature in a special routine for Wicked. Giovanni Panici, meanwhile, will appear as the MC from the musical cabaret. The racy routine sees the dancers transported to Berlin's outrageous Kit Kat Club, compete with Oti Mabuse channeling Sally Bowles in fishnets. Sounds about as exciting as watching mud, doesn't it? Not really. They have to come up with something different each time. And I think Tom Fletcher's doing something from Les Miserables, because when I first read it, I thought, he's obviously going into the West End, and then it turned out he wasn't. Devastated Alice Evans, this is an interesting one in the paper, has been criticised for tweeting about her marriage split from Ian Grufford. And so, dumped and distraught, should you stay quiet? No, says Vanessa Feltz. Yes, says Lizzie Cundy. Why do they keep asking Lizzie Cundy? I don't quite... she couldn't keep a marriage together. And so she's pleading here. I mean, it was years and years ago Lizzie Cundy was around, but I don't quite know what she does now. They seem to sort of phone her up when they're sort of desperate for a quote. So, should you keep and stay quiet? Yes, says... No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Completely wrong on that one. Completely wrong. No, you get out there and you complain about it. Kick up one hell of a stink. You turn round. This is the story about Emily or me, Jack, and with the ex-girlfriend, or might be the ex-girlfriend, called Sasha Atwood. And you say to him, are you messing around or are you not messing around? OK, if you're messing around, I'm going to walk right out that door. The trouble is they're not married, so she's not going to get any money. There's no money. There's no sort of at the end of it, I can get half of your earnings or something like that. Although I don't know, if they're living together and they've been living together for 10 years, she might have some rights, actually. I've just remembered. If you've been living with somebody for 2 years, I think you stand a good chance of getting something. I've got it all planned out, actually. I've worked this one out, all by myself. All by myself. So the Duchess of Cornwall beginning a tour of the Middle East the other day with Queen Rania. And she's voiced... Everybody yesterday, I was reading all the bits online, voicing concerns about the Queen. Saying, she's not very well. How ill is she? Do we believe what they're putting out from Buckingham Palace? And, you don't have any choices, really, because you just have to take what they say. What was I watching the other day? It was another quiz show. God, we got so many quiz shows on the television. And they were following it on Googlebox, or Gogglebox, or whatever they call themselves. And I remember thinking, some of them are the worst actors and actresses in the entire universe. They were getting excited watching Michael McIntyre's quiz show, which, as you know, is not the most exciting quiz show on the television. The Wheel. Oh, dear me, honestly. Steve, on this day in 1558, Queen Bloody Mary died. Elizabeth I rejoiced, commenting, this is the Lord's doing and it's marvellous in our eyes. Yes, I mean, they liked things like that, didn't they? They had a problem with beheading somebody at the Tower of London. I forget who he was. I was watching it on this Tower of London documentary I've got, and the executioners mainly were drunks. Because if you're doing something like that, it's, you've got to be either drunk or comatose or something. Anyway, he was just so bad at cutting heads off. I don't know why they even bothered to book him, actually. Ken says, my apologies for being late this morning due to finishing work late today. My mum and dad will send a note. I think so too, honestly. I've never heard so many excuses that people come up with. I'm sorry, I couldn't make the programme. We start at 4, OK? Not 4:45 in the morning. 4 o'clock, definitely, and we expect to see you here. Comic Billy Connolly says he disappoints his sexologist wife Pamela Stevenson because he lasts just 7 seconds in bed. How do they know? I mean, do they time themselves, do you think? 7 seconds? Heavens above. I mean, I couldn't even get my pyjamas off in that time. I'm assuming you have to take your pyjamas off. I don't know, actually. It doesn't make any difference. He admits he doesn't pay much attention to his 71-year-old spouse's sex advice, which he dishes out on television. He says in his book, Windswept and Interesting, my wife's a sexologist, a rather limiting subject, I think. How can you study something that only lasts 7 seconds? My own sexual demands are simple. He says, I like the missionary position. Standing in a cooking pot. Wearing a safari suit looking towards Africa. Is that too much to ask for? You didn't get the joke, did you? No, I can tell. Yeah, OK, got it now. Billy admits that before he tied the knot, he was terrible with women because he could never read the signs as to whether a girl liked him or not. He says, I've always had a problem with sex. Not the sex itself so much, more the beginning bit. I was never very good at chatting women up. Oh, worst thing ever, isn't it? Trying to chat somebody up. Hello? What's your name? They did it on Top Gear the other day. Do I have any chat-up lines? No, I just wave my keys and go, get your coat, you've pulled. It's as simple as that. Always works. And always kick them out afterwards. Don't want anybody lingering, do you, to the morning? Because you have to work out if you've got enough bread and butter in or something like that. I had a bit of a moment the other day. I tell you what, I went to get a breakfast at Squire's Garden Centre. And depending on what time of the day it is, I have terrible shakes. Terrible shakes. I don't know why. No, it just shakes my hand. Look. I mean, sometimes it gets really bad. And I think it's the amount of tablets I'm doing. Anyway, they brought me a pot of tea. I had two sausages, 2 fried bread, beans, bacon, and mushrooms, which was very nice. Oh, and a poached egg, and which turned out not to have been a poached egg at all. Actually, I don't know why they called it a poached egg. It wasn't poached. But anyway, and I was trying to pour the tea from the little teapot into the cup, and I was not having much luck doing it. I was spilling most of it. So I put it down. Then I tried it with 2 hands, but the pot was too hot. In the end, an elderly lady who must have been in her 70s came over to me and she said, "I'll do that for you." And so she poured the tea into the cup. She wasn't shaking. And then she said, "Do you want milk?" I said, "Yes, I'll have some milk. Thank you very much indeed." And then I had to get one of the waiters to get me some tissues because I'd made such a mess all over the place. I thought, oh, the delights of getting older. The delights of getting older. But she sorted it out for me, which was very nice. Jane Moore co-presented The Breakfast Show with John Nicholson from 2000 to 2004, says Jeff in France. I know. I didn't want to mention it, actually. Didn't want to mention it because I knew how much they earned. Yeah. No, I'm not going to tell you. Oh, no, I'd never tell people things like that. But, yeah, they did it when we were in another building just off Shepherd's Bush. So there you go. Oh, she's very talented, but she sings. I mean, she claims she doesn't sing, but I thought she sang all right the other day on the Mamma Mia thing.
This is LBC.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
I love it. Oh, you're going as well. How exciting. I'm so excited. Sorry, Henry just popped in to sort of check on a few little bits and pieces. What else we got today? Sarah Jane Dunn says she joined the adult... Oh, I'm not going on about this one again. She joined the adult site so that she could, do things. She said, "I stopped on Instagram, so I was getting so many messages making me feel uncomfortable." And you don't think OnlyFans is going to get you messages making you feel uncomfortable. But... she says, if on OnlyFans, if somebody sends you a picture, it's pixelated. So if I wanted to open it, it would be my choice. I'm really bored with this story now, darling. It was very sweet of you. Do what you want. We've already said you do whatever you want. If it makes you feel better, then fine. But really, it's a non-story. Dame Arlene Phillips not worried about the rice and beans rations because she's learnt to survive on little things. She's 78. She's going to be the show's oldest contestant, but she'll be fine. They've already sent a drone up to show you the bleak setting. They're earning money. They're earning more money than you lot have ever had in your lifetime. Seriously, the cheapest non-entity in there will be getting £20,000. I said, don't worry about it. If they don't want to do it and take the money, but of course they want to take the money. So that's what it is. Katia Jones is doing pantomime. None of these people have got experience of pantomime. Really. They really don't. And I think John Waite... is going to be performing together with Johannes a Viennese waltz to Chim Chimney from Mary Poppins. Since when was that a Viennese waltz? But there you go. I'm sure they've all got their reasons for it. Two pals celebrated a 14 grand online betting win with the matching tattoos of the bookies logo. Digger driver Rob Irwin and his mate Jonathan White had Betfred inked on their chests. How lovely. How lovely. Imagine doing that. And the screen fitted in the taxi saved Dave Perry, the bomb blast cabbie. Police believe it shielded him when Imad al-Swilmeen's improved explosive device, improvised, detonated on the back seat. The terrorist died instantly, and it was packed with ball bearings, apparently. The sort of thing these people who are sick in the head, as we all know by now. He should have been kicked out 7 years ago. Perhaps Priti Patel would like to tell us why his application was turned down and he was still here. Amazing. Steve, love your programme. Thank you. Yorkshire Cricket Club behaviour towards the Asian cricketer is tip of the iceberg. I'm so depressed. Listening, says Ash, how Azim was treated brought back memories of how we were treated in the 70s as students. I'm still suffering. There's no place for any kind of racism. Yeah, but the trouble is, Ash, you listen, I go on to YouTube. You see the police in America. You want to see out-and-out racism in certain parts of America. My God, you can't believe it. You can't. I mean, nowadays, somebody starts, project, and they've got their camera phones there. They're running the camera phone to make sure that people know about it. There was one In fact, there's so many of them, I don't know where to begin. But there was two coppers. One of them stopped some black guys in a car. He said, "What are you doing round here?" And so the guys went, "Well, we're just driving around." "You don't come from this area," says this American copper. And he goes, "Well, we do." And he goes, "Well, I've never seen you here before. Do you want to tell me what you're doing here?" And you go, "No, he doesn't want to tell you what he's doing here. He really doesn't want to tell you. Why should he have to tell you all the time?" I'm not surprised. I had an actress in here once. I've told this story before. A black actress. Her parents were white. She was adopted. And they bought her, when she celebrated passing out at RADA, Royal Academy of Dramatic Art, they bought her a Mercedes. And she said the amount of time she used to get stopped going home from the theatre, she said, you wouldn't believe, Steve. She said, and they would come up with an excuse like, "Oh, we thought your back light was out." And she said, "I know damn well why I was stopped," she said. "It's because I was black and I was in a flashy car." It was as simple as that. And you think it's going away? Really isn't. So, Ash, I know exactly where you're coming from. But you go to YouTube, you really want to depress yourself. The coppers speaking to people there, really, really badly. Really badly. Merle says, "I'm about to pass out, holding my breath, waiting for you to finish telling us about the exhibition coming up at the V&A. Oh, I forgot to tell you, didn't I? I forgot to tell you. I have to tell you. I have to tell you. This is the show that put the fab into Fabergé. Gathered together for the first time 15 Fabergé eggs worth up to £25 million each, being staged at the Victoria and Albert Museum. The Alexander Palace egg features watercolour portraits of Nicholas II's children, and these fabulous eggs, who owns 3 of them? No prizes. Her Majesty. And only the Russian Revolution cut short their creation, with the goldsmith Karl Fabergé, St. Petersburg jeweller, seized by the Bolsheviks before he fled to Switzerland and died broken-hearted in 1920. These eggs you have to go and have a look at. They are absolutely stunningly beautiful. There's one here, the diamond trellis egg. The egg holds a surprise. There's a surprise in every egg. It's a bit like Kinder Surprise, just slightly more expensive. Some of them are absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. You know, you lift one up and there's a picture and there's a creation of the palace inside. And these are studded with jewels and diamonds. One here given to the Emperor, Nicholas II, to his Empress, Alexander Feodorovna, in Easter 1908. The shell is inlaid with oval miniature watercolour portraits. There's another one, 1901, which is the basket of flowers. Absolutely beautiful, and it plays a tune as well. Some of them have built-in musical thing. This is going to be at the V&A, as I say. It's going to run through all the way till... I mean, some of them are just staggeringly beautiful. You can't believe how beautiful they are and have come out of various people's collections, because you don't get... There's one here. I think you'll find the golden peacock. You take it out and you wind it up, and it will spread its feathers for you, and it walks. I mean, he was absolutely a mastermind, but the Bolsheviks got a lot to answer for, haven't they? Talentless bunch of nobodies. Disgusting people. These were the ones who murdered the Tsar and his family in cold blood. Children. They murdered children in cold blood. Finally, they got the burial that they all deserved, but God help us. And the funny thing is, they didn't burn the palace to the ground, because they liked that. It's like in France, they were executing Marie Antoinette and everybody else. So they kept the palace because they quite liked that, didn't they? Yeah. Champagne socialists, the worst ones. So that's what you're looking for, Merle. You're looking for tickets, which should go on sale very shortly at the V&A. And if I was you, I'd get in quick, because you won't see the like again. You really won't. They're quite stunningly beautiful. But as I say, the Queen's got 3. Do you think she plays with them? Do you think she plays with them? She probably doesn't, actually. I'm just sort of being facetious, thinking, Fabergé in London. It's called Romance to Revolution. Runs from November the 20th to Sunday, May the 8th next year. So you've got a fair amount of time, but most of the exhibitions at the V&A book out really quickly. Really quickly. So you've got to get in and get your tickets, because you will not be disappointed. I promise you. 7 eggs are still missing. I wonder where they are. Yeah, boot of my car, probably. Imagine if you found one at a car boot sale and somebody goes, "Oh, it's not real, it's just a..." You go, "Oh, yeah, all right, I'll buy it there. How much is it? 20 quid? I'll give you 20 quid for it." And then you take it away and they go, "It's actually worth 25 million. The person who sold it to you would be sick as a parrot, wouldn't they? But it's probably residing in some oligarch's mansion somewhere, because they're they're so valuable. They're so beautiful as well. You'd have to keep it locked away. You wouldn't want anybody looking at the blooming thing, would you? But anyway, Steve, so Ash just says, finishing up, hope this awakens other institutes and stops treatment of racism. Listen, it's a lovely wish, Ash. It's a lovely wish, but I've a feeling it ain't going to be happening in our lifetime. Mick says it's that time of the year when the people need to be reminded dogs are for life and not just for office parties. Thank you. Why is it that we always have to put out these adverts on the television? A dog is for life. You know, people see dogs in windows of shops, not necessarily here, but you see it in Paris. When we went to Paris for the day, there was a pet shop, and in the window it was divided into boxes, and in each box was a puppy. Seriously. I mean, you don't get that nowadays, but you do have to watch out the people selling you dogs from cars or puppy farms, stuff like that. Always make sure you can see the mother. Most of the time you won't be able to, and most of the time you will see dogs brought in. I mean, a lot of owners offloading them by pretending that they're strays. They're not. The rescue centres are seeing more and more pets that the owners are now too busy to look out for. You know, isn't that just disgusting? I think people should be. I mean, you see people now walking dogs who've quite clearly never been trained. You know, they should be trained. Well, the people and the dogs. You know, a well-behaved dog is a dog that sits next to you by the side. Why they want to put their bottom on a cold, wet bit of, you know, pavement, I've got no idea. I used to feel sorry for dogs that way. You know, and the owner goes, sit. And they sit there and you think their bottom's all wet now. Like my Aunt Enid. Spent a lot of time with a very wet bottom, but that was cured with sort of tablets and tenor pants, so we're all right now. But other things. The price of lager shot up 6 times the rate of inflation since COVID, but I don't drink lager. I've never drunk lager. I tried it years and years ago, and I just didn't like it at all. Didn't like it. I'm more a bitter man, says the producer. Always wonder, you know, coming up with that witticism that we need to take the programme through for another year. No, I've never drunk anything like that. I've never drunk cider. I've never drunk bitter. I've worked in pubs, but oh God, no, definitely not Guinness. No. There's another bit. It just doesn't appeal to me. I don't know why. I can drink Bacardi and Coke, and I can drink Prosecco, and I can drink vodka, but I haven't had vodka for ages because I think it's a sure way to becoming an alcoholic if you drink vodka. It's very dangerous. Very dangerous, especially if you sort of mix it with things. But no, I like my little bottle of Prosecco. They do little bottles now, hardly worth bothering. They go, oh, they're reduced to £7. You go, nah, sod it, buy the big one. No, because then it will last you a few days more. Other stories in the papers. Will can't leave. This is Will Young chaining himself to the gates of a puppy breeding facility in protest against medical experiments on animals. I have to be honest, I didn't even know they were doing things like that. I really had no idea, but good for Will for doing it. 2,000 beagles are being reared at the site before being given to laboratories at 16 weeks old for research. I don't think you want to know any more. You really don't.
This is LBC.
Some things just add some play to your day. Catching the toast as it pops out of the toaster. Dancing down the street to your favourite playlist. Wearing your sparkly boots to the shop. And best of all, picking the new red scratch card.
A red scratch card, please. Thank you.
And doing your own drum roll. This is exciting. Add some play to your day with scratch cards from the National Lottery. Search Dream Big, Play Small. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Wednesday, 17th of November, which is like miserable weather, isn't it? All the leaves fall off the trees. Did you see that thing the other day in the paper we mentioned? And it was some bloke who'd sent his men out to clear the leaves in the forest. I mean, really dumb, because let's face it, and he was worried of people falling over. I'm more worried about them on the pavements than anything else. Ridiculous. What is the fastest movement in the human body? I got this one completely wrong. Fastest movement. Sorry? Sneeze? No. No. Fastest movement in the human body? No. No. Apparently, it takes 7 milliseconds, over 20 times quicker than the blink of an eye, which takes 150. And what is it? No, you're not going to get it, are you? That. Clicking your fingers. Clicking your fingers is the fastest movement in the human body. 7 milliseconds. I used to be able to click my fingers all the time. Oh, that's better. People do it in restaurants, so they, oi, come over here. Service. Well, have you never seen people doing that in restaurants? No, you do. They don't necessarily click their fingers, but they, hello, and then you pretend you're writing something on your hand, and that signifies, can we get the bill? Yeah, bill. You can do that around the world. You do that all around the world. I've done it in France, Germany, Austria, America. You do that same thing, and they all know what you mean. To be avoided at all costs. Just 40% of people tell their partners, I love you each day. The rest are Jack Grealish, I should imagine. He daren't do it. 4 in 10 people prefer to demonstrate their love with the action or a gift, according to a survey by a jewellery company. They come up with these. Well, I'm not going to plug them because nobody knows who they are. But that's what it is. 70% say 3 little words to their other half just once a week. Where's me dinner? Apparently, the most popular way to show affection were a cuddle, saying thank you, making the other person laugh, and then kissing them. Oh, no, you don't want to make somebody laugh and then kiss them. That's a bit naff, isn't it, really? Yeah, after a cuddle. A cuddle is... Oh, no, don't. And especially nowadays, you don't really do cuddling. Cuddling's not really sort of... I'm sure... I've probably done cuddling over the years, I should imagine. Steve, I think you're very lucky, says Susie. 84. Being able to sleep well. It doesn't matter. Whatever I've done during the daytime, falling asleep before 2 or 3 o'clock and for more than 2 hours would be wonderful. Always feeling tired is normal for me, but now retired, much easier. LBC's made nights bearable. Yeah, well, I bet it has, actually. But I have no trouble sleeping. I could sleep on the settee. Sometimes I wake up and then I have a shave. And then I lie down on the settee because I think I've got about an hour before I need to do anything. I make sure I get up in plenty of time. So I've got enough time to sort of do everything, check on the news, see what's going on in the world. And then I can sleep anywhere. I learnt to do it at LBC years ago. I used to get an hour's break at the end of my show. And so I would introduce the morning music we used to have, which was classical music. And I would just lie down on the studio floor. I would take a cushion from the end of the corridor. And I would just lie down on the floor and put my head on the cushion. I could be out, an hour's sleep gave me enough refreshment. Yeah, lovely. I could still do it now. I could fall asleep on a train. Sometimes I do, actually. I have done that, actually, yes. I do it on most days, but I just sort of doze. But I always make sure I'm holding my phone very tightly and my little carrier bag at the same time. I am known as the carrier bag person. Steve, stray dogs. Where are they? Back in the day, they were everywhere, even running around in packs. Not these days. When did you last see a stray dog? Well, I don't know, actually. I don't know. It's not something I go out deliberately looking for. But we used to have a dog warden. Did you not have the dog warden that used to come round? You never see the film Lady and the Tramp? They had a dog warden in that coming around to pick up the stray dogs. And you do get them, mainly in other countries, actually. India, we don't seem to get them, no. We don't. Well, I'm sure that we must do, actually. But where? I've got no idea. Steve, the awkward wait to see what you've won, but when you go to check, it's closed. You could be a multi-millionaire. Could be. Wouldn't change anything. I'd still do the programme, whether you like it or not. And can you imagine, though? I've just won 98 million. That'd be very funny. That'd change Christmas this year. Can you imagine? I bought you all a motor car. A motor vehicle, which is lovely. Ed Sheeran all over everywhere, actually. All over everywhere. He's not only all over the pop charts and popping up on Netflix hit film Red Notice, he also crops up playing guitar for One Direction's Niall Horan and Anne Marie on their new cover of Fleetwood Mac's Everywhere. I remember that song. I want to be with you everywhere. Oh, is that one, isn't it? Yeah. No, they're right. They shouldn't cover it. Former Little Mix star Jessie Nelson has had to pull out of her debut solo performance after testing positive for COVID. They're all testing positive for COVID nowadays. She had been due to make her first live performance since leaving the group at a live event in Birmingham. She told fans, after feeling unwell, I've sadly tested positive. It means I'm no longer able to perform live this Saturday. Apologies to any of my fans who bought tickets. I hope you all have an amazing night. Stay safe, and I can't wait to see you all soon. But she is due to sing at Capital's Jingle Bell Ball next month. So she will be definitely better. Definitely better. Before we get round to that... Red Alert, who was wearing red. Oh, Amanda Holden. And Jade Thirlwell, although the boots are dreadful, Jade. Try and get them better next time. And Josie Gibson was flabbergasted when producers asked her to step in for Holly Willoughby during Guest Days this morning. Yeah, we were quite surprised too. Really, because it's quite a big deal to sort of take over something like that. The Tesco Christmas ad showing Father Christmas bearing a COVID vaccine passport has become the year's most moaned about advert. There were only 3,000 complaints. And I thought it was brilliant. TV host Gillian McKeith was among those to complain. Gillian who? Forced to complain. TV host. Of what? It's only a 90-second advert. She tweeted that it celebrates discrimination and segregation and urged people to boycott the store. Silly person. What do you mean boycott the store? It's a Christmas advert. She said, I'm never shopping at Tesco again. Thank God for that. Now we can go there. Knowing that Gillian McKeith's not going to be in the aisles. The ASA is reviewing objections, most of which said the ad was coercive and encouraging medical discrimination. Tesco said it was light-hearted. I thought it was light-hearted. It's Father Christmas, for God's sake. But don't tell Gillian McKeith he's not... he's Father Christmas. Oh, blimey, that was a bit close. Have you got a favourite Christmas? No, I haven't got a favourite. I don't like the John Lewis one. I'm sorry to say, I don't think it represents Christmas at all. It's not traditional. It's not traditional. You know, the only one that's traditional is, there's loads of... I don't even like the M&S one. Who is this woman who's dancing around all over? Who is she? Aldi's is good, yeah? Is that the one with the carrots and all the rest of it? Ebenezer Scrooge. Yeah, that's quite good. That's beautifully done. But no, the John Lewis one, which I'm led to believe, I can't believe it cost £6 million. I mean, seriously. But people have complained about everything, actually, on the television. But I mean, Gillian McKeith, I shall never shop at Tesco again. Good! Stay well away from it, dear. It's not for you. It's for people who like a bit of light-hearted relief. It's Christmas. We want to enjoy ourselves, not be miserable like you. Goodness sake. I fancy boycotting a store and urging other people to do it, and they've had 3,000 complaints. Pfft, amateurs. Amateurs. Not so good. Not so good. So it's cricket everywhere. Day of shame for cricket. Racism ruined my career. Azim Rafiq's tears. I mean, it was really quite emotional. Quite emotional. Priti Patel has lambasted the UK's dysfunctional asylum system that allowed the Poppy Day bomber to stay in the country. Yeah, 7 years. And apparently, how true this is, I don't know, if you convert to Christianity, apparently that means that you managed to convince them. So basically a compulsive liar who's now dead. But she's in charge of it. I mean, she wasn't when all of these things happened, so perhaps that's why she's now able to ask the question. She says, I'll end the abuse of dysfunctional asylum laws. Oh, we've heard it a million times, dear. Seriously, come up with something you can do. She says the Liverpool bombing showed why close security relations with allies are vital as she flew to America for talks to tackle terrorism. What a waste of time and money that's turned out to be, isn't it? What are you doing? Why aren't you concentrating on something on the shores here? I just don't understand why. She's also pushing for tougher action to crack down on social media companies that encrypt their system, allowing criminals to operate without a data being accessed, saying they have a moral duty. We're just waiting to see you do something. We're just waiting to see you stop people. You know, if somebody's convicted of being a paedophile or a murderer in this country, we should have the right to get rid of them. Put them on a plane, take them home and just shove them off the aircraft. It's as simple as that. But so far, we're not having any luck whatsoever. No luck at all. 2 more energy companies have collapsed. Regulator Ofgem says Neon Reef and Social Energy Supply have joined more than 20 suppliers that have folded. I've never heard of these people. I seriously haven't. Neon Reef supplies around 30,000 domestic electricity companies, and Social Energy has around 5,500. It's not very many, is it, really? What happens if you're with one of them? Well, you just transfer to somebody else. Just transfer to another company. It might not be at the price that you were hoping to get. Prince Andrew, again in the papers, he had a £1.5 million loan paid off by a Tory donor whose private bank he was trying to promote, it was claimed. Emails seen by a national newspaper suggest that while on official trade missions meant to push UK trade, the Prince may also have been plugging the private Luxembourg-based bank for the super rich owned by David Rowland and his family. Do you know, he lurches from one disaster to another, doesn't he, Prince Andrew? There's just nothing going right. Apparently, documents suggested he opened an account at this private bank in 2015 and borrowed an average of $125,000 every 3 months. To do what with? To do what with? The loan was extended 10 times before, in 2017, he asked for 250,000. The bank approved the loan because it opened up further business potential via the royal family, and the debt would be honoured by the Queen, according to the documents. Poor old Queenie. She had to pick up her mother's debts. The Queen Mother had huge debts. Huge debt. I mean, she was blooming useless with money. Now it turns out that Andrew, the idiot, is also useless with money. How can you borrow 125,000 every few months? I mean, blimey, even if I had KFC 3 times a week. Oh, the Queen Mother had huge debts. Run up with Coots, I believe. So the Queen, but they knew she was good for the money because the Queen paid it all off for her. And the same with Andrew. I find it absolutely unbelievable. What does Andrew waste his money on? I don't think we'll bother going there, shall we? I just lose the will to live. I mean, a bit like sort of discovering that Prince Charles has borrowed, £20 million from somebody, or that William couldn't manage to make Andrew, the most useless member of the royal family, now is sort of borrowing money from people to pay off his debts. I don't know.
This is LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve, I wish I could sleep. We've got noisy cockatoos round here, says Shane in Sydney. In the early hours of the morning, they start screeching. Very hard to get to sleep. Well, we have all these little parakeets over here, but I don't mind because I think they look pretty. I realise if you see them every single day, you probably don't enjoy them. John says nobody's won the £98 million lottery. It's rolled over again. It's going to be over 100 million, isn't it? Over 100 million. So... any news on the pigeons? Well, our pigeons, yes, gradually we're getting them. They don't like being sprayed, to put it that way. And Steve, I've just purchased my ticket for the Fabergé exhibition going in December. My first visit, says Sarah in Enfield, to an exhibition in 18 months. Oh, make the most of it. Make the most of it. You're going to be seeing something that has not been seen apart from in the top families in the country. These things don't go on display. They really don't. Johnny Colchester says, I thought this year's Christmas adverts were very disappointing. The Tesco one's the only one I like. Me too. Looks like Father Christmas. I'm not remotely interested in sort of cartoon characters, although we like the Aldi one because it's got the vegetables. But they're trying to be too fancy. I'm sorry, it's Christmas. For the Christmas means Father Christmas, snow, snowmen, we're walking in the air, that kind of stuff. And people opening presents, kids going, yeah, a puppy. And very excited, and things like that. Oh, I've got a Fabergé egg. Yes, your father nicks things, I'm afraid. You went because the security around the exhibition is going to be huge. It'll be immense, won't it? But imagine seeing things which have never seen the light of day. I think there's a few of them that had never been seen before. And there's still a few missing because he catalogued everything that he made. So check out the Fabergé eggs, you really must. An Insulate Britain activist, threatened violence if protests were banned and vowed to block a motorway at the earliest opportunity if he avoids prison. His name's Ben Taylor. He's not the brightest penny in the box. He says if he's not jailed for breaching an injunction banning disruptive protests, he'll go and block the motorway as soon as possible. You've got a few screws loose or something. What is the matter with you? What is the matter with you? He vowed to carry on disruption until the government make a meaningful statement. I'm sorry you've had no effect on anything, dear. Nothing. The government have taken no notice of you. You just get yourself dragged off a road. That's all it is. I could understand it. Thank you, Poppy. I could understand it if you've sort of made some impact, but your little demonstrations have had no impact at all apart from inconvenience people. And you say here, that you will threaten violence. I don't think so, sweet cheeks. I don't think so. Can't do things like that. Otherwise the police will lock you up. And we don't care what happens to you. We really don't care. We've had people shouting at you, but you don't care. You're only concerned about your own well-being. You're not bothered about anybody else at all. The government, and then you get them sitting there. They just look as though they're sort of people, I'd hate to think any of them were on benefits. That would really annoy me more than anything, I think. But all these sort of people here, are all expected to be sentenced this morning. Well, let's hope Priti Patel's going to do her work and jail them all. But it comes down to the court, doesn't it? They're all expected to be sentenced. They all could be jailed for up to 2 years for contempt of court. Well, come on. As I sit here at 20 minutes past 5, do you think that's going to be likely? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'd be so surprised if it comes back they all get 2 years in prison. Pfft, no chance. No chance. The hearing is before Dame Victoria Sharp. But one of these people, Emma Smart, told the court she's there to ensure future survival. Nobody's taken a blind bit of notice of you, dear. You can sit in the middle of a motorway. You can superglue your hands together, superglue your face onto the road. Nobody cares. You're just inconveniencing us and people who needed to get to hospital, people who needed to see people who are having serious operations and stuff like that. You know, it's just ridiculous. But you're not going to achieve anything at all, as you probably discovered up until now. The location of Fabergé eggs. The Kremlin Armoury have got 10 eggs. Victor Vesselberg's Link of Times Foundation, the Fabergé Museum in St. Petersburg, have got 9 eggs. The Virginia Museum of Fine Arts in Richmond, Virginia, USA, 5. The Royal Collection, the Queen's got 3. Matilda Geddings Gray Foundation, displayed at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, has got 3. Edouard and Maurice Sandoz Foundation in Luzerne have got 2. The Hillwood Estate Museum and Gardens in Washington, 2. And then it comes down to, you know, the Dorothy and Artie McFerrin collection. Dorothy and Artie McFerrin. They've only got 1, bless their hearts. The State of Qatar. Separate private collections, 4. They've only got 1, haven't they? The State of Qatar. Perhaps they'll have to sell it to pay David Beckham. He definitely should give that money back. Albert II of Monaco collection. He's only got 1 as well. The Blue Serpent Clock. They're lovely. The 12 monograms, Catherine the Great, the ones at the Hillwood Estate. They're quite beautiful. They're quite beautiful, and I shall be booking a ticket to go see them. Why not? For goodness' sake, I'm never going to see anything like that again, am I? I don't mind queuing up and traipsing round with everybody else, because we're all going to be looking at the same thing. We're going to be looking at the stunning workmanship that has gone in, and poor Fabergé died, you know, almost incommunicado. Very, very depressing. Paula says, I've just watched the Tesco Christmas advert. It's hilarious. Who are these snowflakes who complained? I don't know. I'm not sure, actually. I'm not sure. I think it's a great advert. Father, it's supposed to be humorous. It's a little bit of fun. Because Gillian McKeith says she's going to boycott Tesco and is urging other people to do it. Why would you want to do that? Be a bit ridiculous, wouldn't it, really? Especially as Tesco have got the most people queuing for food. 300,000 in the Tesco line for delivery. Most expensive Fabergé egg was discovered in 2015. 2015. They reckon it's worth 30... Do you think when he was making them he thinks, there's another $1 million in the bank? I bet he didn't. It was at a jumble sale. Discovered at a jumble sale. What did I tell you? I said you'd find it there. And this jumble sale soon turned into millions by the man who'd been thwarted to turn a quick profit by selling the tiny ornament to scrap metal dealers. He'd been left financially stretched. He hails from the Midwest. He'd been hoping to make $500. In the end, in a fit of pique one night, he typed egg and the name engraved on the clock it contained, Vacheron Constantin, into Google. It brought up an item, they say, worth about $33 million. You can imagine, can't you? I mean, just the name Vacheron Constantin, that adds the price immediately. And it's only the egg will be displayed to the public in a jeweller's in Mayfair. Now, whether or not this is old news, I don't know. It's an old news. Can you imagine going to see that? Wow. Only for 3 days. They were too worried. Too worried. At one point, they thought about melting it down. And he wanted £500. £500. They did that on the hardcore porn programme in America. The pawn shop, which doesn't even exist anymore, which is a bit of a shame because I quite liked it. And a woman took in a load of old stones. And she said that she was doing a birthday party, I think, for her daughter or something like that, and was wondering, you know, could she get sort of $100 for them? So Les Gold, who owned the shop, said, well, listen, come back later and we'll let you know. And so they went through this group of stones and everything else. And one of them, they went through, and the bloke who evaluated all their stones said, This is just glass. This is cut this. This is cut that. But this one is really nice. And he looked at it, and Les went, "Is it what I think it is?" And he went, "It's what you think it is." And so the woman comes back in again, and they go, "Listen, these stones, they're worth nothing. They're worth, $5, $20, $30, just about that. But this one, I can give you some money for." "How much money?" said the lady. And Les said, $10,000. She nearly passed out. She only wanted $100 for this kiddie's party. It was really good. It's really good. I like stories like that. I like nice surprises. It's the watches, though, that make the money. My God, do the watches make the money. When you see them on the Antiques Roadshow, if you've got a Rolex and you've kept it in the original box and you've kept all the paperwork that goes with it and the sales receipt, you're looking at serious money. Serious money. Steve saw the Drifter show Monday night. Fabulous. Beverley night was amazing, says Pauline. Well, who would ever doubt that Bev would be nothing short of amazing? Absolutely fantastic. I think the whole cast are brilliant. But we have a soft spot for Beverley night. Most expensive watch in the world. Oh, this runs into millions. This runs into millions. I would think you wouldn't get much change out of about £55 million. What does it look like? We've got a picture of it. That's the most expensive watch in the world. 55. Can you imagine? You wouldn't wear it, would you? Would you? I don't know if you'd wear it on your wrist or if you'd be too frightened. Oh dear, it's ghastly and tacky. Oh, this is the Graf Diamond hallucination watch. You can't wear that. It looks like Quality Street wrappers, says the producer. I mean, 55 minutes. All they've done is just shoved a load of diamonds on it. A kaleidoscope of 110 carats of different coloured diamonds set into a platinum bracelet. It's about as far from a tactical watch as you can get. Almost easy to forget this timekeeping capabilities. But there is a tiny dial in the centre of all that sparkle. Who'd wear it? Where would you wear? I'd rather stick a Christmas tree on my wrist. Seriously. There's quite a nice one there. The Fascination from Graf. It's a diamond company. 40 million. 40. Who would buy? It's a bit vulgar. A little bit vulgar. Something, gaudy. Although actually, I don't mind the 40 million one. I wouldn't wear it, to be honest with you. I've got a toy watch. That's what it's called. It's called a toy watch. That's the company. And it looks as though it's all plastic, but it looks as though it's diamonds. It looks very good. You can put it up online, the toy watch. There's loads of them. They have a whole catalogue full of these things. And I bought it years ago when we did a one-man show. And I wanted to have lots of bling on. And so I put this... Yeah, I didn't have anything but a medallion. Anything but a medallion. But no, the toy watches are very famous. And they're not very expensive. Seriously, not very expensive. Where's my one? Keep going down. See, they all look a bit plasticky. Wait a minute. Is it that one there? The 100 and... Yes, I think it could be that. It could be that one. The Plastomatic Stones White. £145 or euros. It does. That's what it... Because the trouble is, when you sort of go down, see, they've got another one on there. Because they do some lovely watches, actually, the toy watches. And it's only because I saw it online and I thought, I'll buy that. So I bought it. And I've got it somewhere. I don't know where it is at the moment. Probably sitting. There are many, many of them. But they're all around the 100, 150, something like that mark. And I just thought it looked blingy. I like blingy watches. I've got quite a few blingy watches, as it were. Some real, some maybe not so real. But still quite nice. The blood thinner, which could help an awful lot of people. It could prevent 20,000 strokes. And these blood... As I say, I've been on warfarin for ages. Apparently, 230,000 people are on warfarin, so I'm in a fairly select camp. 870,000 patients currently taking one of 4 recommended direct oral anticoagulant drugs. The trouble is, it does thin your blood, so when you bleed for what seems like a long time. Do you not know what you're taking? Yes, I think it's warfarin. Yeah, it's written on the back of my Dosset boxes. I just put them all in at the same time. Yeah, I don't sit there and do 9 tablets in the morning, one at a time, and go, oh, that one's for this. No, I just literally take the handful because they're all separated in little compartments, and you pour them into your hand, shove them in your gob, and then take a dollop of water with it, and then I just swallow them. I don't know what's going on. I just know that when I walk, I rattle, which is That's as exciting as it gets for Steve Allen, I'm afraid.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 26 minutes to 6. Nice to have your company. I trust you are well. You probably started doing the Christmas shopping. Somebody was complaining the other day on the programme about, people getting Christmas ready this early. But unfortunately, of course, people like to come up, look at the lights in town. We've got loads of lights up, and they like to come and do the Christmas markets. And they'll go to Winter Wonderland, and we're determined to enjoy ourselves this year. Andy Peters says, have you seen they're opening an Amazon Fresh, no tills at Richmond Station? The KFC, Andy's open. It's over the road from the Richmond Station because I see it every morning. And they've changed all their logos now. They've got Hello Richmond. On our one it says Hello Twickenham. So I know all about it. But in the Amazon, once inside, you pick up the goods you want without scanning them or visiting a till. Sensors on the shelves detect when an item's been removed, while cameras and other technology monitor your movement around the store and the goods chosen. The bill's automatically charged to your Amazon account when you leave the store. Very trustworthy, very trustworthy. But the KFC, it's only little KFC, Andy, but big enough for us, big enough for us. I saw it the other day. I was amazed it's taking KFC that long because they're all franchises. All franchises. I trust you are well this morning. Probably cold where you are. He was over in France the other day. Bless his heart, honestly. He spends his time jetting around all over the place. It was work, though. It wasn't holiday. Holiday. But, yeah, the Amazon Fresh. I don't know where so that's at Richmond Station, is it? The Amazon. Oh, I wonder where that is. I'll have to check that one out, actually. Because I do go to... Oh, I know where it's going to be. I know where it's going to be. I've just realised. You come out the station, turn left, and it's just there. It's just there. It used to be a phone shop, I think, and it's been various other... It's been boarded up for ages, and the workmen have been going in and out. So it's not as big as you think it is. What can you buy in there in the Amazon store? Oh, it's just groceries, is it? Good Lord. Who'd have thought, eh? Who'd have thought? But no, the KFC, very useful. That'll do good business. People standing at the bus stop, getting on the bus eating KFC. I do like KFC. I've not had it for ages. But it's made me want it now, actually. I quite like the John Lewis advert, Steve, but it's a bit boring, I'm afraid. If an alien crash lands near your house, invite them over for Christmas dinner. Don't hide them in the woods. Have some fun with the concept. The Tesco advert is fun, but the oldie advert's great. Even using a watered-down version of Fairy Tale of New York by the Pogues. Stroke of genius. Yeah, I think so, Paul. I think it's also cleverly done. Very cleverly done, but I didn't get the John Lewis one. I mean, an alien crash lands. They're obviously a bit stupid, aren't they, these aliens? They can't even fly their own aircraft. And when they get there, they're dangerous. Obviously, I'm assuming the alien had a couple of bevies. And that's why. I bet they were insured. And then they crash into the tree, and then this thing takes off again. But didn't do it for me. Enjoying, this is for my elderly listeners this morning, 74s and above. Enjoying several cups of tea or coffee a day could lower the risk of dementia and stroke. If you drank 2 or 3 coffees and 2 to 3 teas, you have a 20% lower risk of dementia, 32% reduced risk of stroke compared to those who didn't drink either beverage. I've got a friend of mine, he doesn't drink coffee or tea. He only does sort of fizzy drinks or water, and that's it. I don't know how people survive without cups of tea. I couldn't survive without a cup of tea in the morning or a coffee or something like that. But actually, for the past 2 mornings, I've just had water. Not water in here, but water at home. I'm supposed to drink a lot more water than I do, but I don't. Can't be bothered. What's today, Wednesday? What have I got to do today? Nothing. I've written to my accountant, telling him about the VAT. He'll then write back and confirm it. And then I'll arrange with a friend of mine to have the money transferred into the account. Then it's got to be paid by the 7th of December. So we're all right for time. We're not in any particular rush at the moment. And then we'll be back round to payday again. I can't believe it. I mean, it's about 8 days, isn't it, before we get to payday? It's getting ridiculous. You get paid early at Christmas. Yes. I don't know why that started, actually. Why people would sort of get paid earlier. Because I always remind people that if you get paid before Christmas, which many of you do, just remember you've got 6 weeks before you get paid again, because you've got January, which is a long month, and then you've got December. So your money's got to eke out a little bit further than it would do normally. And of course, for those people who are self-employed, you've got a tax bill at the end of January coming up. We all enjoy those ones. Steve, I think the best John Lewis ad to date was The Bear and the Hare. I don't even remember what that one was. The Bear and the Hare. Was that something very interesting? Oh, is that it? John, this was 2013. How can people remember these things back to 2013? It was an animated one, bit of a cartoon thing. And it's got lots of... It looks like, actually, doesn't it? It looks like sort of Tales of the Wood or something like that, or Farthing Wood. It looks very similar to that. And then there's a huge bear, and they've got a Christmas tree and birds fluttering around it, and the bear looking very happy. It's funny, bears in cartoons always look quite sweet, don't they? Whereas, in fact, they're about to rip your arms out. Yeah, vicious things they are. Oh, look, this is a bear. Look, the rabbit's jumped on his back. Not for many seconds. Hair. Oh, bear in the hair, of course. Of course, bear in the hair. It's clever, though, isn't it? It's quite nice, actually. Quite nice, but it shows how much they've improved over the years and how much more sophisticated they've got. And then you can click and continue the story. But it's got to have Father Christmas in it. It's got to have snow. And I'm not interested in aliens landing. I'm really not. I mean, you know, call me old-fashioned, but there you go. It's the way it goes. Prince William presented Gabby Logan with her MBE, but the TV host gave little away when grilled on where her sports loyalties lay at Windsor Castle. She said, we had a little chat about rugby versus football, and he asked me, where's your heart? And I said, I was very lucky, because I do both. He's just fitted in brilliantly, William, hasn't he? I mean, you can't knock it at all. Renting from M&S, 15 quid to hire this particular dress, £79 to buy. And Deborah Meaden is among a team of celebrities calling for scam advertising to be included in the upcoming online safety bill. Holly Willoughby, Sir Richard Branson, Dawn French and Martin Lewis have all joined Deborah in signing an open letter to the Prime Minister Boris Johnson. So that's good news. Also, the artworks owned by the Macklows, very rich couple. It's a high-profile divorce deal. He's sold 35 works from the collection for £500 million. Not exactly short of money. And one of them, a piece number 7. We've got some Pablo Picasso, Andy Warhol and Jackson Pollock went under the hammer. And number 7, a piece by the abstract painter Mark Rothko, fetched 61 million. And do you know what it is? It's probably about 6 feet tall. The top bit is pink, the middle bit is yellow, and the bottom bit's red. And that's all it is. And that's worth, look, that is worth 63 million, that painting. Are they having a laugh? Who? It looks like angel cake, doesn't it, really? I think your angel cake's gone off if it's coming out in that colour. But I mean, that's worth £61 million. The Andy Warhol with the 9 Marilyns. It's Marilyn's face 9 times. Oh, yeah. £36 million. Somebody's having a laugh. 61 million for a bit of sloppy painting. I'm so sorry to dismiss it. It looks sloppy to me. I've seen 3-year-olds could do better. But he's owned skyscrapers, this bloke. Still can't see a proper picture in it. I've had a look at it. Apparently, Mr. Macklow bought the General Motors building for a record $1.4 billion, but then he persuaded Steve Jobs to build a subterranean retail store, and the value doubled. I think if you've got money, you can guarantee to make money. I think that's the way it works nowadays. Tara says, I just love the Christmas music that pipes through the shops. I know many hate it, but I find faces lighting up, people generally more smiley, and personally, I find it physically impossible to stop myself jigging a tiny bit. They'll put you away, don't jig to it. You can smile, but you mustn't jig to it. Christmas is fabulous. We need it this year more than ever. I agree. Steve, KFC, depends where you are. Ones around here are not so good, says John. Well, they're all working to the same recipe. It's all identical. It shouldn't be any... If it's a proper KFC, they're all working to the same recipe. It comes in, they can only buy all their products from KFC, and it should be absolutely identical in every single one of them. I've never been disappointed. Well, it would be. It would be. I mean, most of them are halal, I believe. But that shouldn't make any difference to anything. But no, I mean, they're all exactly the same. They use the same flour mixture, which comes in great big sacks, herbs and spices, you know, the Colonel's secret recipe. I mean, God knows, we should go and dig him up and say, what is it? Tell us what it is now. We want to know all about it. But no, it should taste all the same. Definitely. James says, John Lewis should have quit when they were ahead and simply rerun Edgar the Dragon every Christmas. Magical, funny and touching. There's another one I'm not sure. Oh, that's right. He was quite cute, wasn't he, the dragon? Because he sort of looked as though he was a friendly dragon, even though he was a bit... I mean, children seem to like dragons, so that's okay. And I do remember this, because the kid comes in and blows this sort of trumpet, doesn't she, I think, and then introduces them to the dragon, and then they all disappear under the table. And I can't remember if he blows fire. Oh, he does. He blows it onto the Christmas pudding to set fire to the Christmas pudding, which was nice. But you're right. You know, they have to, I bet that one didn't cost 6 million quid. Definitely not. Sidcup Julie says, you would know this. Why do we say happy as Larry? What, somebody's happy as Larry? It was on the Mystery Hour. Are you trying to get free answers? Oh, come on. It originates from a boxer called Larry Foley in I think the 1890s or something like that, before boxing was really legalised. And he won the biggest prize of around $150,000. And a newspaper article in, I think it was New Zealand, had the headline, happy as Larry. And the phrase stuck. It's as simple as that. So boxing, before it was all legalised, and he won a lot of money, and they went, happy as Larry. And so that's where it comes from. Steve, get to see you in February. Is there a hotel you'd recommend? Oh, just look around for cheapo ones. The producer stayed in a little one, Travelodge. He stayed in a Travelodge, which I think was about 50 quid a night or something. Premier Inn, how much was that? About £50? £54. There you go, £54. And that's London. That's just round the corner from here, isn't it? So very local, and very local to the theatre for February. So, and that's the Travelodge, is it? Oh, Premier Inn. Sorry, I get so confused by them. Premier Inn. Do we know which one it is? Covent Garden Premier Inn. There you go. You can book it now. You can probably book these way in advance, can't you? But I believe one of them, I can't remember which one it is, does the all-you-can-eat cooked breakfast, which is worth the price of the room as far as I'm concerned, because I thought the food was really good.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
We've just amused ourselves during the break looking at the food you get in. Which one was it? Was that the Premier Inn? And you pay extra for the breakfast, but it's as much as you can eat. £9.50. They do a continental breakfast. Kids eat for free. And I'm just looking at it. Why does everybody assume we want to eat black pudding? I mean, but I remember we had this before. We went up to Mr. Moyles' birthday party and we stayed in a Premier Inn. And you could just keep going up and having toast. But there's a limit to how much you can eat. I know they always say, eat as much as you like. They, oh, good, I'll have 6 breakfasts. Well, you're never going to eat 6 breakfasts. I would probably go up there and probably have another sausage and a piece of bacon and a hash brown with some beans, and that'd be about it again, because you couldn't manage the whole thing. When I had my breakfast yesterday at Squires, which cost £12 something, I've just realised the egg that they served me was like a coddled egg. It wasn't a poached egg at all. I know what poached eggs are because my mother used to make them in a poached egg. It was runny, yes, but it was that what they do is they sort of empty it into the hot water, I think, and it's one of those things. It came in its own separate plate, like it was royalty or something, but that cost about 12 quid. They do so many different items, 3 items. Who's ever heard of a 3-item breakfast? I ask you. I mean, so that's just called a snack. That's not a breakfast. I liked things the other day. Somebody says you're wrong about the Alien John Lewis advert. It made me cry the other day. That'll be conjunctivitis. I don't think it made you cry at all. Best advert ever seen. Well, you need to get out a bit more then. It's the worst advert I've ever seen. An alien aircraft. What's that got to do with Christmas? An alien aircraft, I ask you, which smashes and ruins our trees. Hello? I don't think so. The best advert, Steve, is the imaginary Iggy monster in the wardrobe. Ad from McDonald's beats John Lewis hands down. I think everything's beating John Lewis hands down. Whereas normally they do very well with it, but not this year. Is the Leicester Square Market open during the day, says Iceman? Yes. Yes, it's open during the daytime. I don't know from what time, but yes, it is. And they've got another one down at Trafalgar Square. And Covent Garden, that's all festive and Christmassy and trees and different stalls out, which is lovely. Steve, we've just booked tickets for the War of the Worlds experience in London. Looks great. Have you been? I haven't, but it sounds quite nice. So listen, I mean, come and enjoy everything we've got. We're open Monday through Saturday in London. You can pop in any time. We don't seem to do half-day closing. So you pop in any time. Just come down and see us. We're always very, very receptive to tourists. Come and have a look at our lights. We've got loads of lights up. And we've got loads of places you can eat. But do remember, if it's a Saturday, do book. Because a lot of my poor old Corey, my poor old ex-producer, who now works on Ian Dale's programme, thought that he could just turn up at Joe Allen's and get on a Saturday night. And I said to him, no, you can't. So I'm going to have to take him out for him to get over the shock of not being able to get to Joe Allen's, which he'd only been to a few weeks ago. No, well, he said I was going to name drop you. Just as well he didn't. Just as well. Glenda Jackson has a face that launched 1,000 dredgers. Do you know what a dredger is? You do know what a dredger is, do you not? It's one of those ugly boats that goes up and down the Thames, and they're dredging the bottom of it. It's called... You've never heard of dredging? No? You really don't get out, do you? But anyway, it won her the Oscar for Best Actress, but Woman in Love also provided another career highlight for Glenda Jackson. The hit film prompted her favourite review when a critic wrote of her performance as Gudrun, Glenda Jackson has a face to launch 1,000 dredgers. And the scathing verdict is among dozens of review confessions from showbiz greats collected by Dame Diana Rigg. And the original letters were being auctioned today. Comedy legend Ronnie Barker sent to the Avengers actress a review of his performance in The Cherry Orchard, which said 22-year-old Barker's appearance in the Anton Chekhov play at Oxford's Playhouse was the most monumental piece of miscasting. Never has anybody been so much at sea since Columbus. Future actor nights were not safe from reviewers either. Sir Ian McKellen recalled that one of his performances was summed up as, the best thing about Ian McKellen's Hamlet is his curtain call. You see, but they love it. These lovies, they love things like that. Sir John Gielgud offered a critique that he had the most meaningless legs imaginable. John Cleese told Rigg of the time he was informed in all seriousness that he emits an air of overwhelming vanity combined with some unspecific nastiness, like a Black Widow spider on heat whilst on stage. Dame Diana, who died last year aged 82, had asked her friends for their most memorable reviews used for her 1983 book called No Turn Unstoned. The original replies are now being sold. It's valued at $75,000. Catherine Schofield from the Auctioneers Bonham says they're hilarious. I loved her. I thought she was great. Even in The Avengers. I liked The Avengers. And Steve, I get paid early every Christmas to avoid the long 6 weeks of eking the money out. I transfer my pay into my savings account and then move it back into the account on my actual payday. Oh, that's a good idea. Declan in Wien says, in Austria, I have to pay my employees 14 months' salary per year, double in December for Christmas and double in June for summer holidays. They've also got a system over there. If you get pregnant, you get paid for your pregnancy and everything else, because we had a girl who worked in our office, and her name was... I can't remember. I can, actually. I'm not going to tell you, because just in case she might be listening to the programme, even though it was some years ago. And she got pregnant, and then as fast as she came back and she got paid all the way through the pregnancy. It was the Austrian government's law. And she then managed to get pregnant again. So she spent off. Yeah, but you get a certain percentage. They were on full pay over there. So she, they've got seem to be a much better system. Over here, you only get a percentage, I think. Jules says, I'm in the drive-thru at KFC right this moment in Auckland, New Zealand. I'm having a zinger combo, nice and spicy. I don't know if you get them in the UK, but they're very popular down this way. I think we have zinger combos. Yes, we're not that backward round here. Thank you very much indeed. Simon in Mauritius says, listening from the beach in Mauritius on speaker. Other guests loving it. Oh, hello, people in Mauritius. Hello. Gooey. Regarding breakfast, Steve, I've discovered, says Trucker Phil, that I can cook eggs in my sandwich maker. So yesterday I had eggs on toast using my toaster and sandwich maker in my truck. Oh, I love egg on toast. I love egg on toast. It's so simple. Oh, all the truckers cook in their trucks. Yeah, absolutely. I've heard of that loads of times, because behind the seat they've got the bit where they sleep, and that's where they do their cooking. Oh, God, yeah. If you're driving some of these juggernauts, some of these big 20-tonners, or even bigger than 20-tonners. Steve, what's wrong with traditional adverts with Father Christmas? I don't know why these organisations feel they have to produce something alternative, says Angela. Refabergé, my strategy is to purchase the first ticket of the day. You see the exhibits with no one in front of you. I'm very excited about going to the members' preview soon. Yes, in fact, if you join the V&A, you don't pay to go into the Fabergé exhibition. You can join the V&A. I've been a member of the V&A before, and you get into all the exhibitions for free, and you can jump queues and everything. It's really good. So Angela's got it sussed. I would recommend it. I forget how much it costs to join the V&A. They do a family ticket or a single ticket. They all do it. The British Museum, the Science Museum, all of these places, they do family tickets. But my favourite is Historic Royal Palaces, because you can get to go in, I think, 5 or 6 palaces as many times as you want. £70 a year for a single person's membership, but that means you can go in every single day. You want to go to that exhibition every single day, you go every single day. You get a discount in their restaurant there. £100, you can bring a guest. Nothing worse than having to hang around outside. Go, hello, would you like to go in? Hello, excuse me, would you like to accompany me? Hello? Would you like to come with me into the exhibition? But it's very good value. Very good value. Historic Royal Palace is very, very, very good value. And, of course, you still get the 10% discount in the gift shop. And you get the discount in the restaurant as well. You just present the card at the end and they knock 10% off. Well worth it. And for all the museums. So when they have special exhibitions, which they have at the V&A, you do yourself a favour. So and you've got your own members' room as well at the V&A. In fact, everywhere. Hampton Court Palace has a members' room where only you can get into it. If you can see, because it's so pitch dark in there, you have to sort of try and work out this a push button thing. And I wish they'd think of something else, make it so much easier. But yeah, all of them. And at the V&A up there, they've got your own little lounge thing where you can go and get a cup of tea and a cake, something like that. It's lovely, very good. Up near the glass section in the V&A. Doesn't mean anything if you don't know the V&A. It's totally useless me telling you that, but anyway, it's near it. David says, have you seen the new BBC space series with Brian Cox, Universe? I saw it yesterday. It's excellent. I'm captivated by Brian Cox. He says there are approximately 20 billion Earth-like planets in our galaxy, but doubts that many civilizations exist, if at all. Yeah, we got the meteor shower tonight. Meteor shower. It'll run for a few days. You should better look up into the night sky and see what looks like my rockets. But you're right. I did see the Brian Cox thing, Universe, and he doubts that there are many civilizations existing, if indeed any at all. You know, because people like to go, oh, there's people on other planets. Go away. No, there's not. Brian Cox said there wasn't. And he's so enthusiastic about everything. He's very enthusiastic. Which was the first ever boy band? First ever boy band. And this is edited from a book who do the QI panel show. It's a bit like James O'Brien's thing, but they've been doing these for years. It's funny you should ask that again. And they've got 10,000 facts in here. So, why does your stomach rumble? Can an aeroplane fly through a rainbow? How does stinging nettles sting? Which lottery numbers should you pick? Can dogs tell the time? Why are people so terrified of spiders? Why do we drive on the left? Why do we call sycophants toadies? And which was the first ever boy band? I'll give you some of those answers, a little bit of a tease, after the news at 6 o'clock this morning. Or failing that, you can go and buy the book, which will cost you £12.99. But you get free postage and packing as well. If it's over to, I'll just read them all out for you, which is good. It's the new TV panel show.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
So, can aeroplanes fly through rainbows? No. No, they can't. No, they can't. You would have thought that they actually could have done, but apparently you'll never catch up. Rainbows are an optical illusion that appears when sunlight strikes raindrops at a very precise angle. So if you change position, you'll see a different rainbow to the one you were originally looking at. And the first boy band, we think Christian Brothers, who performed Gregorian chants in the 9th century, could be the first boy band. But apparently Thomas Edison's company, Edison Records, had the Haydn Quartet. They were formed in 1896 to perform songs for Thomas Edison. So they could have been the first ones. Which lottery number should you pick? Oh, God, I give up on this one. But as somebody said, it's like going into a casino. And you play roulette. And I've just checked, actually, I won £15. Yeah, really exciting. I don't know where overall, I don't know where to begin, honestly. I'd book a holiday to the Bahamas or something like that. But if you go to a casino, what's better to bet on? Black or red? Black or red. So in other words, if all of a sudden you're spinning the wheel and it comes up black 7 times, are you going to bet on red? The answer is it doesn't make the slightest difference. The wheel doesn't know what numbers it's thrown up at all. It has no idea what colours it's doing. So in fact, it could come up black again. But you work on the assumption, if it's done it for a few times, it's bound to be on the other one. But because the wheel doesn't know, and they put a naught in there, and that's how they make their money. It then plays in the casino's favour. Because it was like somebody was saying the other day on QI, she went into a casino in Monte Carlo, and she didn't know anything about it. She didn't know anything about casinos or anything like that. And she was given some money, and she put down, I think it was £10 on number 3. And it won. So she didn't know what to do, so she let it ride. Came in again. She walked away with a lot of money, mainly because the croupier went, "Madam, this is not for you. Go away." Yeah, that'll show him. And that was Sandy Toksvik who told that story the other day. And she was the one telling us. I mean, she walked away with about 720 quid because it was 35 times the amount of money. So it was very good. Why do we drive on the left? Apparently the most likely explanation is that right-handed knights on horseback wanted to tackle oncoming rivals with their strongest hand. Work that one out if you dare. Why are we terrified of spiders? I've got no idea. No idea. I'm not... Well, not really, actually. Not really. But apparently, for millions of years, humans were more likely to encounter dangerous spiders than we are today. So it could be an evolutionary mechanism. I remember once I got into the car and I was sitting there checking on my telephone and I felt something crawling up the back of my neck. And it was a spider I'd picked up as I'd walked out, you know, in these winter mornings. Spiders' webs are all over the place. And I mean, luckily it wasn't a tarantula, but it was, and I could feel it. And and you don't like to make a fuss, do you? And people have found them underneath toilet seats and stuff like that. It's all very worrying, actually. Very worrying. Why does your stomach rumble? I have to buy the book. I'm not going to tell you that one. And can dogs tell the time? Producer says no. Well, apparently dogs certainly seem to recognise certain patterns, such as when their owner will be home from work or when their next meal is due. Like most mammals, they have a circadian rhythm, which is a 24-hour cycle that regulates sleeping and eating times. Dog may also mark time by using their sense of smell. If a dog's owner usually comes home at the same time every day, then the person's scent levels around the house will be at their lowest point just before they return. So basically, dogs can tell the time. So, you. I love it. And what was the other one? Oh, yes, why do stinging nettles sting? I feel like I'm doing James O'Brien's programme for him here, actually. Nettle leaves are covered with tiny hollow hairs, which break off when touched and act like hypodermic needles. Because they do that, don't they? You think, how does that sting me? And if ever we got stung by stinging nettles when we were younger, you'd have to look around for a dock leaf to rip it off and put it over it because it was very cooling and you could stop it. All of that is taken from a book called Funny You Should Ask That Again. Questions answered by the QI Elves. It's quite a good thing to have for Christmas, isn't it, really? If you can't afford to buy anything else. Yes, or a game. You could buy a game, couldn't you, at the same time, actually? So here we go. The Home Secretary's stark admission. Priti Patel says our asylum merry-go-round. And that's what it is. I mean, there's hundreds of people. In fact, there's about 40 of them carrying a huge inflatable here down to the sea and crossing the channel. In Liverpool, the bomber had an asylum claim rejected 7 years ago. Still here. Managed to pretend and lie to people, because he's one of those sort of people, dead, who convinced a Christian couple to take him in. As they said, lucky didn't kill anybody else. But just absolutely appalling. I caught COVID over the weekend, says Sarah in Thatcham. And it's knocked me for 6. I'm shocked at how debilitating and vicious it is. I'm double jabbed, so I hate to think how sick I would have been without them. Please, everybody get your jabs. This illness is nasty. Yes. Yes. It is absolutely... The trouble is you can't tell people, can you? That's why, the Father Christmas advert has upset people like Gillian McKeith, as if anybody cares. I shall never shop at Tesco ever again because their Father Christmas is holding up his sort of, I've been jabbed and all the rest of it. Well, don't get jabbed then. But don't drone on about it. It makes you even more boring. Thank you very much indeed. Another one which says, see if you like the Oracle, you know everything. No, I don't. Seriously. I mean, I remember certain peculiar things. Yes, I'm modest as well. But I remember certain things because my brain retains the oddest. It really, I mean, even I think it's bizarre. There's a story in the paper I so want to do, but I don't know how to do it. Which doesn't really help, actually, so I won't do it. It doesn't really... Yeah, we're chatting the break. The word of 2021. The Cambridge Dictionary has revealed its word of the year is perseverance. I don't know why they do this, but apparently it's credited several global interests in NASA's mission to Mars. And so it's been looked up on the Cambridge Dictionary website more than 243,000 times. Perseverance, defined by the Cambridge Dictionary as continued effort to do or achieve something, even when it's difficult or takes a long time. It's like Ollie in the gym. When Ollie goes into the gym, and everybody's going to the gym at the moment. They're apparently all going to this one, which is sort of very near us here. I think there's a Pure Gym. I think which is open 24 hours, and you can go there and do your little private workouts and everything else. But Ollie's doing it to put on, I think. I'm not sure if I notice any difference. I keep looking at him. I mean, obviously I shouldn't. I mean, I can't look at him thinking, why does he need to go to the gym? Most people go to the gym to lose weight, and well, he doesn't need to lose weight. He needs to put weight on, I think. It's sick. The sort of people that we never hang around with at parties. He could probably sit there and eat vol au vents and everything else and not put on an ounce, and then tell you he hadn't put on an ounce as well. Do you believe in beginner's luck, says Roger. I won big the first time I went to a casino, but not much since. Yes, I mean, I walked out of the Hippodrome casino, I told you, with 600 quid once, only because I was with my friend Jordan. And every time I won, and we were only doing red and black, he was taking half of it and keeping it. And by the end of the evening, we'd made 600 quid. Mind you, we were standing next to a table where they were, I can't remember what it was that they were playing, and they won, I think, £20,000. £20,000. I hated them. Should have been mine. But that's the way to do it. You win, walk out. You know, because if it's like people playing fruit machines. You are playing a machine. You're playing a machine. It knows what you're going to do. It anticipates. So if you put pound coin in a machine and it pays up the jackpot, you're not going to stop, are you? But you should. You should walk away from it because you've done really well. But most people then go, wait a minute, if it's paid out this jackpot, there must be another one coming very shortly. So they pump the money back in again, hoping for another jackpot, and you don't get it. You don't get it. It's, you know, but it is a case of, you know, the machines are all stacked against you. It's a machine. It's designed to win. I told you before, there used to be a machine, which was a very good one, and you could, it was a dice in the middle of this fruit machine thing, which flipped around. And I didn't realise until sometime later that it was working on magnets. And so it knew what number it was going to land on because the magnet had moved into a particular position. And so it would be a case of higher or lower, and it would go up to 12. And if it was an 11 and you go, well, it's going to be lower, it would go to 12. It wasn't fixed. It was a magnet inside it. And people thought that they could beat the odds. You can't beat these things. They're machines. They're programmed to take in a certain amount of money. And they'll go, this machine pays out 78% of whatever. Yeah, not your 78%. It'll be everybody's 78% in its history. It's as simple as that. It's a bit worrying, isn't it, really? But no, it's supposed to be fun, but only gamble responsibly and if you can afford to lose, you know. So what do I do at the casino? Nothing. I just like wandering around looking. Sometimes you're strangely drawn to a table, but I do red and blacks on the roulette. And that's all I do. I'm not going to put it on separate money, you know. Eh, madame and monsieur, place your money. And you see people in the Hippodrome, because it's the only one I've been in, putting down, they've got wads of £50 notes. And you look at them and you think, what do you do for a living? Seriously. I mean, the cash machine in there only dispenses £50 notes. I know that because I discovered that some while ago. But it's these people who go around sort of, and you look at them and you think, what do you do for a living? That means you've got all this money. And they're putting down, I mean, it obviously becomes very addictive for people. Luckily, I mean, even though I've got an addictive personality, I try not to sort of fall in. I need to be with other people. But I'm never going to be sick. I mean, James Bond would drive me mad. Sitting at the table and then, you know, he does this and put it on here. Somebody was doing it the other day and they said to the croupier, it was a film. And they said, just keep your hand well away from the... Because there used to be a way where they could control the ball in the roulette table years and years ago, in the old days, as they say. Steve. How much would you gamble in that? I wouldn't... If I went to Vegas, I would put a limit on what I was going to gamble. I wouldn't gamble anymore. And once I'd spent that would be it for that day. I would then walk away from it. But some people just go and get it out. They put it onto credit cards and all sorts of things. In one of the betting shops around my way, you can play the fruit machines in there, which have a seemingly limitless jackpot. But they can put the money on your credit card behind the counter and then give you the credits on it. I didn't realise. Very dangerous. Here comes the sons, the daughter, and George's ex, Patty. And this is all the Beatles' children getting back together again for the documentary Get Back. Harrison's first wife, Pattie Boyd, was there, 77. And the other children as well. George Harrison's son, Darnie. Ringo Starr's son, Jason. Paul McCartney's daughter, Mary. They were all there. How lovely. What stories you'd have to tell. What stories.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning, 6:21. Chris says, what's the most you've ever lost in a casino? Oh, it would only be a few quid. I'm quite good at walking away from things. The moment I win, I walk away. I don't believe in sort of losing money. I'm a bit mean like that, I'm afraid. Charles and Camilla yesterday had the honour of dipping their hands in the River Jordan. How lovely. Where Jesus was baptised. Yes, it was just here, actually. Jesus was just... as if. The Prince of Wales can reveal he's taking 5 or 6 dozen bottles of the holy water from Jordan back to the UK to use for future royal christenings. What? Well, how many royal... no, it's for... He's taking 5 or 6 dozen bottles, but water goes off. It's got a sell-by date. So they're filling it from the River Jordan. It's going to look a bit grubby, isn't it? It's not exactly the cleanest river I've ever seen. And then he's going to... royal babies are always welcomed into the church with water from the River Jordan, are they? Blimey, you learn something new every day. But I love that where Jesus was baptised. Right here. Perhaps he's got a Brita filter. Perhaps somebody bought it for him for sort of Christmas. I don't know how many... 5 or 6 dozen bottles. 72 bottles of water. That's practically a swimming pool. Unbelievable. Also, the paper... Oh, these pictures. If you want to see the pictures of the Fabergé eggs, you'll find them in the Daily Mail today. And beautiful they are too. Fabergé was obviously the name of the time, but he ended quite tragically. 7 eggs remain missing. Have no idea where they are. Don't know where they went. In the total, 50 imperial eggs were made. Initially, 10 were kept in the Kremlin. 10 were believed stolen, and others began to be sold by the Bolsheviks to wealthy European and American collectors. Those blooming Bolsheviks, honestly, they've got a lot to answer for. But the basket of flowers made in 1901, Empress Alexandra kept that at her study in the Winter Palace. I believe it's over here now. There's a Red Cross egg from 1915 with Olga and Titania at the centre, dressed in World War I nurses' uniforms. But the Romanov egg from 1913, gold, silver, steel, diamonds, turquoise and ivory, used in a piece to mark 300 years of Romanov rule. It features portraits of all 18 Tsars, and the surprise is a revolving enamelled globe showing Russia's territory in 1613 and 1913. It's quite beautiful. Quite beautiful. They really are quite lovely. Do we do birthdays? Danny DeVito celebrates his birthday today. He's 77. Used to be married from to that woman in Cheers, whose name I can never remember, actually. But, yes. Also, Lauren Hutton, the US model turned actress, starred opposite James Caan in The Gambler and Richard Gere in American Gigolo. She signed the original supermodel contract with the cosmetics giant Revlon, worth $250,000 a year for 20 days' work, a record at that time. She's 78. That's right, Rhea Perlman, married in 82. They're still married, but they're not together anymore. No, they split up a long time ago. I quite liked her, actually. I think she was good. And I met Danny DeVito, which was a bit exciting. Rock Hudson was born on this day in 1925. Yeah, they split in 2012. It's funny, isn't it? You think these marriages are going to go forever, but they don't. Rock Hudson was born in 1925. He died in 1985 of an AIDS-related illness. They put him into, was it Dallas or Dynasty? One of them. And he was kissing Linda Evans. So it must have been Dynasty, I suspect. And people were saying, he's ill. You could see that he didn't look as well as he should have done. He originally starred in Giant opposite Elizabeth Taylor. He was born Roy Scherer, took the stage name from the Rock of Gibraltar and the Hudson River, because his agent liked people to sound butch. Rock Hudson, kind of thing. He married Phyllis Gates, his agent's secretary, but they divorced in 1958. They got married for 3 years after she learnt the romance was arranged to dispel rumours of the fact that he was gay, which everybody knew he was gay. In fact, he was the first major Hollywood star whose death was publicly attributed to AIDS, and he'd been to hospital in France. He had a boyfriend who took him to court. His boyfriend took him to court. People didn't know anything about AIDS or things like that, but they just knew it could be transmitted. And when he kissed Linda Evans, the papers were up in arms over it. It was absolutely unbelievable. But the boyfriend took him to court. Unfortunately, Rock Hudson died before he could be taken into court, so they put him in court anyway. And his place was taken in court by an empty chair, and the book was called The Trial of Rock Hudson, and his boyfriend was awarded $60 million. against Rock Hudson, who had knowingly had sexual relations with him whilst he was HIV positive. The boyfriend didn't get $60 million. I think on appeal it was reduced to, I can't remember. But I remember doing the book on LBC, because I think it was the first time somebody who died had actually been put on trial. The trial of Rock Hudson, and I think it just featured a picture of a chair, and he'd always denied it. He was another Liberace, because it would have ruined his career. Mark Christian was his former lover, sued the estate on the grounds of intentional infliction of emotional distress, and that's what it was. And he won the case, and he died 2009. No, he didn't. He died 1985. The boyfriend died. Yes, I mean it was just one of those things, because Rock was very. I was going to say promiscuous, but I'm not sure if promiscuous would be the right word. Anyway, he had lots of different boyfriends, but of course they had to keep it out of the press. And all the gossip columnists, the Hedda Hopper of those days, knew exactly what was going on, and people didn't say anything. And so what used to happen was the studios would do a trade-off. Listen, don't write about Rock Hudson and we'll give you something on so-and-so like that. And that's how they all got it. And I think in 1989, the Los Angeles County Superior Court jury said Hudson had displayed outrageous conduct. Christian got $21.75 million in damages, which was later reduced to $5.5 million. That was then upheld by a state court of appeal, which called it just compensation for the ultimate impersonal horror, the fear of a slow, agonizing death. But I don't think that Christian contracted HIV. I don't think he did. But it was one of those situations. But the book, you can probably still get the book actually now, because it was very interesting, very, very interesting. That in those days, most people didn't have the faintest idea who was gay, and yet there was very much an undercurrent in Hollywood. I mean, apart from the casting couch, which was alive and well, it was a case of there were lots of gay actors and actresses. And people who worked backstage who, nobody knew about. They were sort of forced to cover it up. Nowadays, I don't think any. Although you try and think of major Hollywood stars, big stars who are openly gay in this day and age, you have to rack your brains to think about it. No Premiership footballers either, unless they retire and then they come out. But to actually find a Hollywood star. There's been rumours about all sorts of famous Hollywood stars, but 9 out of 10 times you won't hear anybody saying, oh, so-and-so's gay, because that could harm their career. That could harm somebody. Well, they thought it could harm somebody's career. I remember at one point, nobody took parts which would have been playing a gay character. There was one very brave actor some years ago, and he actually played a gay coach of a football team. And that was considered, my God, you're taking your life in your hands here, because people put 2 and 2 together and come up with 12. Which is, it's interesting how times they are changing, but they haven't changed that much. That's why no Premiership footballers have come out. You won't find any gay Premiership. Well, I mean, I'm sure they exist. But whether you hear about them or not is another thing. And for actors in this country, we don't have that problem. Although it took Ian McKellen ages to come out. Ages. He came out when he was well into his 60s, I think. So he'd had to live a lie for a long time. And there are loads of gay actors now, but nobody particularly bothers about them. Loads of gay, television presenters, and it's a case of, oh, not somebody else coming out, please God. Go back inside again. Make it more interesting. Steve. If Sandy T did win on number 3 at roulette with £10, she would have won £350. If she left that on and it came in again, she'd have won £12,250. I know she said she walked out with a small fortune. But it was the croupier who actually said to her, Paul, not for you, madam. You should leave. Obviously didn't like people winning. Which Domino's pizza base do you prefer? Says Joe in Alcester. I've never had a Domino's pizza in my entire life. Never had a Domino's pizza. He says mine is thin and crispy. Good. No, not for me, I'm afraid. Not for me. I'm not really a pizza person. Not really a pizza person. Best Christmas advert, Steve, says Sauce. Sainsbury's 2014 World Cup Christmas Eve ceasefire. Although the funny thing is, we just watched it back. Well, these people would have been filthy dirty. They wouldn't have had shaves for ages. They're all a bit clean cut and their shirts are pristine white, as if, very unrealistic, I'm afraid. These people would be on their last legs on their last legs.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast on LBC. Russia have been accused of putting astronauts in danger after it shot down one of its own satellites in a missile test, sending, wait for this one, debris hurtling through space at 17,500 miles an hour. 17, and I've seen the pictures of what they think it would look like up there. It's fairly crowded with all this debris. US Space Command said the 1,500 fragments of a military radio tracking satellite, which had been in orbit since '82, could split into hundreds of thousands of smaller pieces. On Monday, the crew of the International Space Station, which included 2 Russians, took to their spaceship capsules in case they needed to avoid a collision. All this stuff hurtling towards you. Yesterday, Russia's Defence Ministry admitted to the anti-satellite missile test, which is only the 4th ever to hit a spacecraft from the ground. They're not the full ticket, are they, at all? What happened during the Christmas truce of 1914? This is where this advert originated from, because it was based on fact. Starting on Christmas Eve, many German and British troops fighting in World War I sang Christmas carols to each other. Must have been interesting. You know, one lot singing in German, the other lot singing in English. And at certain points, the Allied soldiers even heard brass bands joining the Germans. At the first light of dawn on Christmas Day, some German soldiers emerged from the trenches and approached the Allied lines across no man's land, calling out, "Merry Christmas." At first, the Allied soldiers feared it was a trick. But seeing the Germans unarmed, they climbed out of the trenches and shook hands with the enemy soldiers. The men exchanged presents of cigarettes and plum puddings and sang carols and songs. Some Germans lit Christmas trees around the trenches. There was even a documented case of soldiers from opposing sides playing a good-natured game of soccer. And that's where the advert came from. But as I say, they'd have been filthy dirty. They'd have been freezing cold. They'd have had beards and everything. It shows how pointless the fighting was, because after they'd done that and they exchanged photographs and bars of chocolate and stuff like that, they then went back to killing each other. I mean, they're very lucky when the first German soldiers came out. They weren't shot down. They had to sort of check that they weren't armed because they didn't know. But that's where the advert came from. But Sainsbury's sort of sanitised it, made all the boys good looking. Everybody was good looking, the men's moustache. And they wouldn't have looked like that at all. This was 1914. They'd have been suffering. Their clothes would have been literally hanging off their backs. They'd have been frozen to death. They wouldn't have had anything to wash in. Oh, my goodness me. But they sort of sanitised it. We go, oh, isn't that nice? They all came out and sang carols. Yeah. And then went back to killing each other. Dreadful, isn't it? Clarissa Eden, the widow of one of former British Prime Minister Anthony Eden and niece of another, which is Sir Winston Churchill, has died at the age of 101. It was 1955 when Lady Eden entered Downing Street with her husband, although the Suez crisis ended Eden's political career some 18 months before. 101. I often wonder, actually, we did this some years ago. We were saying, if there was a book that you could open up and it told you when you were going to die, would you sneak a peek or would you not bother? Would you not bother looking? You'd look at mine. No, because then if you sort of went, I'd be going, what's that mean? What does that mean? I'd start getting panicky over it. I'm not sure you would want to look, actually. I think you'd want it to be a surprise. I don't think I'd want to. Imagine, I mean, how would you plan your life out? That'd be very difficult, wouldn't it? We'd have Christmas every single day. That'd be fantastic. Elvis in concert on Sky Arts last weekend, and the info said, Steve Allen talks Elvis into singing to a dog. You kept that quiet, says John. Yes. There's loads of Steve Allens. It's very, very common. Steve, I think Woolworths used to have the best Christmas adverts. Yes. Yes, I mean, they did have some good adverts. But it's, all we want at Christmas is we want Father Christmas, robins sitting on a fence, snow, and kids on toboggans and opening presents and stuff like that by a roaring fire. That's all. I don't care about anything else. That's all I want. I'm not asking too much, am I? I mean, I'm certainly not going to sort of worry about a blooming spacecraft. Now Brian Cox has said there's very little chance of anything being on any other planet. Former Countdown host Nick Hewer wants to help save the planet, but he has a dilemma. He loves his gas-guzzling Aston Martin car. He says, I think the time has come for me to grow up and sell my beloved Aston. He laments, I want to do my bit for the environment. Within a matter of years, it'll probably be a criminal offence to drive such a high-powered car anyway. So if I don't put it on the market soon, who in their right mind is going to buy it? I don't know, I've never been interested. Dale was very interested in cars and different cars and things like that, and the cars that I bought, but I was really not remotely interested in cars. I couldn't care less. I don't want to know about them. All I want to know is, do I like the look of it? Do I like the interior? Is it the right colour? Is it a Bentley? Does it have... No, I mean, I'm really not interested. I can't get excited over cars. Other people get more excited about cars than I do. I just, if I look at the boot and think, how big is it? Can I fill it up quite quickly? The answer is yes, I can, which is very good. I should get a transit van, shouldn't I, really? I see that, my God, that's a big wreath. This is 40 days to go until Christmas. Abby Clancy calls on Peter Clancy to decorate a wreath. No ladder was needed, as Peter's 6'7" and he could reach the top of the wreath quite well. And she's only 5'7". They have 4 children between them. They erected a lavish tree at their Surrey home. So they've got their tree up already. See, I'm not sure if home trees is a bit early. 1st of December, yes, definitely beginning of December. Their tree's not as big an erection as I thought it was going to be. I've looked at it, and it's nice, and it's got all the bits that I don't believe that they did it, because I think there is an art to decorating Christmas trees. And looking at the stuff that's on here, it's got, little twisty piles of stuff that smells nice and things like that. So I think they probably had a company in to do it, but why not? Goodness sake. You can get people to dress trees for you. Yes, absolutely. But there's a tree that will not... there's a company, in fact, there's quite a few, that will not only dress the tree, they'll bring the trees. So you say to them, I want an 8-foot Victorian tree here. They will tell you how much it's going to cost you, which will be a few £100s. They will come round. They will put all the lights all over it. It will be decorated. And then at the end of Christmas, they'll come and collect it. It's as simple as that. Dale had it. They do it for OK Magazine or any of the other magazines. When they do Christmas at celebrities' houses, it turns up in a van. The tree, the presents, everything. And the food, and they sort of... the jumpers for the kids, if there's kids involved, it's all done. But there are companies who will definitely get your tree in. No prices on the websites, because if you have to ask, you probably can't afford it. Adele, X-Rated, the review. She's got 5-star review for the album. And they've run through a few of the tracks. At least you get 12 tracks on an album, which is good, isn't it? I mean, on some of the albums, I remember what? They all sound the same. Have you heard the album? No, I haven't heard the album at all. She's obviously got a thing about planets. She appears to have a planet tattoo on her arm, and she's got planet earrings, looking at, like a sort of ball with a thing that goes around the outside. But no, I mean, listen, it's sold phenomenally well. You can't argue with somebody's success, can you? But then not as many as the Voyage album. It sold more, is it? Adele sold more, has it? Oh, blimey, I shall have to apologise now. I thought it wouldn't be. We'll find out, actually. Another bit of a tease. Pop star Will Young chaining himself to the gates of a controversial puppy breeding facility in a protest against medical experiments on animals. I didn't know that they still did these, actually. He handcuffed his right arm to the gate of the MBR Acres research site in Huntingdon, where there was another place, actually. The Huntingdon as well. This is in Life Sciences. Yes, that was the other one. Campaigners claim 2,000 beagles are being reared at the site before being given to laboratories. The company says it has high standards of animal welfare and greatly respects the role in which the animals play in the development of life-saving discoveries. So they're obviously using it for medical research, because how else do you test? I mean, you can't just all of a sudden work on mice, can you? There's a picture of Will Young protesting. Bless his heart, honestly. Listen, at least he believes in something. When were the smoking beagles around? I can't remember. Well, certainly during my lifetime. And monkeys and all sorts of animals that had all sorts of things. There was one mouse had an ear grown on it. I remember that. But in fact, the smoking beagles was 1975. They were being used in an experiment to test a new, allegedly safe cigarette. And it was Mary Beath, the journalist, who broke the smoking beagle story, caused an absolute outcry at the time that these animals, and, if this place is rearing 2,000, they say they have high standards of animal welfare and greatly respect the role in which the animals play. Yeah, but did anybody ask the animals? And the answer is, no, they didn't. We've also jailed... there's an odd one, actually. We've jailed an undertaker. I'll tell you for why in a moment.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC. with Steve Allen.
Morning, 10 to 7 is the time. Somebody else who enjoyed the Woolworths adverts on the television, because we were talking earlier on about the Christmas ads, which have become almost an integral part of the entertainment in this country, mainly the amount of money that is spent on them. You know, people complaining about this one and people boycotting something. I mean, it's ridiculous. They even have TV premieres now. They go, and tonight we're going to premiere, and then they have little clips in the papers, and, you know, before you know where you are, it's just to sell you a few items over Christmas. That's all it is. It's like the Defiant Insulate Britain campaigner. This is somebody called Ben Taylor, one of a group of activists facing charges for breaching an injunction. He said, if you send me to prison, he said, 10 people will step forward in my place. It's obviously quite delusional. He said, if you send us all away, 100 people will step forward. I don't think so, dear. I don't think so. You know, nice to think that, you know, people are bothered, but they appear not to be. The government have taken not a blind bit of notice of anything you've said. Nobody cares whether you superglue yourselves to each other and stay there for the rest of your life. It doesn't make any difference. It's just inconvenience, but we're used to being inconvenienced. Here's the Undertaker story. This is a bizarre one, isn't it? Because, I mean, if there's one people you trust, it's undertakers. And this is an undertaker who has stole more than £15,000 from grieving friends and relatives. And I don't know how she stole it. I've got no idea how this works out. But anyway, Sharon Howell was arrested after an inspection of the firm's chapel of rest found it was unsafe and inhumane and a body was decomposing. She admitted 6 counts of fraud, jailing over 25 months. The judge, John Potter, called the offences serious and shocking. Blimey, if you can't trust your sort of undertakers, I mean, how can you... I've never heard of people inspecting a chapel of rest. But most places have them. And they're there because that's where people go to see their dearly departed. That's the way it works. And if you can't trust somebody, it's terrible, isn't it, really? Apparently, she'd used the merchant copy of payment receipts to manually input bank details into her card machine between January and March. So, in other words, this allowed her to repeat the transaction as a customer not present transaction, which meant no PIN was required to make the payment. My God, she was devious as well. I didn't realise it was that easy. So she used the merchant copy of payment receipts, and then they did the customer not present. You know, I've sometimes done that when I've had to phone up and pay for something on the car or whatever. You just read them the number out, they put it into the machine, and then you get the receipt. They all send me the receipt, and it goes customer not present. So it means that they don't need the PIN number. I'm still not chip and pinning. I think my card's given up in the chip and pinning department. I don't know. Yeah, I don't like to do it on my phone. I'm too worried about that, actually. Roger says, I do get excited about cars, especially about classy ones like Bentleys and Rollers. I just can't afford them. Well, you'd be surprised, actually. You can. Jay says, off for my first trip to see relatives in Omaha, Nebraska, USA. It's the return of travels with Steve Allen's tea towel. The tea towel's making its journeys, ladies and gentlemen. I love it. I love it. What else do we have here? Oh, the toy chop fears. Retail chains boss warns supplies will run low after sales. Swathes of toys. I mean, why do we have to give toys at Christmas? Can't we give them something else, like a carrot or something? Would that not be... Why do they have to have toys? I mean, you know, I don't remember sort of the baby Jesus when he was sort of lying in the manger, people turning up with a Barbie or something like that. They didn't bother. And it was the gold, the frankincense and the stuff which they turned up with. You had to sort of put up with all these people. And they still never moved into the Bethlehem Hilton. You know, you've got all that gold lying around the place. Nobody robbed them. The shepherds are out there, you know, doing all sorts of things. There was no room at the inn. I'd have bought the inn. Excuse me, we've got gold. We'll buy the inn, turn it into a premier. I love it. But swathes of toys. So this is... Because apparently there's Black Friday's discount event, which I'm not aware of at all, I'm afraid. One item the Entertainer's website has already sold out of was moon shoes. I've never heard of half these. So whatever happened to a good old jigsaw puzzle? Why can't people just have a jigsaw puzzle or some plasticine to play with? Why do they have to have something very exotic? Black Friday's next Friday. Is that not this coming Friday, but a week Friday? Oh, right. Presumably, they've been sort of stocking in all the big selling items. I don't know what the big selling items are, actually. I suppose it'll be sort of, you know, Barbie dolls and everything else. He says, we're not saying panic, but you will see more items out of stock before Christmas than you would normally. Well, you just have to fib to the little darlings. Don't panic, Mr. Mannering. Don't panic. No, you just have to say to them, listen, Father Christmas has been really busy on Barbie and her car, and you'll get it after Christmas, all right? He said he'll make some more for you. They don't know. Listen, give kids something in a box. It'll be a lollipop. They're quite happy. They've got up to the age of about 3 years old. They don't know what it is. They've got no idea. Go and get one of those sort of dogs that goes woo, 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 and then sort of goes forward a little bit squeaking, and then woo, woo, woo. I don't know what sort of dog it is, but they do these sort of things. You can buy all sorts of things. Get them a balloon. Go on, try and blow that up. You're 2 years old. Why not? Goodness sake, honestly. What do they need nowadays? What? Is that yeah? There was nothing the matter with a balloon. Why are you dissing balloons? Come on, be up for the balloons. Enjoy them. So they're going to be raising money for charity using puppets, apparently, which is quite a nice idea. Only the likes of Basil Brush, Rainbow's Zippy and George, BBC's Ed the Duck and Gordon the Gopher. Ed the Duck never did anything about it. He didn't do anything else. He can't sing a song, can he, really? Even Captain Scarlet and Thunderbird's heroes took time off from saving the world to make the video. Niall Horan and Anne-Marie have covered Everywhere by Fleetwood Mac in aid of the charity. That's really not a good song to cover. I don't know why they picked that one. That's a very odd one. But so they've got Ed and Pudsey and everything else, and they've got two, I don't know, Hacker and Dodge. God knows what they are. Have you ever heard of them? I've never heard of them. This sound like scammers, says the producer. And they've got Basil Brush singing into a microphone. You have to laugh, don't you? I've definitely got to get an elf on a shelf. I've decided I'm going to look out for an elf on a shelf. They say it's a Christmas tradition. Yeah, started by somebody who wanted to flog elves on shelves. It's just basically an elf with dodgy legs. And he sits on a shelf and we're supposed to go, oh, it's an elf on a shelf. I don't quite get it at all, but it doesn't matter. Former Coronation Street star Charlie Lawson has delved into his tough upbringing, and he's written a warts and all autobiography. He said, it's been very cathartic, because I've been back to boarding school. It was a tough school, but there are things that went on in there, and I have talked to other boys that it happened to too. Uh-oh. You can just imagine, can't you, really? But he played Jim McDonald until 2018, said he hasn't ruled out a Corrie comeback. Oh, you see, I don't rule out a Corrie comeback. Why not? 2018, though. He's not been there for quite some time. And shop boss Caroline Carroll was stunned when a customer paid with a gift token she'd issued in 1987. It bore her signature and the amount left, £1.06. £1.06. But she says we always honour our tokens. Some trips down memory lane. There you go. Only goes to prove. But mind you, I've said to you before, they've offered the advice this year. Be careful if you're offering people vouchers for certain stores. Just to make sure they've got good history, because a lot of people have been caught out before with stores that have gone under, and you're left with a worthless piece of paper, which is not very good. And Roy Bond says, he's MMC. That's member of the Magic Circle, by the way. Are you gracing us with your presence at the Blackpool's Magician Convention in February? I might do, actually. I might do. I think I forget which I've got actually from the Magic Circle. I really can't remember. We'll think about it.